Part 19 of Benjamin Britten Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 19, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James. Chapters 7 and 8. I got hold of Mrs. Gross as soon after this as I could, and I can give no intelligible account of how I fought out the interval. Yet I still hear myself cry, as I fairly threw myself into her arms, "They know! It's too monstrous! They know! They know!" "And what on earth?" I felt her incredulity as she held me. "Why, all that we know, and heaven knows what else besides." Then, as she released me, I made it out to her, made it out perhaps only now with full coherence even to myself. "2 hours ago, in the garden," I could scarce articulate, "Flora saw—" Mrs. Gross took it as she might have taken a blow in the stomach. "She has told you?" she panted. "Not a word. That's the horror. She kept it to herself. The child of 8, that child!" Unutterable still, for me, was the stupefaction of it. Mrs. Gross, of course, could only gape the wider. "Then how do you know?" "I was there. I saw with my eyes, saw that she was perfectly aware." "Do you mean aware of him?" "No, of her." I was conscious as I spoke that I looked prodigious things, for I got the slow reflection of them in my companion's face. Another person this time, but a figure of quite as unmistakable horror and evil, a woman in black, pale and dreadful, with such an air also, and such a face, on the other side of the lake. I was there with the child, quiet for the hour, and in the midst of it she came. "Came how? From where?" "From where they come from. She just appeared and stood there, but not so near." "And without coming nearer?" "Oh, for the effect and the feeling, she might have been as close as you." My friend, with an odd impulse, fell back a step. "Was she someone you've never seen?" "Yes, but someone the child has. Someone you have." Then, to show how I had thought it all out, "My predecessor, the one who died." "Miss Jessel? Miss Jessel! You don't believe me?" I pressed. She turned right and left in her distress. "How can you be sure?" This drew from me, in the state of my nerves, a flash of impatience. "Then ask Flora. She's sure." But I had no sooner spoken than I caught myself up. "No, for God's sake, don't. She'll say she isn't. She'll lie." Mrs. Gross was not too bewildered instinctively to protest. "Ah, how can you?" "Because I'm clear. Flora doesn't want me to know." "It's only then to spare you?" No, there are depths, depths. The more I go over it, the more I see in it, and the more I see in it, the more I fear. I don't know what I don't see, what I don't fear." Mrs. Gross tried to keep up with me. "You mean you're afraid of seeing her again?" "Oh, no, that's nothing now." Then I explained. "It's of not seeing her." But my companion only looked wan. "I don't understand you." "Why, it's that the child may keep it up, and that the child assuredly will, without my knowing it." At the image of this possibility Mrs. Gross for a moment collapsed, yet presently to pull herself together again, as if from the positive force of the sense of what, should we yield an inch, there would really be to give way to. "Dear, dear, we must keep our heads. And, after all, if she doesn't mind it—" She even tried a grim joke. "Perhaps she likes it." "Likes such things? A scrap of an infant?" "Isn't it just a proof of her blessed innocence?" my friend bravely inquired. She brought me, for the instant, almost round. "Oh, we must clutch at that. We must cling to it. If it isn't a proof of what you say, it's a proof of God knows what. For the woman's a horror of horrors." Mrs. Gross, at this, fixed her eyes a minute on the ground. Then, at last raising them, "Tell me how you know," she said. "Then you admit it's what she was?" I cried. "Tell me how you know," my friend simply repeated. "No, by seeing her, by the way she looked." "At you, do you mean? So wickedly?" "Dear me, no. I could have borne that. She gave me never a glance. She only fixed the child." Mrs. Gross tried to see it. "Fixed her? Ah, with such awful eyes!" She stared at mine as if they might really have resembled them. "Do you mean of dislike?" "God help us, no! Of something much worse." Worse than dislike? This left her indeed at a loss. "With a determination indescribable. With a kind of fury of intention." I made her turn pale. "Intention? To get hold of her." Mrs. Gross, her eyes just lingering on mine, gave a shudder and walked to the window, and while she stood there looking out I completed my statement. "That's what Flora knows." After a little she turned round. "The person was in black, you say?" "In mourning, rather poor, almost shabby, but yes, with extraordinary beauty." I now recognized to what I had at last, stroke by stroke, brought the victim of my confidence, for she quite visibly weighed this. "Oh, handsome, very, very," I insisted. "Wonderfully handsome, but infamous." She slowly came back to me. Miss Jessel was infamous. She once more took my hand in both her own, holding it as tight as if to fortify me against the increase of alarm I might draw from this disclosure. "They were both infamous," she finally said. So for a little we faced it once more together, and I found absolutely a degree of help in seeing it now so straight. "I appreciate," I said, "the great decency of your not having hitherto spoken, but the time has certainly come to give me the whole thing." She appeared to assent to this, but still only in silence, seeing which I went on. "I must have it now. Of what did she die? Come, there was something between them." "There was everything." "In spite of the difference?" "Oh, of their rank, their condition." She brought it woefully out. "She was a lady." I turned it over. I again saw. Yes, she was a lady. "And he so dreadfully below," said Mrs. Gross. I felt that I doubtless needn't press too hard in such company on the place of a servant in the scale, but there was nothing to prevent an acceptance of my companion's own measure of my predecessor's abasement. There was a way to deal with that, and I dealt, the more readily for my full vision, on the evidence of our employer's late clever, good-looking own man, impudent, assured, spoiled, depraved. The fellow was a hound. Mrs. Gross considered as if it were perhaps a little case for a sense of shades. "I've never seen one like him. He did what he wished." With her? With them all. It was as if now in my friend's own eyes Miss Jessel had again appeared. I seemed at any rate for an instant to see their evocation of her as distinctly as I had seen her by the pond, and I brought out with decision, "It must have been also what she wished." Mrs. Gross's face signified that it had been indeed, but she said at the same time, "Poor woman, she paid for it." "Then you do know what she died of?" I asked. "No, I know nothing. I wanted not to know. I was glad enough I didn't, and I thanked heaven she was well out of this." "Yet you had then your idea—" "Of her real reason for leaving? Oh yes, as to that. She couldn't have stayed. Fancy it here, for a governess. And afterward I imagined, and I still imagine. And what I imagine is dreadful." "Not so dreadful as what I do," I replied, on which I must have shown her, as I was indeed but too conscious, a front of miserable defeat. It brought out again all her compassion for me, and at the renewed touch of her kindness my power to resist broke down. I burst, as I had the other time made her burst, into tears. She took me to her motherly breast, and my lamentation overflowed. "I don't do it," I sobbed in despair. "I don't save or shield them. It's far worse than I dreamed. They're lost. Chapter 8. What I had said to Mrs. Gross was true enough. There were in the matter I had put before her depths and possibilities that I lacked resolution to sound; so that when we met once more in the wonder of it, we were of a common mind about the duty of resistance to extravagant fancies. We were to keep our heads if we should keep nothing else, difficult indeed as that might be in the face of what, in our prodigious experience, was least to be questioned. Late that night, while the house slept, we had another talk in my room, when she went all the way with me as to its being beyond doubt that I had seen exactly what I had seen. To hold her perfectly in the pinch of that, I found I had only to ask her how, if I had made it up, I came to be able to give, of each of the persons appearing to me, a picture disclosing to the last detail their special marks, a portrait on the exhibition of which she had instantly recognized and named them. She wished, of course, small blame to her, to sink the whole subject, and I was quick to assure her that my own interest in it had now violently taken the form of a search for the way to escape from it. I encountered her on the ground of a probability that with recurrence for recurrence we took for granted I should get used to my danger, distinctly professing that my personal exposure had suddenly become the least of my discomforts. It was my new suspicion that was intolerable, and yet even to this complication the later hours of the day had brought a little ease. On leaving her, after my first outbreak, I had of course returned to my pupils, associating the right remedy for my dismay with that sense of their charm which I had already found to be a thing I could positively cultivate, and which had never failed me yet. I had simply, in other words, plunged afresh into Flora's special society, and there become aware, it was almost a luxury, that she could put her little conscious hand straight upon the spot that ached. She had looked at me in sweet speculation, and then had accused me to my face of having cried. I had supposed I had brushed away the ugly signs, but I could literally, for the time at all events, rejoice under this fathomless charity that they had not entirely disappeared. To gaze into the depths of blue of the child's eyes and pronounce their loveliness a trick of premature cunning was to be guilty of a cynicism in preference to which I naturally preferred to abjure my judgment and, so far as might be, my agitation. I couldn't abjure for merely wanting it, but I could repeat to Mrs. Gross, as I did there over and over in the small hours, that with their voices in the air, their pressure on one's heart, and their fragrant faces against one's cheek, everything fell to the ground but their incapacity and their beauty. It was a pity that somehow, to settle this once for all, I had equally to re-enumerate the signs of subtlety that in the afternoon by the lake had made a miracle of my show of self-possession. It was a pity to be obliged to re-investigate the certitude of the moment itself, and repeat how it had come to me as a revelation that the inconceivable communion I then surprised was a matter, for either party, of habit. It was a pity that I should have had to quaver out again the reasons for my not having in my delusion so much as questioned that the little girl saw our visitant even as I actually saw Mrs. Gross herself, and that she wanted by just so much as she did thus see to make me suppose she didn't, and at the same time, without showing anything, arrive at a guess as to whether I myself did. It was a pity that I needed once more to describe the portentous little activity by which she sought to divert my attention, the perceptible increase of movement, the greater intensity of play, the singing, the gabbling of nonsense, and the invitation to romp. Yet, if I had not indulged, to prove there was nothing in it, in this review, I should have missed the 2 or 3 dim elements of comfort that still remained to me. I should not, for instance, have been able to asseverate to my friend that I was certain, which was so much to the good, that I, at least, had not betrayed myself. I should not have been prompted, by stress of need, by desperation of mind, I scarce know what to call it, to invoke such further aid to intelligence as might spring from pushing my colleague fairly to the wall. She had told me, bit by bit, under pressure, a great deal. But a small shifty spot on the wrong side of it all still sometimes brushed my brow like the wing of a bat, and I remember how on this occasion, for the sleeping house and the concentration alike of our danger and our watch seemed to help, I felt the importance of giving the last jerk to the curtain. "I don't believe anything so horrible," I recollect saying. "No, let us put it definitely, my dear, that I don't. But if I did, you know there's a thing I should require now, just without sparing you the least bit more not a scrap, come to get out of you. What was it you had in mind when, in our distress before Miles came back, over the letter from his school, you said, under my insistence, that you didn't pretend for him that he had not literally ever been bad? He has not literally ever, in these weeks that I myself have lived with him, and so closely watched him. He has been an imperturbable little prodigy of delight, lovable goodness. Therefore you might perfectly have made the claim for him if you had not, as it happened, seen an exception to take. What was your exception, and to what passage in your personal observation of him did you refer?" It was a dreadfully austere inquiry, but levity was not our note, and at any rate, before the grey dawn admonished us to separate, I had got my answer. What my friend had had in mind proved to be immensely to the purpose. It was neither more nor less than the circumstance that for a period of several months Quint and the boy had been perpetually together. It was, in fact, the very appropriate truth that she had ventured to criticize the propriety, to hint at the incongruity of so close an alliance, and even to go so far on the subject as a frank overture to Miss Jessel. Miss Jessel had, with a most strange manner, requested her to mind her business, and the good woman had, on this, directly approached little Miles. What she had said to him, since I pressed, was that she liked to see young gentlemen not forget their station. I pressed again, of course, at this. "You reminded him that Quint was only a base menial?" "As you might say, and it was his answer for one thing that was bad." "And for another thing?" I waited. "He repeated your words to Quint?" "No, not that. It's just what he wouldn't." She could still impress upon me. "I was sure, at any rate," she added, "that he didn't, but he denied certain occasions." "What occasions?" "When they had been about together quite as if Quint were his tutor, and a very grand one, and Miss Jessel only for the little lady. When he had gone off with the fellow, I mean, and spent hours with him." "He then prevaricated about it. He said he hadn't?" Her assent was clear enough to cause me to add in a moment, "I see. He lied." "Oh," Mrs. Gross mumbled. This was a suggestion that it didn't matter, which indeed she backed up by a further remark. "You see, after all, Miss Jessel didn't mind. She didn't forbid him." I considered. "Did he put that to you as a justification?" At this she dropped again. "No, he never spoke of it." "Never mentioned her in connection with Quint?" She saw, visibly flushing, where I was coming out. "Well, he didn't show anything. He denied," she repeated. "He denied." Lord, how I pressed her now. "So that you could see he knew what was between the two wretches?" "I don't know, I don't know," the poor woman groaned. "You do know, you dear thing," I replied, "only you haven't my dreadful boldness of mind, and you keep it back, out of timidity and modesty and delicacy, even the impression that in the past, when you had, without my aid, to flounder about in silence, most of all made you miserable. But I shall get it out of you yet. There was something in the boy that suggested to you," I continued, "that he covered and concealed their relation." "Oh, he couldn't prevent—" "Your learning the truth? I dare say. But heavens!" I fell with vehemence a thinking, what it shows that they must to that extent have succeeded in making of him. "Ah, nothing that's not nice now," Mrs. Gross lugubriously pleaded. "I don't wonder you looked queer," I persisted, "when I mentioned to you the letter from his school." "I doubt if I looked as queer as you," she retorted with homely force. "And if he was so bad then, as that comes to, how is he such an angel now?" "Yes, indeed. And if he was a fiend at school, how?" "Well," I said, in my torment, "you must put it to me again. But I shall not be able to tell you for some days. Only put it to me again," I cried, in a way that made my friend stare. "There are directions in which I must not for the present let myself go." Meanwhile I returned to her first example, the one to which she had just previously referred, of the boy's happy capacity for an occasional slip. If Quint, on your remonstrance at the time you speak of, was a base menial, one of the things Miles said to you, I find myself guessing, was that you were another. Again her admission was so adequate that I continued, "And you forgave him that?" "Wouldn't you?" "Oh, yes." And we exchanged there in the stillness a sound of the oddest amusement. Then I went on. "At all events, while he was with the man, Miss Flora was with the woman. It suited them all." "It suited me too. I felt only too well, by which I mean that it suited exactly the particularly deadly view I was in the very act of forbidding myself to entertain. But I so far succeeded in checking the expression of this view that I will throw, just here, no further light on it than may be offered by the mention of my final observation to Mrs. Gross. His having lied and been impudent are, I confess, less engaging specimens than I had hoped to have from you of the outbreak in him of the little natural man. Still, I mused, they must do, for they make me feel more than ever that I must watch. It made me blush the next minute to see in my friend's face how much more unreservedly she had forgiven him than her anecdote struck me as presenting to my own tenderness an occasion for doing. This came out when, at the schoolroom door, she quitted me. "Surely you don't accuse him?" "Of carrying on an intercourse that he conceals from me? Ah, remember that until further evidence I now accuse nobody." Then, before shutting her out to go by another passage to her own place, "I must just wait," I wound up. Part 20 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. Part 20, The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James, Chapters 9 and 10. I waited and waited, and the days, as they elapsed, took something from my consternation. A very few of them, in fact, passing in constant sight of my pupils without a fresh incident, sufficed to give to grievous fancies, and even to odious memories, a kind of brush of the sponge. I have spoken of the surrender to their extraordinary childish grace as a thing I could actively cultivate, and it may be imagined, if I neglected now to address myself to this source for whatever it would yield. Stranger than I can express, certainly, was the effort to struggle against my new lights. It would doubtless have been, however, a greater tension still had it not been so frequently successful. I used to ponder how my little charges could help guessing that I thought strange things about them, and the circumstances that these things only made them more interesting was not by itself a direct aid to keeping them in the dark. I trembled lest they should see that they were so immensely more interesting. Putting things at the worst, at all events, as in meditation I so often did, any clouding of their innocence could only be, blameless and foredoomed as they were, a reason the more for taking risks. There were moments when, by an irresistible impulse, I found myself catching them up and pressing them to my heart. As soon as I had done so, I used to say to myself, "What will they think of that? Doesn't it betray too much?" It would have been easy to get into a sad, wild tangle about how much I might betray, but the real account, I feel, of the hours of peace that I could still enjoy was that the immediate charm of my companions was a beguilement still effective even under the shadow of the possibility that it was studied. For if it occurred to me that I might occasionally excite suspicion by the little outbreaks of my sharper passion for them, so too I remember wondering if I mightn't see a queerness in the traceable increase of their own demonstrations. They were at this period extravagantly and preternaturally fond of me, which, after all I could reflect, was no more than a graceful response in children perpetually bowed over and hugged. The homage of which they were so lavish succeeded, in truth, for my nerves quite as well as if I never appeared to myself, as I may say, literally to catch them at a purpose in it. They had never, I think, wanted to do so many things for their poor protectress. I mean, though they got their lessons better and better, which was naturally what would please her most, in the way of diverting, entertaining, surprising her, reading her passages, telling her stories, acting her charades, pouncing out at her in disguises as animals and historical characters, and above all astonishing her by the pieces they had secretly got by heart and could interminably recite. I should never get to the bottom, were I to let myself go even now, of the prodigious private commentary, all under still more private correction, with which in these days I overscored their full hours. They had shown me from the first a facility for everything, a general faculty which, taking a fresh start, achieved remarkable flights. They got their little tasks as if they loved them, and indulged, from the mere exuberance of the gift, in the most unimposed little miracles of memory. They not only popped out at me as tigers and as Romans, but as Shakespeareans, astronomers, and navigators. This was so singularly the case that it had presumably much to do with the fact, as to which, at the present day, I am at a loss for a different explanation. I allude to my unnatural composure on the subject of another school for miles. What I remember is that I was content not, for the time, to open the question, and that contentment must have sprung from the sense of his perpetually striking show of cleverness. He was too clever for a bad governess, for a parson's daughter, to spoil. And the strangest, if not the brightest thread in the pensive embroidery I just spoke of was the impression I might have got, if I had dared to work it out, that he was under some influence operating in his small intellectual life as a tremendous incitement. If it was easy to reflect, however, that such a boy could postpone school, it was at least as marked that for such a boy to have been kicked out by a schoolmaster was a mystification without end. Let me add that in their company now, and I was careful almost never to be out of it, I could follow no scent very far. We lived in a cloud of music and love and success and private theatricals. The musical sense in each of the children was of the quickest, but the elder in especial had a marvellous knack of catching and repeating. The schoolroom piano broke into all gruesome fancies, and when that failed there were confabulations in corners, with a sequel of one of them going out in the highest spirits in order to come in as something new. I had had brothers myself, and it was no revelation to me that little girls could be slavish idolaters of little boys. What surpassed everything was that there was a little boy in the world who could have for the inferior age, sex, and intelligence so fine a consideration. They were extraordinarily at one, and to say that they never either quarrelled or complained is to make the note of praise coarse for their quality of sweetness. Sometimes, indeed, when I dropped into coarseness, I perhaps came across traces of little understandings between them, by which one of them would keep me occupied, while the other slipped away. There is a naive side, I suppose, in all diplomacy, but if my pupils practised upon me, it was surely with the minimum of grossness. It was all in the other quarter that after a lull the grossness broke out. I find that I really hang back, but I must take my plunge. In going on with the record of what was hideous at Bly, I not only challenge the most liberal faith, for which I little care, but, and this is another matter, I renew what I myself suffered, I again push my way through it to the end. There came suddenly an hour after which, as I look back, the affair seems to me to have been all pure suffering. But I have at least reached the heart of it, and the straightest road out is doubtless to advance. One evening, with nothing to lead up or to prepare it, I felt the cold touch of the impression that had breathed on me the night of my arrival, and which, much lighter then, as I have mentioned, I should probably have made little of in memory had my subsequent sojourn been less agitated. I had not gone to bed. I sat reading by a couple of candles. There was a roomful of old books at Bly, last century fiction some of it, which to the extent of a distinctly deprecated renown, but never to so much as that of a stray specimen, had reached the sequestered home and appealed to the unavowed curiosity of my youth. I remember that the book I had in my hand was Fielding's Amelia, also that I was wholly awake. I recall further both a general conviction that it was horribly late, and a particular objection to looking at my watch. I figure finally that the white curtain draping, in the fashion of those days, the head of Flora's little bed, shrouded, as I had assured myself long before, the perfection of childish rest. I recollect, in short, that, though I was deeply interested in my author, I found myself at the turn of a page, and with his spell all scattered, looking straight up from him, and hard at the door of my room. There was a moment during which I listened, reminded of the faint sense I had had the first night of there being something undefinably astir in the house, and noted the soft breath of the open casement just move the half-drawn blind. Then, with all the marks of a deliberation that must have seemed magnificent had there been any one to admire it, I laid down my book, rose to my feet, and, taking a candle, went straight out of the room, and from the passage on which my light made little impression, noiselessly closed and locked the door. I can say now neither what determined nor what guided me, but I went straight along the lobby, holding my candle high, till I came within sight of the tall window that presided over the great turn of the staircase. At this point I precipitately found myself aware of three things. They were practically simultaneous, yet they had flashes of succession. My candle, under a bold flourish, went out, and I perceived, by the uncovered window, that the yielding dusk of earliest morning rendered it unnecessary. Without it, the next instant, I saw that there was some one on the stair. I speak of sequence, but I required no lapse of seconds to stiffen myself for a third encounter with Quint. The apparition had reached the landing half-way up, and was therefore on the spot nearest the window, where, at sight of me, it stopped short and fixed me exactly as it had fixed me from the tower and from the garden. He knew me as well as I knew him, and so, in the cold, faint twilight, with a glimmer in the high glass and another on the polish of the oak stair below, we faced each other in our common intensity. He was absolutely, on this occasion, a living, detestable, dangerous presence. But that was not the wonder of wonders. I reserve this distinction for quite another circumstance, the circumstance that dread had unmistakably quitted me, and that there was nothing in me there that didn't meet and measure him. I had plenty of anguish after that extraordinary moment, but I had, thank God, no terror. And I knew I had not. I found myself at the end of an instant magnificently aware of this. I felt in a fierce rigour of confidence that if I stood my ground a minute I should cease, for the time at least, to have him to reckon with. And during the minute, accordingly, the thing was as human and hideous as a real interview. hideous just because it was human, as human as to have met alone in the small hours in a sleeping house some enemy, some adventurer, some criminal. It was the dead silence of our long gaze at such close quarters that gave the whole horror, huge as it was, its only note of the unnatural. If I had met a murderer in such a place and at such an hour, we still at least would have spoken. Something would have passed, in life, between us. If nothing had passed, one of us would have moved. The moment was so prolonged that it would have taken but little more to make me doubt if even I were in life. I can't express what followed it, save by saying that the silence itself, which was indeed in a manner an attestation of my strength, became the element into which I saw the figure disappear; in which I definitely saw it turn as I might have seen the low wretch to which it had once belonged turn on receipt of an order, and pass, with my eyes on the villainous back that no hunch could have more disfigured, straight down the staircase and into the darkness in which the next bend was lost. Chapter 10. I remained a while at the top of the stair, but with the effect presently of understanding that when my visitor had gone, he had gone. Then I returned to my room. The foremost thing I saw there by the light of the candle I had left burning was that Flora's little bed was empty; and on this I caught my breath with all the terror that 5 minutes before I had been able to resist. I dashed at the place in which I had left her lying, and over which, for the small silk counterpane and the sheets were disarranged, the white curtains had been deceivingly pulled forward. Then my step, to my unutterable relief, produced an answering sound. I perceived an agitation of the window blind, and the child, ducking down, emerged rosily from the other side of it. She stood there in so much of her candour, and so little of her nightgown, with her pink bare feet and the golden glow of her curls. She looked intensely grave, and I had never had such a sense of losing an advantage acquired, the thrill of which had just been so prodigious, as on my consciousness that she addressed me with a reproach. "You naughty! Where have you been?" instead of challenging her own irregularity. I found myself arraigned and explaining. She herself explained, for that matter, with the loveliest, eagerest simplicity. She had known suddenly, as she lay there, that I was out of the room, and had jumped up to see what had become of me. I had dropped, with the joy of her reappearance, back into my chair, feeling, then and only then, a little faint; and she had pattered straight over to me, thrown herself upon my knee, given herself to be held, with the flame of the candle full in the wonderful little face that was still flushed with sleep. I remember closing my eyes an instant, yieldingly, consciously, as before the excess of something beautiful that shone out of the blue of her own. "You were looking for me out of the window," I said. "You thought I might be walking in the grounds?" "Well, you know, I thought some one was." She never blanched as she smiled out that at me. Oh, how I looked at her now! "And did you see any one?" "Ah, no," she returned, almost with the full privilege of childish inconsequence, resentfully, though with a long sweetness in her little drawl of the negative. At that moment, in the state of my nerves, I absolutely believed she lied, and if I once more closed my eyes it was before the dazzle of the 3 or 4 possible ways in which I might take this up. One of these, for a moment, tempted me with such singular intensity that, to withstand it, I must have gripped my little girl with a spasm that, wonderfully, she submitted to without a cry or a sign of fright. Why not break out at her on the spot and have it all over? Give it to her straight in her lovely little lighted face. You see, you know that you do, and that you already quite suspect I believe it. Therefore, why not frankly confess it to me, so that we may at least live with it together, and learn perhaps in the strangeness of our fate where we are and what it means?" This solicitation dropped, alas, as it came. If I could immediately have succumbed to it, I might have spared myself well, you'll see what. Instead of succumbing, I sprang again to my feet, looked at her bed, and took a helpless middle way. "Why did you pull the curtain over the place to make me think you were still there?" Flora luminously considered. After which, with her little divine smile, "Because I don't like to frighten you." "But if I had, by your idea, gone out—" She absolutely declined to be puzzled. She turned her eyes to the flame of the candle, as if the question were as irrelevant, or at any rate as impersonal, as Mrs. Marcet or 9 times 9. "Oh, but you know," she quite adequately answered, "that you might come back, you dear, and that you have." And after a little, when she had gone into bed, I had for a long time, by almost sitting on her to hold her hand, to prove that I recognized the pertinence of my return. You may imagine the general complexion, from that moment, of my nights. I repeatedly sat up till I didn't know when. I selected moments when my room-mate unmistakably slept, and, stealing out, took noiseless turns in the passage, and even pushed as far as to where I had last met Quint. But I never met him there again, and I may as well say at once that I on no other occasion saw him in the house. I just missed, on the staircase, on the other hand, a different adventure. Looking down it from the top, I once recognized the presence of a woman seated on one of the lower steps, with her back presented to me, her body half bowed, and her head in an attitude of woe, in her hands. I had been there but an instant, however, when she vanished without looking round at me. I knew, none the less, exactly what dreadful face she had to show, and I wondered whether, if instead of being above I had been below, I should have had, for going up, the same nerve I had lately shown Quint. Well, there continued to be plenty of chance for nerve. On the 11th night after my latest encounter with that gentleman, they were all numbered now, I had an alarm that perilously skirted it, and that indeed, from the particular quality of its unexpectedness, proved quite my sharpest shock. It was precisely the first night during this series that, weary with watching, I had felt that I might again, without laxity, lay myself down at my old hour. I slept immediately, and, as I afterward knew, till about 1 o'clock. But when I woke it was to sit straight up, as completely roused as if a hand had shook me. I had left a light burning, but it was now out, and I felt an instant certainty that Flora had extinguished it. This brought me to my feet, and straight in the darkness to her bed, which I found she had left. A glance at the window enlightened me further, and the striking of a match completed the picture. The child had again got up, this time blowing out the taper, and had again, for some purpose of observation or response, squeezed in behind the blind, and was peering out into the night. That she now saw, as she had not, I had satisfied myself the previous time, was proved to me by the fact that she was disturbed neither by my re-illumination nor by the haste I made to get into slippers and into a wrap. Hidden, protected, absorbed, she evidently rested on the sill, the casement opened forward, and gave herself up. There was a great still moon to help her, and this fact had counted in my quick decision. She was face to face with the apparition we had met at the lake, and could now communicate with it as she had not then been able to do. What I, on my side, had to care for was, without disturbing her, to reach, from the corridor, some other window in the same quarter. I got to the door without her hearing me. I got out of it, closed it, and listened, from the other side, for some sound from her. While I stood in the passage I had my eyes on her brother's door, which was but 10 steps off, and which indescribably produced in me a renewal of the strange impulse that I lately spoke of as my temptation. What if I should go straight in and march to his window? What if, by risking to his boyish bewilderment a revelation of my motive, I might throw across the rest of the mystery the long halter of my boldness. This thought held me sufficiently to make me cross to his threshold and pause again. I preternaturally listened. I figured to myself what might portentously be. I wondered if his bed were also empty, and he too were secretly at watch. It was a deep, soundless minute, at the end of which my impulse failed. He was quiet. He might be innocent. The risk was hideous. I turned away. There was a figure in the grounds, a figure prowling for a sight, the visitor with whom Flora was engaged. But it was not the visitor most concerned with my boy. I hesitated afresh, but on other grounds, and only for a few seconds. Then I had made my choice. There were empty rooms at Bligh, and it was only a question of choosing the right one. The right one suddenly presented itself to me as the lower one, though high above the gardens, in the solid corner of the house that I have spoken of as the Old Tower. This was a large square chamber, arranged with some state as a bedroom, the extravagant size of which made it so inconvenient that it had not for years, though kept by Mrs. Gross in exemplary order, been occupied. I had often admired it, and I knew my way about in it. I had only, after just faltering at the first chill gloom of its disuse, to pass across it and unbolt as quietly as I could one of the shutters. Achieving this transit, I uncovered the glass without a sound, and, applying my face to the pane, was able, the darkness without being much less than within, to see that I commanded the right direction. Then I saw something more. The moon made the night extraordinarily penetrable, and showed me on the lawn a person, diminished by distance, who stood there motionless, and as if fascinated, looking up to where I had appeared, looking, that is, not so much straight at me as at something that was apparently above me. There was clearly another person above me. There was a person on the tower. But the presence on the lawn was not in the least what I had conceived, and had confidently hurried to meet. The presence on the lawn, I felt sick as I made it out, was poor little Miles himself. End of Part 20. Part 21 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. Part 21, The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James, Chapters 11 and 12. It was not till late next day that I spoke to Mrs. Gross, the rigour with which I kept my pupils in sight making it often difficult to meet her privately, and the more as we each felt the importance of not provoking, on the part of the servants quite as much as on that of the children, any suspicion of a secret flurry or that of a discussion of mysteries. I drew a great security in this particular from her mere smooth aspect. There was nothing in her fresh face to pass on to others my horrible confidences. She believed me, I was sure, absolutely. If she hadn't, I don't know what would have become of me, for I couldn't have borne the business alone. But she was a magnificent monument to the blessing of a want of imagination, and if she could see in our little charges nothing but their beauty and amiability, their happiness and cleverness, she had no direct communication with the sources of my trouble. If they had been at all visibly blighted or battered, she would doubtless have grown, on tracing it back, haggard enough to match them. As matters stood, however, I could feel her, when she surveyed them, with her large white arms folded, and the habit of serenity in all her look, thank the Lord's mercy that if they were ruined the pieces would still serve. Flights of fancy gave place in her mind to a steady fireside glow, and I had already begun to perceive how, with the development of the conviction that, as time went on without a public accident, our young things could, after all, look out for themselves, she addressed her greatest solicitude to the sad case presented by their instructress. That, for myself, was a sound simplification. I could engage that to the world my face should tell no tales, but it would have been in the conditions an immense added strain to find myself anxious about hers. At the hour I now speak of she had joined me, under pressure, on the terrace, where, with the lapse of the season, the afternoon sun was now agreeable; and we sat there together, while before us, at a distance, but within call if we wished, the children strolled to and fro in one of their most manageable moods. They moved slowly, in unison, below us, over the lawn, the boy, as they went, reading aloud from a story book and passing his arm around his sister to keep her quite in touch. Mrs. Gross watched them with a positive placidity. Then I caught the suppressed intellectual creak with which she conscientiously turned to take from me a view of the back of the tapestry. I had made her a receptacle of lurid things, but there was an odd recognition of my superiority, my accomplishments and my function, in her patience under my pain. She offered her mind to my disclosures as, had I wished to mix a witch's broth and proposed it with assurance, she would have held out a large clean saucepan. This had become thoroughly her attitude by the time that, in my recital of the events of the night, I reached the point of what Miles had said to me when, after seeing him, at such a monstrous hour, almost on the very spot where he happened now to be, I had gone down to bring him in. Choosing then, at the window, with a concentrated need of not alarming the house, rather that method than a signal more resonant. I had left her meanwhile in little doubt of my small hope of representing with success even to her actual sympathy my sense of the real splendour of the little inspiration with which, after I had got him into the house, the boy met my final articulate challenge. As soon as I appeared in the moonlight on the terrace, he had come to me as straight as possible. On which I had taken his hand without a word, and led him, through the dark spaces, up the staircase where Quint had so hungrily hovered for him, along the lobby where I had listened and trembled, and so to his forsaken room. Not a sound on the way had passed between us, and I had wondered, oh, how I had wondered, if he were groping about in his little mind for something plausible and not too grotesque. It would tax his invention, certainly, and I felt, this time, over his real embarrassment, a curious thrill of triumph. It was a sharp trap for the inscrutable. He couldn't play any longer at innocence, so how the deuce would he get out of it? There beat in me, indeed, with the passionate throb of this question, an equal dumb appeal as to how the deuce I should. I was confounded at last as never yet with all the risk attached even now to sounding my own horrid note. I remember, in fact, that as we pushed into his little chamber, where the bed had not been slept in at all, and the window, uncovered to the moonlight, made the place so clear that there was no need of striking a match, I remember how I suddenly sank upon the edge of the bed from the force of the idea that he must know how he really, as they say, had me. He could do what he liked, with all his cleverness to help him, so long as I should continue to defer to the old tradition of the criminality, of those caretakers of the young who minister to superstitions and fears. He had me, indeed, and in a cleft stick, for who would ever absolve me, who would consent that I should go unhung, if by the faintest tremor of an overture I were the first to introduce into our perfect intercourse an element so dire? No, no. It was useless to attempt to convey to Mrs. Gross, just as it is scarcely less so to attempt to suggest here, how, in our short, stiff brush in the dark, he fairly shook me with admiration. I was, of course, thoroughly kind and merciful. Never, never yet had I placed on his little shoulders hands of such tenderness as those with which, while I rested against the bed, I held him there well under fire. I had no alternative, but in form at least, to put it to him. "You must tell me now, and all the truth. What did you go out for? What were you doing there?" I can still see his wonderful smile, the whites of his beautiful eyes, and the uncovering of his little teeth shine to me in the dusk. "If I tell you why, will you understand?" My heart, at this, leaped into my mouth. Would he tell me why? I found no sound on my lips to press it, and I was aware of replying only with a vague, repeated, grimacing nod. He was gentleness itself, and while I wagged my head at him he stood there more than ever a little fairy prince. It was his brightness indeed that gave me a respite. Would it be so great if he were really going to tell me? "Well," he said at last, "just exactly in order that you should do this." "Do what?" "Think me, for a change, bad." I shall never forget the sweetness and gaiety with which he brought out the word, nor how, on top of it, he bent forward and kissed me. It was practically the end of everything. I met his kiss, and I had to make, while I folded him for a minute in my arms, the most stupendous effort not to cry. He had given exactly the account of himself that permitted least of my going behind it, and it was only with the effect of confirming my acceptance of it that, as I presently glanced about the room, I could say, "Then you didn't undress at all?" He fairly glittered in the gloom. "Not at all. I sat up and read." "And when did you go down?" "At midnight. When I'm bad, I am bad." "I see. It's charming. But how could you be sure I would know it?" "Oh, I arranged that with Flora." His answers rang out with a readiness. "She was to get up and look out." "Which is what she did do." "It was I who fell into the trap." "So she disturbed you, and to see what she was looking at, you also looked. You saw." "While you," I concurred, "caught your death in the night air." He literally bloomed so from this exploit that he could afford radiantly to assent. "How otherwise should I have been bad enough?" he asked. Then, after another embrace, the incident and our interview closed on my recognition of all the reserves of goodness that for his joke he had been able to draw upon. Chapter XII. The particular impression I had received proved in the morning light, I repeat, not quite successfully presentable to Mrs. Gross, though I reinforced it with the mention of still another remark that he had made before we separated. "It all lies in half a dozen words," I said to her, "words that really settle the matter. 'Think you know what I might do?'" He threw that off to show me how good he is. He knows down to the ground what he might do. That's what he gave them a taste of at school. "Lord, you do change!" cried my friend. "I don't change. I simply make it out. The four, depend upon it, perpetually meet. If on either of these last nights you had been with either child, you would clearly have understood. The more I've watched and waited, the more I've felt that if there were nothing else to make it sure it would be made so by the systematic silence of each. Never by a slip of the tongue have they so much as alluded to either of their old friends, any more than Miles has alluded to his expulsion. Oh yes, we may sit here and look at them, and they may show off to us there to their fill, but even while they pretend to be lost in their fairy tale, they're steeped in their vision of the dead restored. He's not reading to her, I declared. They're talking of them. They're talking horrors. I go on, I know, as if I were crazy, and it's a wonder I'm not. What I've seen would have made you so, but it has only made me more lucid, made me get hold of still other things. My lucidity must have seemed awful, but the charming creatures who were victims of it, passing and repassing in their interlocked sweetness, gave my colleague something to hold on by, and I felt how tight she held as, without stirring in the breath of my passion, she covered them still with her eyes. "Of what other things have you got hold?" "Why, of all the very things that have delighted, fascinated, and yet at bottom, as I now so strangely see, mystified and troubled me. Their more than earthly beauty, their absolutely unnatural goodness. It's a game," I went on. "It's a policy and a fraud." "On the part of the little darlings?" "As yet mere lovely babies? Yes, mad as it seems. The very act of bringing it out really helped me to trace it, follow it all up and piece it all together. They haven't been good, they've only been absent. It has been easy to live with them because they're simply leading a life of their own. They're not mine, they're not ours, they're his, and they're hers." "Quint's and that woman's?" "Quint's and that woman's. They want to get to them." Oh, how at this poor Mrs. Gross appeared to study them. "But for what?" "For the love of all the evil that, in those dreadful days, the pair put into them. And to ply them with that evil still, to keep up the work of demons, is what brings the others back." "Laws!" said my friend under her breath. The exclamation was homely, but it revealed a real acceptance of my further proof of what, in the bad time for there had been a worse even than this must have occurred. There could have been no such justification for me as the plain assent of her experience to whatever depth of depravity I found creditable in our brace of scoundrels. It was in obvious submission of memory that she brought out after a moment. "They were rascals. But what can they now do?" she pursued. "Do?" I echoed so loud that Miles and Flora, as they passed at their distance, paused an instant in their walk and looked at us. "Don't they do enough?" I demanded in a lower tone, while the children, having smiled and nodded and kissed hands to us, resumed their exhibition. We were held by it a minute, then I answered, "They can destroy them." At this my companion did turn, but the inquiry she launched was a silent one, the effect of which was to make me more explicit. They don't know, as yet, quite how, but they're trying hard. They're seen only across, as it were, and beyond, in strange places and on high places, the top of towers, the roof of houses, the outside of windows, the further edge of pools. But there's a deep design on either side to shorten the distance and overcome the obstacle. And the success of the tempters is only a question of time. They've only to keep to their suggestions of danger. For the children to come? And perish in the attempt. Mrs. Gross slowly got up, and I scrupulously added, "Unless, of course, we can prevent." Standing there before me while I kept my seat, she visibly turned things over. Their uncle must do the preventing. He must take them away. And who's to make him? She had been scanning the distance, but she now dropped on me a foolish face. "You, miss." "By writing to him that his house is poisoned and his little nephew and niece mad?" "But if they are, miss?" "And if I am myself, you mean? That's charming news to be sent him by a governess whose prime undertaking was to give him no worry." Mrs. Gross considered, following the children again. "Yes, he do hate worry. That was the great reason—" "Why those fiends took him in so long? No doubt, though his indifference must have been awful. As I'm not a fiend, at any rate, I shouldn't take him in." My companion, after an instant and for an answer, sat down again and grasped my arm. "Make him at any rate come to you." I stared. "To me?" I had a sudden fear of what she might do. "Him?" "He ought to be here. He ought to help." I quickly rose, and I think I must have shown her a queerer face than ever yet. "You see me asking him for a visit?" No, with her eyes on my face she evidently couldn't. Instead of it even, as a woman reads another, she could see what I myself saw, his derision, his amusement, his contempt for the breakdown of my resignation at being left alone, and for the fine machinery I had set in motion to attract his attention to my slighted charms. She didn't know, no one knew, how proud I had been to serve him and to stick to our terms. Yet she none the less took the measure, I think, of the warning I now gave her. If you should so lose your head as to appeal to him for me—" She was really frightened. "Yes, miss? I would leave on the spot, both him and you." Part 21. Part 22 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 22, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, Chapters 13 and 14. It was all very well to join them, but speaking to them proved quite as much as ever an effort beyond my strength. Offered in close quarters difficulties as insurmountable as before. This situation continued a month, and with new aggravations and particular notes, the note above all, sharper and sharper, of the small ironic consciousness on the part of my pupils. It was not, I am as sure today as I was sure then, my mere infernal imagination. It was absolutely traceable that they were aware of my predicament, and that this strange relation made in a manner for a long time the air in which we moved. I don't mean that they had their tongues in their cheeks or did anything vulgar, for that was not one of their dangers. I do mean, on the other hand, that the element of the unnamed and untouched became, between us, greater than any other, and that so much avoidance could not have been so successfully effected without a great deal of tacit arrangement. It was as if, at moments, we were perpetually coming into sight of subjects before which we must stop short, turning suddenly out of alleys that we perceived to be blind, closing with a little bang that made us look at each other. For, like all bangs, it was something louder than we had intended. The doors we had indiscreetly opened. All roads lead to Rome, and there were times when it might have struck us that almost every branch of study or subject of conversation skirted forbidden ground. Forbidden ground was the question of the return of the dead in general, and of whatever in especial might survive in memory of the friends little children had lost. There were days when I could have sworn that one of them had, with a small invisible nudge, said to the other, "She thinks she'll do it this time, but she won't." To "do it" would have been to indulge, for instance, and for once in a way, in some direct reference to the lady who had prepared them for my discipline. They had a delightful, endless appetite for passages in my own history, to which I had again and again treated them. They were in possession of everything that had ever happened to me, had, with every circumstance, the story of my smallest adventures, and of those of my brothers and sisters, and of the cat and the dog at home, as well as many particulars of the eccentric nature of my father, of the furniture and arrangement of our house, and of the conversation of the old women of our village. There were things enough, taking one with another, to chatter about, and if one went very fast and knew by instinct when to go round. They pulled with an art of their own the strings of my invention and my memory, and nothing else perhaps, when I thought of such occasions afterward, gave me so the suspicion of being watched from under cover. It was in any case over my life, my past, and my friends alone that we could take anything like our ease, a state of affairs that led them sometimes, without the least pertinence, to break out into sociable reminders. I was invited, with no visible connection, to repeat afresh Goody Gosling's celebrated mot, or to confirm the details already supplied as to the cleverness of the vicarage pony. It was partly at such junctures as these, and partly at quite different ones, that, with the turn my matters now had taken, my predicament, as I have called it, grew more sensible. The fact that the days passed for me without another encounter ought, it would have appeared, to have done something toward soothing my nerves, since the light brush, that second night on the upper landing, of the presence of a woman at the foot of the stair, I had seen nothing, whether in or out of the house, that one had better not have seen. There was many a corner round which I expected to come upon Quint, and many a situation that, in a merely sinister way, would have favoured the appearance of Miss Jessel. The summer had turned, the summer had gone. The autumn had dropped upon Bly and had blown out half our lights. The place, with its grey sky and withered garlands, its bared spaces and scattered dead leaves, was like a theatre after the performance, all strewn with crumpled playbills. There were exactly states of the air, conditions of sound and of stillness, unspeakable impressions of the kind of ministering moment, that brought back to me, long enough to catch it, the feeling of the medium in which, that June evening out of doors, I had had my first sight of Quint, and in which, too, at those other instants, I had, after seeing him through the window, looked for him in vain in the circle of shrubbery. I recognized the signs, the portents. I recognized the moment, the spot. But they remained unaccompanied and empty, and I continued unmolested. If unmolested one could call a young woman whose sensibility had, in the most extraordinary fashion, not declined, but deepened. I had said, in my talk with Mrs. Gross on that horrid scene of Flora's by the lake, and had perplexed her by so saying, that it would from that moment distress me much more to lose my power than to keep it. I had then expressed what was vividly in my mind, the truth that whether the children really saw or not, since, that is, it was not yet definitely proved, I greatly preferred as a safeguard the fulness of my own exposure. I was ready to know the very worst that was to be known. What I had then had an ugly glimpse of was that my eyes might be sealed just while theirs were most opened. Well, my eyes were sealed, it appeared, at present, a consummation for which it seemed blasphemous not to thank God. There was, alas, a difficulty about that. I would have thanked him with all my soul had I not had in a proportionate measure this conviction of the secret of my pupils. How can I retrace to-day the strange steps of my obsession? There were times of our being together when I would have been ready to swear that, literally, in my presence, but with my direct sense of it closed, they had visitors who were known and were welcome. Then it was that had I not been deterred by the very chance that such an injury might prove greater than the injury to be averted, my exultation would have broken out. They're here, you little wretches, I would have cried, and you can't deny it now. The little wretches denied it with all the added volume of their sociability and their tenderness, in just the crystal depths of which, like the flash of a fish in a stream, the mockery of their advantage peeped up. The shock, in truth, had sunk into me still deeper than I knew on the night when, looking out to see either Quint or Miss Jessel under the stars, I had beheld the boy over whose rest I watched, and who had immediately brought in with him, had straightway there turned it on me, the lovely upward look with which, from the battlements above me, the hideous apparition of Quint had played. If it was a question of a scare, my discovery on this occasion had scared me more than any other, and it was in the condition of nerves produced by it that I made my actual inductions. They harassed me so that sometimes, at odd moments, I shut myself up audibly to rehearse — it was at once a fantastic relief and a renewed despair — the manner in which I might come to the point. I approached it from one side and the other, while in my room I flung myself about, but I always broke down in the monstrous utterance of names. As they died away on my lips, I said to myself that I should indeed help them to represent something infamous, if by pronouncing them I should violate as rare a little case of instinctive delicacy as any schoolroom probably had ever known. When I said to myself, "They have the manners to be silent, and you, trusted as you are, the baseness to speak," I felt myself crimson, and I covered my face with my hands. After these secret scenes I chattered more than ever, going on volubly enough till one of our prodigious palpable hushes occurred — I can call them nothing else — the strange dizzy lift or swim (I try for terms) into a stillness, a pause of all life, that had nothing to do with the more or less noise that at the moment we might be engaged in making, and that I could hear through any deepened exhilaration or quickened recitation or louder strum of the piano. Then it was that the others, the outsiders, were there. Though they were not angels, they passed, as the French say, causing me, while they stayed, to tremble with the fear of their addressing to their younger victims some yet more infernal message or more vivid image than they had thought good enough for myself. What it was most impossible to get rid of was the cruel idea that, whatever I had seen, Miles and Flora saw more. Things terrible and unguessable, and that sprang from dreadful passages of intercourse in the past. Such things naturally left on the surface for the time a chill which we vociferously denied that we felt, and we had, all three with repetition, got into such splendid training that we went each time, almost automatically, to mark the close of the incident through the very same movements. It was striking of the children, at all events, to kiss me inveterately with a kind of wild irrelevance, and never to fail, one or the other, of the precious question that had helped us through many a peril: "When do you think he will come? Don't you think we ought to write?" There was nothing like that inquiry, we found by experience, for carrying off an awkwardness. He, of course, was their uncle in Harley Street, and we lived in much profusion of theory that he might at any moment arrive to mingle in our circle. It was impossible to have given less encouragement than he had done to such a doctrine, but if we had not had the doctrine to fall back upon, we should have deprived each other of some of our finest exhibitions. He never wrote to them. That may have been selfish, but it was part of the flattery of his trust in me. For the way in which a man pays his highest tribute to a woman is apt to be but by the more festal celebration of one of the sacred laws of his comfort, and I held that I carried out the spirit of the pledge given not to appeal to him when I let my charges understand that their own letters were but charming literary exercises. They were too beautiful to be posted. I kept them myself. I have them all to this hour. This was a rule, indeed, which only added to the satiric effect of my being plied with the supposition that he might at any moment be among us. It was exactly as if my charges knew how almost more awkward than anything else that might be for me. There appears to me, moreover, as I look back, no note in all this more extraordinary than the mere fact that, in spite of my tension and of their triumph, I never lost patience with them. Adorable they must in truth have been, I now reflect, that I didn't in those days hate them. Would exasperation, however, if relief had longer been postponed, finally have betrayed me? It little matters, for relief arrived. I call it relief, though it was only the relief that a snap brings to a strain, or the burst of a thunderstorm to a day of suffocation. It was at least change, and it came with a rush. Chapter 14. Walking to church a certain Sunday morning, I had little Miles at my side, and his sister in advance of us and at Mrs. Groce's, well in sight. It was a crisp, clear day, the first of its order for some time. The night had brought a touch of frost, and the autumn air, bright and sharp, made the church bells almost gay. It was an odd accident of thought that I should have happened at such a moment to be particularly and very gratefully struck with the obedience of my little charges. Why did they never resent my inexorable, my perpetual society? Something or other had brought nearer home to me that I had all but pinned the boy to my shawl, and that, in the way our companions were marshalled before me, I might have appeared to provide against some danger of rebellion. I was like a jailer with an eye to possible surprises and escapes. But all this belonged, I mean their magnificent little surrender, just to the special array of the facts that were most abysmal. Turned out for Sunday by his uncle's tailor, who had had a free hand and a notion of pretty waistcoats and of his grand little air, Miles's whole title to independence, the rights of his sex and situation, were so stamped upon him that if he had suddenly struck for freedom I should have had nothing to say. I was, by the strangest of chances, wondering how I should meet him when the revolution unmistakably occurred. I call it a revolution because I now see how with the word he spoke the curtain rose on the last act of my dreadful drama, and the catastrophe was precipitated. "Look here, my dear, you know," he charmingly said, "when in the world, please, am I going back to school?" Transcribed here the speech sounds harmless enough, particularly as uttered in the sweet, high, casual pipe with which at all interlocutors, but above all at his eternal governess, he threw off intonations as if he were tossing roses. There was something in them that always made one catch, and I caught, at any rate, now so effectually that I stopped as short as if one of the trees of the park had fallen across the road. There was something new on the spot between us, and he was perfectly aware that I recognized it, though to enable me to do so he had no need to look a whit less candid and charming than usual. I could feel in him how he already, from my first finding nothing to reply, perceived the advantage he had gained. I was so slow to find anything that he had plenty of time, after a minute, to continue with his suggestive but inconclusive smile. "You know, my dear, that for a fellow to be with a lady always—" His "my dear" was constantly on his lips for me, and nothing could have expressed more the exact shade of the sentiment with which I desired to inspire my pupils than its fond familiarity. It was so respectfully easy. But oh, how I felt that at present I must pick my own phrases. I remember that to gain time I tried to laugh, and I seemed to see in the beautiful face with which he watched me how ugly and queer I looked. "And always with the same lady?" I returned. He neither blanched nor winked. The whole thing was virtually out between us. "Ah, of course, she's a jolly perfect lady, but after all I'm a fellow, don't you see? That's, well, getting on." I lingered there with him an instant, ever so kindly. "Yes, you're getting on." Oh, but I felt helpless. I have kept to this day the heartbreaking little idea of how he seemed to know that and to play with it. And you can't say I've not been awfully good, can you? I laid my hand on his shoulder, for though I felt how much better it would have been to walk on, I was not yet quite able. "No, I can't say that, Miles. Except just that one night, you know." "That one night?" I couldn't look as straight as he. "Why, when I went out of the house." "Oh, yes, but I forget what you did it for." "You forget?" He spoke with the sweet extravagance of childish reproach. "Why, it was to show you I could." "Oh, yes, you could. And I can again." I felt that I might perhaps, after all, succeed in keeping my wits about me. "Certainly, but you won't." "No, not that again. It was nothing." "It was nothing," I said, "but we must go on." He resumed our walk with me, passing his hand into my arm. "Then when am I going back?" I wore, in turning it over, my most responsible air. "Were you very happy at school?" He just considered. "Oh, I'm happy enough anywhere." "Well, then," I quavered, "if you're just as happy here—" "Ah, but that isn't everything. Of course you know a lot." "But you hint that you know almost as much," I risked, as he paused. "Oh, not half I want to," Miles honestly professed. "But it isn't so much that." "What is it, then?" "Well, I want to see more life." "I see. We had arrived within sight of the church, and of various persons, including several of the household of Bligh, on their way to it, and clustered about the door to see us go in. I quickened our step. I wanted to get there before the question between us opened up much further. I reflected hungrily that, for more than an hour, he would have to be silent, and I thought with envy of the comparative dusk of the pew, and of the almost spiritual help of the hassock on which I might bend my knees. I seemed literally to be running a race with some confusion to which he was about to reduce me, but I felt that he had got in first when, before we had even entered the churchyard, he threw out, I want my own sort." It literally made me bound forward. "There are not many of your own sort, Miles," I laughed. "Unless, perhaps, dear little Flora." "You really compare me to a baby girl?" This found me singularly weak. "Don't you, then, love our sweet Flora?" "If I didn't, and you too, if I didn't," he repeated, as if retreating for a jump, yet leaving his thought so unfinished that after we had come into the gate another stop, which he imposed on me by the pressure of his arm, had become inevitable. Mrs. Gross and Flora had passed into the church, the other worshippers had followed, and we were, for the minute, alone among the old, thick graves. We had paused on the path from the gate by a low, oblong, table-like tomb. "Yes, if you didn't—" He looked while I waited at the graves. "Well, you know what—" But he didn't move, and he presently produced something that made me drop straight down on the stone slab, as if suddenly to rest. "Does my uncle think what you think?" I markedly rested. "How do you know what I think?" "Ah, well, of course I don't, for it strikes me you never tell me. But I mean, does he know?" "Know what, Miles?" "Why, the way I'm going on." I perceived quickly enough that I could make to this inquiry no answer that would not involve something of a sacrifice of my employer. Yet it appeared to me that we were all, at Bligh, sufficiently sacrificed to make that venial. "I don't think your uncle much cares." Miles, on this, stood looking at me. "Then don't you think he can be made to?" "In what way?" "Why, by his coming down." "But who'll get him to come down?" "I will," the boy said, with extraordinary brightness and emphasis. He gave me another look, charged with that expression, and then marched off alone into church. Part 23 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various, Part 23, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, Chapters 15 and 16. The business was practically settled from the moment I never followed him. It was a pitiful surrender to agitation, but my being aware of this had somehow no power to restore me. I only sat there on my tomb and read into what my little friend had said to me the fullness of its meaning. By the time I had grasped the whole, of which I had also embraced for absence the pretext that I was ashamed to offer my pupils and the rest of the congregation such an example of delay, what I said to myself above all was that Miles had got something out of me, and that the proof of it, for him, would be just this awkward collapse. He had got out of me that there was something I was much afraid of, and that he should probably be able to make use of my fear to gain, for his own purpose, more freedom. My fear was of having to deal with the intolerable question of the grounds of his dismissal from school, for that was really but the question of the horrors gathered behind. That his uncle should arrive to treat with me of these things was a solution that, strictly speaking, I ought now to have desired to bring on. But I could so little face the ugliness and the pain of it that I simply procrastinated, and lived from hand to mouth. The boy, to my deep discomposure, was immensely in the right, was in a position to say to me, "Either you clear up with my guardian the mystery of this interruption of my studies, or you cease to expect me to lead with you a life that's so unnatural for a boy." What was so unnatural for the particular boy I was concerned with was this sudden revelation of a consciousness and a plan. That was what really overcame me, what prevented my going in. I walked round the church, hesitating, hovering. I reflected that I had already with him hurt myself beyond repair. Therefore I could patch up nothing, and it was too extreme an effort to squeeze beside him into the pew. He would be so much more sure than ever to pass his arm into mine, and make me sit there for an hour in close, silent contact with his commentary on our talk. For the first minute since his arrival I wanted to get away from him. As I paused beneath the high east window and listened to the sounds of worship, I was taken with an impulse that might master me, I felt, completely, should I give it the least encouragement. I might easily put an end to my predicament by getting away altogether. Here was my chance. There was no one to stop me. I could give the whole thing up, turn my back, and retreat. It was only a question of hurrying again, for a few preparations, to the house which the attendance at church of so many of the servants would practically have left unoccupied. No one, in short, could blame me if I should just drive desperately off. What was it to get away if I got away only till dinner? That would be in a couple of hours, at the end of which I had the acute prevision that my little pupils would play at innocent wonder about my non-appearance in their train. "What did you do, you naughty bad thing? Why in the world to worry us so, and take our thoughts off too, don't you know? Did you desert us at the very door?" I couldn't meet such questions, nor, as they asked them, their false little lovely eyes. Yet it was all so exactly what I should have to meet that, as the prospect grew sharp to me, I at last let myself go. I got so far as the immediate moment was concerned, away. I came straight out of the churchyard, and, thinking hard, retraced my steps through the park. It seemed to me that by the time I reached the house I had made up my mind I would fly. The Sunday stillness, both of the approaches and of the interior, in which I met no one, fairly excited me with a sense of opportunity. Were I to get off quickly this way, I should get off without a scene, without a word. My quickness would have to be remarkable, however, and the question of a conveyance was the great one to settle. Tormented in the hall with difficulties and obstacles, I remember sinking down at the foot of the staircase, suddenly collapsing there on the lowest step, and then with a revulsion recalling that it was exactly where more than a month before, in the darkness of night, and just so bowed with evil things, I had seen the spectre of the most horrible of women. At this I was able to straighten myself. I went the rest of the way up. I made, in my bewilderment, for the schoolroom, where there were objects belonging to me that I should have to take. But I opened the door to find again, in a flash, my eyes unsealed. In the presence of what I saw, I reeled straight back upon my resistance. Seated at my own table in clear noonday light, I saw a person whom, without my previous experience, I should have taken at the first blush for some housemaid who might have stayed at home to look after the place, and who, availing herself of rare relief from observation, and of the schoolroom table and my pens, ink, and paper, had applied herself to the considerable effort of a letter to her sweetheart. There was an effort in the way that, while her arms rested on the table, her hands, with evident weariness, supported her head. But at the moment I took this in, I had already become aware that, in spite of my entrance, her attitude strangely persisted. Then it was, with the very act of its announcing itself, that her identity flared up in a change of posture. She rose, not as if she had heard me, but with an indescribable grand melancholy of indifference and detachment, and within a dozen feet of me stood there as my vile predecessor. Dishonoured and tragic, she was all before me. But even as I fixed and for memory secured it, the awful image passed away. Dark as midnight in her black dress, her haggard beauty, and her unutterable woe, she had looked at me long enough to appear to say that her right to sit at my table was as good as mine to sit at hers. While these instants lasted indeed, I had the extraordinary chill of feeling that it was I who was the intruder. It was a wild protest against it that, actually addressing her, "You terrible, miserable woman," I heard myself break into a sound that by the open door rang through the long passage and the empty house. She looked at me as if she heard me, but I had recovered myself and cleared the air. There was nothing in the room the next minute but the sunshine and a sense that I must stay. Chapter 16. I had so perfectly expected that the return of my pupils would be marked by a demonstration that I was freshly upset at having to take into account that they were dumb about my absence. Instead of gaily denouncing and caressing me, they made no allusion to my having failed them, and I was left, for the time, on perceiving that she too said nothing, to study Mrs. Groce's odd face. I did this to such purpose that I made sure they had in some way bribed her to silence; a silence that, however, I would engage to break down on the first private opportunity. This opportunity came before tea. I secured 5 minutes with her in the housekeeper's room, where in the twilight, amid a smell of lately baked bread, but with the place all swept and garnished, I found her sitting in pained placidity before the fire. So I see her still, so I see her best, facing the flame from her straight chair in the dusky, shining room, a large, clean image of the put away, of drawers closed and locked and rest without a remedy. Oh, yes, they asked me to say nothing, and to please them, so long as they were there, of course I promised. But what had happened to you? I only went with you for the walk, I said. I had then to come back to meet a friend. She showed her surprise. A friend? You? Oh, yes, I have a couple, I laughed. But did the children give you a reason? For not alluding to your leaving us? Yes, they said you would like it better. Do you like it better? My face had made her rueful. No, I like it worse. But after an instant I added, did they say why I should like it better? No. Master Miles only said, we must do nothing but what she likes. I wish indeed he would. And what did Flora say? Miss Flora was too sweet. She said, oh, of course, of course. And I said the same. I thought a moment. You were too sweet, too. I can hear you all. But none the less, between Miles and me, it's now all out. All out? My companion stared. But what, miss? Everything. It doesn't matter. I've made up my mind. I came home, my dear, I went on, for a talk with Miss Jessel. I had by this time formed the habit of having Mrs. Groce literally well in hand in advance of my sounding that note, so that even now, as she bravely blinked under the signal of my word, I could keep her comparatively firm. A talk? Do you mean she spoke? It came to that. I found her on my return in the schoolroom. And what did she say? I can hear the good woman still, and the candour of her stupefaction. That she suffers the torments. It was this of a truth that made her, as she filled out my picture, gape. Do you mean, she faltered, of the lost? Of the lost, of the damned, and that's why, to share them, I faltered myself with the horror of it. But my companion, with less imagination, kept me up. To share them? She wants Flora. Mrs. Groce might, as I gave it to her, fairly have fallen away from me, had I not been prepared. I still held her there to show I was. As I've told you, however, it doesn't matter. Because you've made up your mind? But to what? To everything. And what do you call everything? Why, sending for their uncle. Oh, miss, in pity, do! My friend broke out. Ah, but I will. I see it's the only way. What's out, as I told you with Miles, is that if he thinks I'm afraid to, and has ideas of what he gains by that, he shall see he's mistaken. Yes, yes, his uncle shall have it here from me on the spot, and before the boy himself, if necessary, that if I'm to be reproached with having done nothing again about more school— Yes, miss? My companion pressed me. Well, there's that awful reason. There were now clearly so many of these for my poor colleague that she was excusable for being vague. But, which? Why, the letter from his old place. You'll show it to the master? I ought to have done it so on the instant. Oh, no, said Mrs. Groce with decision. I'll put it before him, I went on inexorably, that I can't undertake to work the question on behalf of a child who has been expelled. For we've never in the least known what, Mrs. Groce declared. For wickedness. For what else, when he's so clever and beautiful and perfect? Is he stupid? Is he untidy? Is he infirm? Is he ill-natured? He's exquisite. So it can only be that, and that would open up the whole thing. After all, I said, it's their uncle's fault, if he left here such people. He didn't really in the least know them. The fault's mine. She had turned quite pale. Well, you shan't suffer, I answered. The children shan't, she emphatically returned. I was silent a while. We looked at each other. Then what am I to tell him? You needn't tell him anything. I'll tell him. I measured this. Do you mean you'll write? Remembering she couldn't, I caught myself up. How do you communicate? I tell the bailiff. He writes. And should you like him to write our story? My question had a sarcastic force that I had not fully intended, and it made her, after a moment, inconsequently break down. The tears were again in her eyes. Ah, miss, you write. Well, tonight, I at last answered, and on this we separated. End of Part 23. Part 24 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. Part 24, The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James, Chapters 17 and 18. I went so far in the evening as to make a beginning. The weather had changed back, a great wind was abroad, and beneath the lamp in my room, with Flora at peace beside me, I sat for a long time before a blank sheet of paper and listened to the lash of the rain and the batter of the gusts. Finally I went out, taking a candle. I crossed the passage and listened a minute at Miles's door. What, under my endless obsession, I had been impelled to listen for was some betrayal of his not being at rest, and I presently caught one, but not in the form I had expected. His voice tinkled out, "I say, you there, come in!" It was a gaiety in the gloom. I went in with my light and found him in bed, very wide awake, but very much at his ease. "Well, what are you up to?" he asked, with a grace of sociability in which it occurred to me that Mrs. Grose, had she been present, might have looked in vain for proof that anything was out. I stood over him with my candle. "How did you know I was there?" "Why, of course I heard you. Did you fancy you made no noise? You're like a troop of cavalry." He beautifully laughed. "Then you weren't asleep?" "Not much. I lie awake and think." I had put my candle designedly a short way off, and then, as he held out his friendly old hand to me, had sat down on the edge of his bed. "What is it," I asked, "that you think of?" "What in the world, my dear, but you?" "Ah, the pride I take in your appreciation doesn't insist on that. I had so far rather you slept." "Well, I think also, you know, of this queer business of ours." I marked the coolness of his firm little hand. "Of what queer business, Miles?" "Why, the way you bring me up and all the rest." I fairly held my breath a minute, and even from my glimmering taper there was light enough to show how he smiled up at me from his pillow. "What do you mean by all the rest?" "Oh, you know, you know." I could say nothing for a minute, though I felt, as I held his hand and our eyes continued to meet, that my silence had all the air of admitting his charge, and that nothing in the whole world of reality was perhaps at that moment so fabulous as our actual relation. "Certainly you shall go back to school," I said, "if it be that troubles you. But not to the old place. We must find another, a better. How could I know it did trouble you, this question, when you never told me so, never spoke of it at all?" His clear, listening face, framed in its smooth whiteness, made him for the minute as appealing as some wistful patient in a children's hospital; and I would have given, as the resemblance came to me, all I possessed on earth really to be the nurse or the sister of charity who might have helped to cure him. Well, even as it was, I perhaps might help. "Do you know you've never said a word to me about your school? I mean the old one. Never mentioned it in any way." He seemed to wonder. He smiled with the same loveliness, but he clearly gained time. He waited. He called for guidance. "Haven't I?" It wasn't for me to help him. It was for the thing I had met. Something in his tone and the expression of his face as I got this from him set my heart aching with such a pang as it had never yet known. So unutterably touching was it to see his little brain puzzled and his little resources taxed to play, under the spell laid on him, a part of innocence and consistency. "No, never, from the hour you came back. You've never mentioned to me one of your masters, one of your comrades, nor the least little thing that ever happened to you at school. Never, little Miles, no, never, have you given me an inkling of anything that may have happened there. Therefore you can fancy how much I'm in the dark. Until you came out, that way, this morning, you had, since the first hour I saw you, scarce even made a reference to anything in your previous life. You seemed so perfectly to accept the present." It was extraordinary how my absolute conviction of his secret precocity, for whatever I might call the poison of an influence that I dared but half to phrase, made him, in spite of the faint breath of his inward trouble, appear as accessible as an older person, imposed him almost as an intellectual equal. "I thought you wanted to go on as you are." It struck me that at this he just faintly coloured. He gave, at any rate, like a convalescent, slightly fatigued, a languid shake of his head. I don't. I want to get away." "You're tired of Bligh?" "Oh, no, I like Bligh." "Well, then—" "Oh, you know what a boy wants." I felt that I didn't know so well as Miles, and I took temporary refuge. "You want to go to your uncle?" Again at this, with his sweet ironic face, he made a movement on the pillow. "Ah, you can't get off with that." I was silent a little, and it was, I now think, I who changed colour. "My dear, I don't want to get off." "You can't, even if you do. You can't, you can't." He lay beautifully staring. "My uncle must come down, and you must completely settle things." "If we do," I returned with some spirit, "you may be sure it will be to take you quite away." "Well, don't you understand that that's exactly what I'm working for? You'll have to tell him about the way you've let it all drop. You'll have to tell him a tremendous lot." The exultation with which he uttered this helped me somehow, for the instant, to meet him rather more. "And how much will you, Miles, have to tell him? There are things he'll ask you." He turned it over. "Very likely. But what things?" "The things you've never told me. To make up his mind what to do with you. He can't send you back." "Oh, I don't want to go back," he broke in. "I want a new field." He said it with admirable serenity, with positive, unimpeachable gaiety; and doubtless it was that very note that must have evoked for me the poignancy, the unnatural, childish tragedy of his probable reappearance at the end of 3 months with all this bravado and still more dishonour. It overwhelmed me now that I should never be able to bear that, and it made me let myself go. I threw myself upon him, and in the tenderness of my pity I embraced him. "Dear little Miles, dear little Miles!" My face was close to his, and he let me kiss him, simply taking it with indulgent good humour. "Well, old lady?" "Is there nothing at all that you want to tell me?" He turned off a little, facing round towards the wall, and holding up his hand to look at, as one had seen sick children look. "I've told you. I told you this morning." Oh, I was sorry for him. "That you just want me not to worry you?" He looked round at me now, as if in recognition of my understanding him. Then ever so gently, "To let me alone," he replied. There was even a singular little dignity in it, something that made me release him, yet, when I had slowly risen, linger beside him. God knows I never wished to harass him, but I felt that merely at this to turn my back on him was to abandon, or to put it more truly, to lose him. "I've just begun a letter to your uncle," I said. "Well, then, finish it." I waited a minute. "What happened before?" He gazed up at me again. "Before what?" "Before you came back, and before you went away." For some time he was silent, but he continued to meet my eyes. "What happened?" It made me, the sound of the words, in which it seemed to me that I caught for the very first time a small, faint quaver of consenting consciousness, it made me drop on my knees beside the bed and seize once more the chance of possessing him. "Dear little Miles, dear little Miles! If you knew how I want to help you! It's only that. It's nothing but that. And I'd rather die than give you a pain or do you a wrong. I'd rather die than hurt a hair of you. Dear little Miles! Oh, I brought it out now, even if I should go too far. I just want you to help me to save you." But I knew in a moment after this that I had gone too far. The answer to my appeal was instantaneous, but it came in the form of an extraordinary blast and chill, a gust of frozen air, and a shake of the room as great as if in the wild wind the casement had crashed in. The boy gave a loud, high shriek, which, lost in the rest of the shock of sound, might have seemed indistinctly, though I was so close to him, a note either of jubilation or of terror. I jumped to my feet again, and was conscious of darkness. So for a moment we remained, while I stared about me and saw that the drawn curtains were unstirred, and the window tight. "Why, the candle's out!" I then cried. "It was I who blew it, dear," said Miles. Chapter 18. The next day, after lessons, Mrs. Gross found a moment to say to me quietly, "Have you written, miss?" "Yes, I've written," but I didn't add, for the hour, that my letter, sealed and directed, was still in my pocket. There would be time enough to send it before the messenger should go to the village. Meanwhile there had been, on the part of my pupils, no more brilliant, more exemplary morning. It was exactly as if they had both at heart to gloss over any recent little friction. They performed the dizziest feats of arithmetic, soaring quite out of my feeble range, and perpetrated, in higher spirits than ever, geographical and historical jokes. It was conspicuous, of course, in Miles in particular, that he appeared to wish to show how easily he could let me down. This child, to my memory, really lives in a setting of beauty and misery that no words can translate. There was a distinction all his own in every impulse he revealed. Never was a small, natural creature, to the uninitiated eye all frankness and freedom, a more ingenious, a more extraordinary little gentleman. I had perpetually to guard against the wonder of contemplation into which my initiated view betrayed me, to check the irrelevant gaze and discouraged sigh in which I constantly both attacked and renounced the enigma of what such a little gentleman could have done that deserved a penalty. Say that, by the dark prodigy, I knew the imagination of all evil had been opened up to him, all the justice within me ached for the proof that it could ever have flowered into an act. He had never, at any rate, been such a little gentleman as when, after our early dinner on this dreadful day, he came round to me and asked if I shouldn't like him for half an hour to play to me. David playing to Saul could never have shown a finer sense of the occasion. It was literally a charming exhibition of tact, of magnanimity, and quite tantamount to his saying outright, "The true knights we love to read about never push an advantage too far. I know what you mean now. You mean that, to be let alone yourself and not followed up, you'll cease to worry and spy upon me, won't keep me so close to you, you'll let me go and come. Well, I come, you see, but I don't go. There'll be plenty of time for that. I do really delight in your society, and I only want to show you that I contended for a principle." It may be imagined whether I resisted this appeal or failed to accompany him again, hand in hand, to the schoolroom. He sat down at the old piano and played as he had never played, and if there are those who think he had better have been kicking a football, I can only say that I wholly agree with them. For at the end of a time that under his influence I had quite ceased to measure, I started up with a strange sense of having literally slept at my post. It was after luncheon and by the schoolroom fire, and yet I hadn't really in the least slept. I had only done something much worse. I had forgotten. Where, all this time, was Flora? When I put the question to Miles, he played on a minute before answering, and then could only say, "Why, my dear, how do I know?" breaking moreover into a happy laugh, which immediately after, as if it were a vocal accompaniment, he prolonged into incoherent, extravagant song. I went straight to my room, but his sister was not there. Then, before going downstairs, I looked into several others. As she was nowhere about, she would surely be with Mrs. Gross, whom, in the comfort of that theory, I accordingly proceeded in quest of. I found her where I had found her the evening before, but she met my quick challenge with blank, scared ignorance. She had only supposed that after the repast I had carried off both the children, as to which she was quite in her right, for it was the very first time I had allowed the little girl out of my sight without some special provision. Of course, now indeed she might be with the maids, so that the immediate thing was to look for her without an air of alarm. This we promptly arranged between us, but when, 10 minutes later, and in pursuance of our arrangement, we met in the hall, it was only to report on either side that after guarded inquiries we had altogether failed to trace her. For a minute there, apart from observation, we exchanged mute alarms, and I could feel with what high interest my friend returned me all those I had from the first given her. "She'll be above," she presently said, "in one of the rooms you haven't searched." "No, she's at a distance." I had made up my mind. "She has gone out." Mrs. Gross stared. "Without a hat?" I naturally also looked volumes. "Isn't that woman always without one?" "She's with her?" "She's with her," I declared. "We must find them." My hand was on my friend's arm, but she failed for the moment, confronted with such an account of the matter, to respond to my pressure. She communed, on the contrary, on the spot, with her uneasiness. "And where's Master Miles?" "Oh, he's with Quint. They're in the schoolroom." "Lord, miss!" My view, I was myself aware, and therefore I suppose my tone, had never yet reached so calm an assurance. "The trick's played," I went on. "They've successfully worked their plan. He found the most divine little way to keep me quiet while she went off." "Divine?" Mrs. Gross bewilderedly echoed. "Infernal, then," I almost cheerfully rejoined. "He has provided for himself as well. But come." She had helplessly gloomed at the upper regions. "You leave him? So long with Quint?" "Yes, I don't mind that now." She always ended at these moments by getting possession of my hand, and in this manner she could at present still stay me. But after gasping an instant at my sudden resignation, "Because of your letter?" she eagerly brought out. I quickly, by way of answer, felt for my letter, drew it forth, held it up, and then, freeing myself, went and laid it on the great hall table. "Luke will take it," I said, as I came back. I reached the house door and opened it. I was already on the steps. My companion still demurred. The storm of the night and the early morning had dropped, but the afternoon was damp and grey. I came down to the drive while she stood in the doorway. "You go with nothing on?" "What do I care, when the child has nothing? I can't wait to dress," I cried, "and if you must do so, I leave you. Try, meanwhile, yourself upstairs." "With them?" On this the poor woman promptly joined me. Part 24 Part 25 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 25, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James. Chapters 19 and 20. We went straight to the lake, as it was called at Bly, and I dare say rightly called, though I reflect that it may in fact have been a sheet of water less remarkable than it appeared to my untravelled eyes. My acquaintance with sheets of water was small, and the pool of Bly, at all events on the few occasions of my consenting, under the protection of my pupils, to affront its surface in the old flat-bottomed boat moored there for our use, had impressed me both with its extent and its agitation. The usual place of embarkation was half a mile from the house, but I had an intimate conviction that, wherever Flora might be, she was not near home. She had not given me the slip for any small adventure, and since the day of the very great one that I had shared with her by the pond, I had been aware in our walks of the quarter to which she most inclined. This was why I had now given to Mrs. Groce's steps so marked a direction that made her, when she perceived it, oppose a resistance that showed me she was freshly mystified. "You're going to the water, miss? You think she's in—" "She may be, though the depth is, I believe, nowhere very great. But what I judge most likely is that she's on the spot from which the other day we saw together what I told you. When she pretended not to see, with that astounding self-possession, I've always been sure she wanted to go back alone. And now her brother has managed it for her." Mrs. Groce still stood where she had stopped. "You suppose they really talk of them?" I could meet this with a confidence. "They say things that if we heard them would simply appal us." "And if she is there?" "Yes." "Then Miss Jessel is?" "Beyond a doubt. You shall see." "Oh, thank you!" my friend cried, planted so firmly that, taking it in, I went straight on without her. By the time I reached the pool, however, she was close behind me, and I knew that, whatever to her apprehension might befall me, the exposure of my society struck her as her least danger. She exhaled a moan of relief as we at last came in sight of the greater part of the water without a sight of the child. There was no trace of Flora on that nearer side of the bank where my observation of her had been most startling, and none on the opposite edge where, save for a margin of some 20 yards, a thick copse came down to the water. The pond, oblong in shape, had a width so scant compared to its length that, with its ends out of view, it might have been taken for a scant river. We looked at the empty expanse, and then I felt the suggestion of my friend's eyes. I knew what she meant, and I replied with a negative headshake. "No, wait. She has taken the boat." My companion stared at the vacant mooring place, and then again across the lake. "Then where is it?" "Our not seeing it is the strongest of proofs. She has used it to go over, and then has managed to hide it." "All alone? That child?" "She's not alone, and at such times she's not a child. She's an old, old woman." I scanned all the visible shore while Mrs. Groce took again into the queer element I offered her one of her plunges of submission. Then I pointed out that the boat might perfectly be in a small refuge formed by one of the recesses of the pool, an indentation masked for the hither side by a projection of the bank and by a clump of trees growing close to the water. "But if the boat's there, where on earth is she?" my colleague anxiously asked. "That's exactly what we must learn." And I started to walk further. "By going all the way round?" "Certainly. Far as it is, it will take us but 10 minutes, but it's far enough to have made the child prefer not to walk. She went straight over." "Laws!" cried my friend again. The chain of my logic was ever too much for her. It dragged her at my heels even now, and when we had got half way round, a devious, tiresome process on ground much broken and by a path choked with undergrowth, I paused to give her breath. I sustained her with a grateful arm, assuring her that she might hugely help me, and this started us afresh, so that in the course of but few minutes more we reached a point from which we found the boat to be where I had supposed it. It had been intentionally left as much as possible out of sight, and was tied to one of the stakes of a fence that came just there, down to the brink, and that had been an assistance to disembarking. I recognized, as I looked at the pair of short, thick oars, quite safely drawn up, the prodigious character of the feat for a little girl. But I had lived by this time too long among wonders, and had panted to too many livelier measures. There was a gate in the fence, through which we passed, and that brought us, after a trifling interval, more into the open. Then, "There she is!" we both exclaimed at once. Flora, a short way off, stood before us on the grass and smiled, as if her performance was now complete. The next thing she did, however, was to stoop straight down and pluck, quite as if it were all she was there for, a big, ugly spray of withered fern. I instantly became sure she had just come out of the copse. She waited for us, not herself taking a step, and I was conscious of the rare solemnity with which we presently approached her. She smiled and smiled, and we met. But it was all done in a silence by this time flagrantly ominous. Mrs. Grose was the first to break the spell. She threw herself on her knees, and drawing the child to her breast, clasped in a long embrace this little, tender, yielding body. While this dumb convulsion lasted, I could only watch it, which I did the more intently when I saw Flora's face peep at me over our companion's shoulder. It was serious now, the flicker had left it, but it strengthened the pang with which I at that moment envied Mrs. Grose the simplicity of her relation. Still, all this while, nothing more passed between us save that Flora had let her foolish fern again drop to the ground. What she and I had virtually said to each other was that pretexts were useless now. When Mrs. Grose finally got up, she kept the child's hand, so that the two were still before me, and the singular reticence of our communion was even more marked in the frank look she launched me. "I'll be hanged," it said, "if I'll speak." It was Flora who, gazing all over me in candid wonder, was the first. She was struck with our bareheaded aspect. "Why, where are your things?" "Where yours are, my dear," I promptly returned. She had already got back her gaiety, and appeared to take this as an answer quite sufficient. "And where's Miles?" she went on. There was something in the small valour of it that quite finished me. These 3 words from her were, in a flash, like the glitter of a drawn blade, the jostle of the cup that my hand for weeks and weeks had held high and full to the brim, that now, even before speaking, I felt overflow in a deluge. "I'll tell you if you'll tell me," I heard myself say, then heard the tremor in which it broke. "Well, what?" Mrs. Grose's suspense blazed at me, but it was too late now, and I brought the thing out handsomely. "Where, my pet, is Miss Jessel?" Chapter 20. Just as in the churchyard with Miles, the whole thing was upon us. Much as I had made of the fact that this name had never once between us been sounded, the quick, smitten glare with which the child's face now received it fairly likened my breach of the silence to the smash of a pane of glass. It added to the interposing cry, as if to stay the blow that Mrs. Grose at the same instant uttered over my violence, the shriek of a creature scared, or rather wounded, which in turn, within a few seconds, was completed by a gasp of my own. I seized my colleague's arm. "She's there! She's there!" Miss Jessel stood before us on the opposite bank, exactly as she had stood the other time, and I remember strangely, as the first feeling now produced in me, my thrill of joy at having brought on a proof. She was there, and I was justified. She was there, and I was neither cruel nor mad. She was there for poor scared Mrs. Grose, but she was there most for Flora. and no moment of my monstrous time was perhaps so extraordinary as that in which I consciously threw out to her, with the sense that, pale and ravenous demon as she was, she would catch and understand it, an inarticulate message of gratitude. She rose erect on the spot my friend and I had lately quitted, and there was not, in all the long reach of her desire, an inch of her evil that fell short. This first vividness of vision and emotion were things of a few seconds, during which Mrs. Groce's dazed blink across to where I pointed struck me as a sovereign sign that she too at last saw, just as it carried my own eyes precipitately to the child. The revelation, then, of the manner in which Flora was affected startled me, in truth, far more than it would have done to find her also merely agitated, for direct dismay was of course not what I had expected. Prepared and on her guard as our pursuit had actually made her, she would repress every betrayal, and I was therefore shaken on the spot by my first glimpse of the particular one for which I had not allowed. To see her, without a convulsion of her small pink face, not even feign to glance in the direction of the prodigy I announced, but only instead of that turn to me an expression of hard, still gravity, an expression absolutely new and unprecedented, and that appeared to read and accuse and judge me. This was a stroke that somehow converted the little girl herself into the very presence that could make me quail. I quailed, even though my certitude that she thoroughly saw was never greater than at that instant, and in the immediate need to defend myself I called it passionately to witness. "She's there, you little unhappy thing! There, there, there! And you see her as well as you see me." I had said shortly before to Mrs. Groce that she was not at these times a child, but an old, old woman, and that description of her could not have been more strikingly confirmed than in the way in which, for all answer to this, she simply showed me, without a concession, an admission of her eyes, a countenance of deeper and deeper, of indeed suddenly quite fixed reprobation. I was by this time, if I can put the whole thing at all together, more appalled at what I may properly call her manner than at anything else, though it was simultaneously with this that I became aware of having Mrs. Groce also, and very formidably, to reckon with. My elder companion, the next moment at any rate, blotted out everything but her own flushed face and her loud, shocked protest, a burst of high approval. "What a dreadful turn, to be sure, miss! Where on earth do you see anything?" I could only grasp her more quickly yet, for even while she spoke the hideous plain presence stood undimmed and undaunted. It had already lasted a minute, and it lasted while I continued, seizing my colleague, quite thrusting her at it and presenting her to it, to insist with my pointing hand. "You don't see her exactly as we see? You mean to say you don't now? Now? She's as big as a blazing fire. Only look, dearest woman, look." She looked even as I did, and gave me, with her deep groan of negation, repulsion, compassion, the mixture with her pity of her relief at her exemption, a sense, touching to me even then, that she would have backed me up if she could. I might well have needed that, for with this hard blow of the proof that her eyes were hopelessly sealed, I felt my own situation horribly crumble, I saw my livid predecessor press from her position on my defeat, and I was conscious, more than all, of what I should have from this instant to deal with in the astounding little attitude of Flora. Into this attitude Mrs. Groce immediately and violently entered, breaking, even while there pierced through my sense of ruin a prodigious private triumph, into breathless reassurance. "She isn't there, little lady, and nobody's there, and you never see nothing, my sweet. How can poor Miss Jessel, when poor Miss Jessel's dead and buried? We know, don't we, love?" and she appealed, blundering in, to the child. "It's all a mere mistake, and a worry and a joke. and we'll go home as fast as we can." Our companion on this had responded with a strange, quick primness of propriety, and they were again, with Mrs. Gross at her feet, united as it were in pained opposition to me. Flora continued to fix me with her small mask of reprobation, and even at that minute I prayed God to forgive me for seeming to see that, as she stood there holding tight to our friend's dress, her incomparable childish beauty had suddenly failed, had quite vanished. I've said it already, she was hideously hard. She had turned common and almost ugly. "I don't know what you mean. I see nobody. I see nothing. I never have. I think you're cruel. I don't like you." Then after this deliverance, which might have been that of a vulgarly pert little girl in the street, she hugged Mrs. Gross more closely and buried in her skirts the dreadful little face. In this position she produced an almost furious wail. "Take me away! Take me away! Oh, take me away from her!" "From me?" I panted. "From you! From you!" she cried. Even Mrs. Gross looked across at me dismayed, while I had nothing to do but communicate again with the figure that on the opposite bank, without a movement, as rigidly still as if catching beyond the interval our voices, was as vividly there for my disaster as it was not there for my service. The wretched child had spoken exactly as if she had got from some outside source each of her stabbing little words, and I could therefore, in the full despair of all I had to accept, but sadly shake my head at her. If I had ever doubted, all my doubt would at present have gone. I've been living with the miserable truth, and now it has only too much closed round me. Of course I've lost you. I've interfered, and you've seen, under her dictation," with which I faced over the pool again our infernal witness, "the easy and perfect way to meet it. I've done my best, but I've lost you. Good bye." For Mrs. Gross I had an imperative, an almost frantic "Go! Go!" before which, in infinite distress, but mutely possessed of the little girl, and clearly convinced, in spite of her blindness, that something awful had occurred, and some collapse engulfed us, she retreated, by the way we had come, as fast as she could move. Of what first happened when I was left alone I had no subsequent memory. I only knew that at the end of, I suppose, a quarter of an hour, an odorous dampness and roughness, chilling and piercing my trouble, had made me understand that I must have thrown myself on my face on the ground and given way to a wildness of grief. I must have lain there long and cried and sobbed, for when I raised my head the day was almost gone. I got up and looked a moment, through the twilight, at the grey pool, and its blank, haunted edge, and then I took, back to the house, my dreary and difficult course. When I reached the gate in the fence, the boat, to my surprise, was gone, so that I had a fresh reflection to make on Flora's extraordinary command of the situation. She passed that night by the most tacit, and I should add, were not the word so grotesque a false note, the happiest of arrangements, with Mrs. Gross. I saw neither of them on my return, but on the other hand, as by an ambiguous compensation, I saw a great deal of Miles. I saw, I can use no other phrase, so much of him that it was as if it were more than it had ever been. No evening I had passed at Bly had the portentous quality of this one, in spite of which, and in spite also of the deeper depth of consternation that had opened beneath my feet, there was literally, in the ebbing actual, an extraordinary sweet sadness. On reaching the house I had never so much as looked for the boy. I had simply gone straight to my room to change what I was wearing, and to take in, at a glance, much material testimony to Flora's rupture. Her little belongings had all been removed. When later, by the schoolroom fire, I was served with tea by the usual maid, I indulged, on the article of my other pupil, in no inquiry whatever. He had his freedom now. He might have it to the end. Well, he did have it, and it consisted, in part at least, of his coming in at about 8 o'clock and sitting down with me in silence. On the removal of the tea things I had blown out the candle and drawn my chair closer. I was conscious of a mortal coldness, and felt as if I should never again be warm. So when he appeared I was sitting in the glow with my thoughts. He paused a moment by the door as if to look at me, and then, as if to share them, came to the other side of the hearth and sank into a chair. We sat there in absolute stillness. Yet he wanted, I felt, to be with me. End of Part 25. Part 26 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 26, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James. Chapters 21 and 22. Before a new day in my room had fully broken, my eyes opened to Mrs. Gross, who had come to my bedside with worse news. Flora was so markedly feverish that an illness was perhaps at hand. She had passed a night of extreme unrest, a night agitated above all by fears that had for their subject not in the least her former, but wholly her present governess. It was not against the possible re-entrance of Miss Jessel on the scene that she protested. It was conspicuously and passionately against mine. I was promptly on my feet, of course, and with an immense deal to ask. The more that my friend had discernibly now girded her loins to meet me once more. This I felt as soon as I had put to her the question of her sense of the child's sincerity as against my own. She persists in denying to you that she saw, or has ever seen, anything. My visitor's trouble truly was great. Ah, miss, it isn't a matter on which I can push her. Yet it isn't either, I must say, as if I much needed to. It has made her, every inch of her, quite old. Oh, I see her perfectly from here. She resents, for all the world, like some high little personage, the imputation on her truthfulness, and, as it were, her respectability. Miss Jessel, indeed! She! Ah, she's respectable, the chit! The impression she gave me there yesterday was, I assure you, the very strangest of all. It was quite beyond any of the others. I did put my foot in it. She'll never speak to me again. Hideous and obscure as it all was, it held Mrs. Gross briefly silent. Then she granted my point with a frankness which, I made sure, had more behind it. I think indeed, miss, she never will. She do have a grand manner about it. And that manner, I summed it up, is practically what's the matter with her now. Oh, that manner I could see in my visitor's face, and not a little else besides. She asks me every 3 minutes if I think you're coming in. I see. I, too, on my side, had so much more than worked it out. Has she said to you since yesterday, except to repudiate her familiarity with anything so dreadful, a single other word about Miss Jessel? Not one, miss, and of course you know, my friend added, I took it from her, by the lake, that just then and there, at least, there was nobody. Rather, and naturally you take it from her still. I don't contradict her. What else can I do? Nothing in the world. You've the cleverest little person to deal with. They've made them, their two friends I mean, still cleverer even than nature did, for it was wondrous material to play on. Flora has now her grievance, and she'll work it to the end. Yes, miss, but to what end? Why, that of dealing with me to her uncle. She'll make me out to him the lowest creature. I winced at the fair show of the scene in Mrs. Gross's face. She looked for a minute as if she sharply saw them together. And him who thinks so well of you? He has an odd way, it comes over me now, I laughed, of proving it. But that doesn't matter. What Flora wants, of course, is to get rid of me. My companion bravely concurred. Never again to so much as look at you. So that what you've come to me now for, I asked, is to speed me on my way? Before she had time to reply, however, I had her in check. I've a better idea, the result of my reflections. My going would seem the right thing, and on Sunday I was terribly near it. Yet that won't do. It's you who must go. You must take Flora. My visitor, at this, did speculate. But where in the world? Away from here. Away from them. Away, even most of all, now, from me. Straight to her uncle. Only to tell on you? No, not only. To leave me, in addition, with my remedy. She was still vague. And what is your remedy? Your loyalty to begin with, and then Miles's. She looked at me hard. Do you think he won't, if he has the chance, turn on me? Yes, I venture still to think it. At all events I want to try. Get off with his sister as soon as possible, and leave me with him alone. I was amazed myself at the spirit I had still in reserve, and therefore perhaps a trifle the more disconcerted in the way in which, in spite of this fine example of it, she hesitated. "There's one thing, of course," I went on. "They mustn't, before she goes, see each other for 3 seconds." Then it came over me that, in spite of Flora's presumable sequestration from the instant of her return from the pool, it might already be too late. "Do you mean," I anxiously asked, "that they have met?" At this she quite flushed. "Ah, miss, I'm not such a fool as that. If I've been obliged to leave her 3 or 4 times, it has been each time with one of the maids, and at present, though she's alone, she's locked in safe. And yet There were too many things. And yet what? Well, are you so sure of the little gentleman? I'm not sure of anything but you. But I have, since last evening, a new hope. I think he wants to give me an opening. I do believe that, poor little exquisite wretch, he wants to speak. Last evening, in the firelight and the silence, he sat with me for 2 hours as if it were just coming." Mrs. Gross looked hard, through the window, at the grey gathering day. "And did it come?" "No, though I waited and waited. I confess it didn't, and it was without a breach of the silence, or so much as a faint allusion to his sister's condition and absence, that we at last kissed for good night. All the same," I continued, "I can't, if her uncle sees her, consent to his seeing her brother without my having given the boy, and most of all because things have got so bad, a little more time." My friend appeared on this ground more reluctant than I could quite understand. "What do you mean by more time?" "Well, a day or 2, really to bring it out. He'll then be on my side, of which you see the importance. If nothing comes, I shall only fail, and you will at the worst have helped me by doing, on your arrival in town, whatever you may have found possible." So I put it before her, but she continued for a little so inscrutably embarrassed that I came again to her aid. "Unless, indeed," I wound up, "you really want not to go." I could see it in her face, at last, clear itself. She put out her hand to me as a pledge. I'll go this morning." I wanted to be very just. If you should wish still to wait, I would engage she shouldn't see me. No, it's the place itself. She must leave it." She held me a moment with heavy eyes, then brought out the rest. "Your idea's the right one. I myself, miss, well, I can't stay." The look she gave me with it made me jump at possibilities. "You mean that since yesterday you have seen?" She shook her head with dignity. "I've heard. From that child. Horrors. There." She sighed with tragic relief. "On my honour, miss, she says things." But at this evocation she broke down. She dropped with a sudden sob upon my sofa, and, as I had seen her do before, gave way to all the grief of it. It was quite in another manner that I, for my part, let myself go. "Oh, thank God!" She sprang up again at this, drying her eyes with a groan. "Thank God? It so justifies me. "It does that, miss." I couldn't have desired more emphasis, but I just hesitated. "She's so horrible?" I saw my colleague scarce knew how to put it. "Really shocking." "And about me?" "About you, miss, since you must have it. It's beyond everything, for a young lady, and I can't think wherever she must have picked up—" "The appalling language she applied to me?" "I can, then," I broke in with a laugh that was doubtless significant enough. It only in truth left my friend still more grave. "Well, perhaps I ought to also, since I've heard some of it before, yet I can't bear it," the poor woman went on, while with the same movement she glanced on my dressing table at the face of my watch. "But I must go back." I kept her, however. "Ah, if you can't bear it—" "How can I stop with her, you mean? Why, just for that. To get her away, far from this," she pursued, "far from them." "She may be different? She may be free?" I seized her almost with joy. "Then in spite of yesterday you believe? In such things?" Her simple description of them required in the light of her expression to be carried no further, and she gave me the whole thing as she had never done. "I believe." Yes, it was a joy, and we were still shoulder to shoulder. If I might continue sure of that I should care but little what else happened. My support in the presence of disaster would be the same as it had been in my early need of confidence, and if my friend would answer for my honesty, I would answer for all the rest. On the point of taking leave of her, none the less, I was to some extent embarrassed. "There's one thing, of course, it occurs to me, to remember. My letter, giving the alarm, will have reached town before you." I now perceived still more how she had been beating about the bush, and how weary at last it had made her. "Your letter won't have got there. Your letter never went." "What then became of it?" "Goodness knows. Master Miles—" "Do you mean he took it?" I gasped. She hung fire, but she overcame her reluctance. "I mean that I saw yesterday when I came back with Miss Flora that it wasn't where you had put it. Later in the evening I had the chance to question Luke, and he declared that he had neither noticed nor touched it. We could only exchange on this one of our deeper mutual soundings, and it was Mrs. Gross who first brought up the plum with an almost elated "You see!" "Yes, I see that if Miles took it instead he probably will have read it and destroyed it." "And don't you see anything else?" I faced her a moment with a sad smile. "It strikes me that by this time your eyes are open even wider than mine." They proved to be so indeed, but she could still blush almost to show it. "I make out now what he must have done at school," and she gave in her simple sharpness an almost droll disillusioned nod. "He stole." I turned it over. I tried to be more judicial. "Well, perhaps." She looked as if she found me unexpectedly calm. "He stole letters." She couldn't know my reasons for a calmness after all pretty shallow, so I showed them off as I might. "I hope then it was to more purpose than in this case. The note, at any rate, that I put on the table yesterday," I pursued, "will have given him so scant an advantage, for it contained only the bare demand for an interview, that he is already much ashamed of having gone so far for so little, and that which he had on his mind last evening was precisely the need of confession." I seemed to myself for the instant to have mastered it, to see it all. "Leave us, leave us!" I was already at the door, hurrying her off. "I'll get it out of him. He'll meet me. He'll confess. If he confesses, he's saved. And if he's saved, then you are?" The dear woman kissed me on this, and I took her farewell. "I'll save you without him!" she cried as she went. Chapter 22. Yet it was when she had got off, and I missed her on the spot, that the great pinch really came. If I had counted on what it would give me to find myself alone with Miles, I speedily perceived, at least, that it would give me a measure. No hour of my stay, in fact, was so assailed with apprehensions as that of my coming down to learn that the carriage containing Mrs. Gross and my younger pupil had already rolled out of the gates. Now I was, I said to myself, face to face with the elements, and for much of the rest of the day, while I fought my weakness, I could consider that I had been supremely rash. It was a tighter place still than I had yet turned round in, all the more that, for the first time, I could see in the aspect of others a confused reflection of the crisis. What had happened naturally caused them all to stare. There was too little of the explained, throw out whatever we might, in the suddenness of my colleague's act. The maids and the men looked blank, the effect of which on my nerves was an aggravation until I saw the necessity of making it a positive aid. It was precisely, in short, by first clutching the helm that I avoided total wreck, and I dare say that, to bear up at all, I became that morning very grand and very dry. I welcomed the consciousness that I was charged with much to do, and I caused it to be known as well that, left thus to myself, I was quite remarkably firm. I wandered with that manner for the next hour or two, all over the place, and looked, I have no doubt, as if I were ready for any onset. So, for the benefit of whom it may concern, I paraded with a sick heart. The person it appeared least to concern proved to be, till dinner, little Miles himself. My perambulations had given me meanwhile no glimpse of him, but they had tended to make more public the change taking place in our relation, as a consequence of his having at the piano the day before kept me in Flora's interest so beguiled and befooled. The stamp of publicity had of course been fully given by her confinement and departure, and the change itself was now ushered in by our non-observance of the regular custom of the schoolroom. He had already disappeared when, on my way down, I pushed open his door, and I learned below that he had breakfasted, in the presence of a couple of the maids, with Mrs. Gross and his sister. He had then gone out, as he said, for a stroll, than which nothing, I reflected, could better have expressed his frank view of the abrupt transformation of my office. What he would not permit this office to consist of was yet to be settled. There was a queer relief, at all events, I mean for myself in especial, in the renouncement of one pretension. If so much had sprung to the surface, I scarce put it too strongly in saying that what had perhaps sprung highest was the absurdity of our prolonging the fiction that I had anything more to teach him. It sufficiently stuck out that, by tacit little tricks in which even more than myself he carried out the care for my dignity, I had had to appeal to him to let me off straining to meet him on the ground of his true capacity. He had, at any rate, his freedom now. I was never to touch it again. As I had amply shown, moreover, when, on his joining me in the schoolroom the previous night, I had uttered on the subject of the interval just concluded neither challenge nor hint. I had too much, from this moment, my other ideas. Yet when he at last arrived, the difficulty of applying them, the accumulations of my problem, were brought straight home to me by the beautiful little presence in which what had occurred had as yet, for the eye, dropped neither stain nor shadow. To mark for the house the high state I cultivated, I decreed that my meals with the boy should be served, as we called it, downstairs, so that I had been awaiting him in the ponderous pomp of the room outside of the window of which I had had, from Mrs. Gross, that first scared Sunday, my flash of something it would scarce have done to call light. Here at present I felt afresh, for I had felt it again and again, how my equilibrium depended on the success of my rigid will, the will to shut my eyes as tight as possible to the truth that what I had to deal with was, revoltingly, against nature. I could only get on at all by taking nature into my confidence, and my account by treating my monstrous ordeal as a push in a direction unusual, of course, and unpleasant, but demanding, after all, for a fair front, only another turn of the screw of ordinary human virtue. No attempt, none the less, could well require more tact than just this attempt to supply one's self all the nature. How could I put even a little of that article into a suppression of reference to what had occurred? How, on the other hand, could I make reference without a new plunge into the hideous obscure? Well, a sort of answer after a time had come to me, and it was so far confirmed as that I was met incontestably by the quickened vision of what was rare in my little companion. It was indeed as if he had found even now, as he had so often found at lessons, still some other delicate way to ease me off. Wasn't there light in the fact which, as we shared our solitude, broke out with a specious glitter it had never yet quite worn, the fact that, opportunity aiding, precious opportunity which had now come, it would be preposterous, with a child so endowed, to forego the help one might wrest from absolute intelligence? What had his intelligence been given him for but to save him? Mightn't one, to reach his mind, risk the stretch of an angular arm over his character? It was as if, when we were face to face in the dining-room, he had literally shown me the way. The roast mutton was on the table, and I had dispensed with attendance. Miles, before he sat down, stood a moment with his hands in his pockets, and looked at the joint, on which he seemed on the point of passing some humorous judgment. But what he presently produced was, "I say, my dear, is she really very awfully ill?" "Little Flora? Not so bad but that she'll presently be better. London will set her up. Bligh had ceased to agree with her. Come here and take your mutton." He alertly obeyed me, carried the plate carefully to his seat, and when he was established went on, "Did Bligh disagree with her so terribly suddenly?" "Not so suddenly as you might think. One had seen it coming on." "Then why didn't you get her off before?" "Before what?" "Before she became too ill to travel." I found myself prompt. She's not too ill to travel. She only might have become so if she had stayed. This was just the moment to seize. "The journey will dissipate the influence." Oh, I was grand. "And carry it off." I see. Miles, for that matter, was grand too. He settled to his repast with the charming little table manner that, from the day of his arrival, had relieved me of all grossness of admonition. Whatever he had been driven from school for, it was not for ugly feeding. He was irreproachable, as always, to-day. But he was unmistakably more conscious. He was discernibly trying to take for granted more things than he found, without assistance, quite easy. And he dropped into peaceful silence while he felt his situation. Our meal was of the briefest, mine a vain pretence, and I had the things immediately removed. While this was done, Miles stood again with his hands in his little pockets and his back to me, stood and looked out of the wide window through which, that other day, I had seen what pulled me up. We continued silent while the maid was with us, as silent, it whimsically occurred to me, as some young couple who, on their wedding journey, at the inn, feel shy in the presence of the waiter. He turned round only when the waiter had left us. "Well, so we're alone." End of Part 26. Part 27 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. Part 27, The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James, Chapters 23 and 24. "Oh, more or less." I fancy my smile was pale. "Not absolutely. We shouldn't like that," I went on. "No, I suppose we shouldn't. Of course we have the others." "We have the others. We have indeed the others," I concurred. "Yet even though we have them," he returned, still with his hands in his pockets and planted there in front of me, "they don't much count, do they?" I made the best of it, but I felt wan. It depends on what you call much. Yes, with all accommodation. Everything depends. On this, however, he faced to the window again, and presently reached it with his vague, restless, cogitating step. He remained there a while, with his forehead against the glass, in contemplation of the stupid shrubs I knew and the dull things of November. I had always my hypocrisy of work behind which, now, I gained the sofa. Steadying myself with it there as I had repeatedly done at those moments of torment that I have described as the moments of my knowing the children to be given to something from which I was barred, I sufficiently obeyed my habit of being prepared for the worst. But an extraordinary impression dropped on me as I extracted a meaning from the boy's embarrassed back, none other than the impression that I was not barred now. The inference grew in a few minutes to sharp intensity, and seemed bound up with the direct perception that it was positively he who was. The frames and squares of the great windows were a kind of image for him of a kind of failure. I felt that I saw him, at any rate, shut in or shut out. He was admirable, but not comfortable. I took it in with a throb of hope. Wasn't he looking through the haunted pane for something he couldn't see? And wasn't it the first time in the whole business that he had known such a lapse? The first, the very first. I found it a splendid portent. It made him anxious, though he watched himself. He had been anxious all day, and even while in his usual sweet little manner he sat at table, had needed all his small strange genius to give it a gloss. When he at last turned round to meet me, it was almost as if this genius had succumbed. "Well, I think I'm glad Bligh agrees with me. You would certainly seem to have seen these 24 hours a good deal more of it than for some time before. I hope," I went on bravely, "that you've been enjoying yourself." "Oh, yes, I've been ever so far, all round about, miles and miles away. I've never been so free." He had really a manner of his own, and I could only try to keep up with him. "Well, do you like it?" He stood there smiling, then at last he put into 2 words, "Do you?" More discrimination than I had ever heard 2 words contain. Before I had time to deal with that, however, he continued as if with the sense that this was an impertinence to be softened. "Nothing could be more charming than the way you take it, for, of course, if we're alone together, now it's you that are alone most. But I hope," he threw in, "you don't particularly mind." "Having to do with you?" I asked. "My dear child, how can I help minding? Though I've renounced all claim to your company, you're so beyond me, I at least greatly enjoy it. What else should I stay on for?" He looked at me more directly, and the expression of his face, graver now, struck me as the most beautiful I had ever found in it. "You stay on just for that?" "Certainly. I stay on as your friend, and from the tremendous interest I take in you, till something can be done for you that may be more worth your while. That needn't surprise you." My voice trembled so that I felt it impossible to suppress the shake. "Don't you remember how I told you, when I came and sat on your bed that night of the storm, that there was nothing in the world I wouldn't do for you?" "Yes, yes." He, on his side, more and more visibly nervous, had a tone to master, but he was so much more successful than I that, laughing out through his gravity, he could pretend we were pleasantly jesting. "Only that, I think, was to get me to do something for you." "It was partly to get you to do something," I conceded, "but you know you didn't do it." "Oh, yes," he said, with the brightest superficial eagerness, "you wanted me to tell you something." "That's it. Out, straight out. What you have on your mind, you know." "Ah, then is that what you stayed over for?" He spoke with a gaiety through which I could still catch the finest little quiver of resentful passion. But I can't begin to express the effect upon me of an implication of surrender, even so faint. It was as if what I had yearned for had come at last only to astonish me. Well, yes, I may as well make a clean breast of it. It was precisely for that. He waited so long that I supposed it for the purpose of repudiating the assumption on which my action had been founded. But what he finally said was, "Do you mean now? Here?" "There couldn't be a better place or time." He looked round him uneasily, and I had the rare, oh, the queer impression of the very first symptom I had seen in him of the approach of immediate fear. It was as if he were suddenly afraid of me, which struck me indeed as perhaps the best thing to make him. Yet in the very pang of the effort I felt it vain to try sternness. And I heard myself the next instant so gentle as to be almost grotesque. "You want me to go out again?" "You want to go out again?" "Awfully!" He smiled at me heroically, and the touching little bravery of it was enhanced by his actually flushing with pain. He had picked up his hat, which he had brought in, and stood twirling it in a way that gave me, even as I was just nearly reaching port, a perverse horror of what I was doing. To do it in any way was an act of violence, for what did it consist of but the obtrusion of the idea of grossness and guilt on a small, helpless creature who had been for me a revelation of the possibilities of beautiful intercourse? Wasn't it base to create for a being so exquisite a mere alien awkwardness? I suppose I now read into our situation a clearness it couldn't have had at the time, for I seemed to see our poor eyes already lighted with some spark of a prevision of the anguish that was to come. So we circled about, with terrors and scruples, like fighters not daring to close. But it was for each other we feared. That kept us a little longer suspended and unbruised. "I'll tell you everything," Miles said. "I mean, I'll tell you anything you like. You'll stay on with me, and we shall both be all right. And I will tell you, I will. But not now." "Why not now?" My insistence turned him from me, and kept him once more at his window in a silence during which, between us, you might have heard a pin drop. Then he was before me again, with the air of a person for whom outside someone who had frankly to be reckoned with was waiting. "I have to see Luke." I had not yet reduced him to quite so vulgar a lie, and I felt proportionately ashamed. But horrible as it was, his lies made up my truth. I achieved thoughtfully a few loops of my knitting. "Well, then, go to Luke, and I'll wait for what you promise. Only in return for that, satisfy, before you leave me, one very much smaller request." He looked as if he felt he had succeeded enough to be able still a little to bargain. "Very much smaller?" "Yes, a mere fraction of the whole. Tell me" my work preoccupied me, and I was off hand "if yesterday afternoon, from the table in the hall, you took, my letter." Chapter 24 My sense of how he received this suffered for a minute from something that I can describe only as a fierce split of my attention, a stroke that at first, as I sprang straight up, reduced me to the mere blind movement of getting hold of him, drawing him close, and while I just fell for support against the nearest piece of furniture, instinctively keeping him with his back to the window. The appearance was full upon us that I had already had to deal with here. Peter Quint had come into view, like a sentinel before a prison. The next thing I saw was that, from outside, he had reached the window, and then I knew that, close to the glass, and glaring in through it, he offered once more to the room his white face of damnation. It represents but grossly what took place within me at the sight to say that on the second my decision was made. Yet I believe that no woman so overwhelmed ever in so short a time recovered her grasp of the act. It came to me in the very horror of the immediate presence that the act would be seeing and facing what I saw and faced to keep the boy himself unaware. The inspiration, I can call it by no other name, was that I felt how voluntarily, how transcendently I might. It was like fighting with a demon for a human soul, and when I had fairly so appraised it, I saw how the human soul, held out in the tremor of my hands at arm's length, had a perfect dew of sweat on a lovely childish forehead. The face that was close to mine was as white as the face against the glass, and out of it presently came a sound, not low nor weak, but as if from much further away, that I drank like a waft of fragrance. Yes, I took it. At this, with a moan of joy, I drew him close, and while I held him to my breast, where I could feel in the sudden fever of his little body the tremendous pulse of his little heart, I kept my eyes on the thing at the window, and saw it move and shift its posture. I have likened it to a sentinel, but its slow wheel for a moment was rather the prowl of a baffled beast. My present quickened courage, however, was such that not too much to let it through, I had to shade, as it were, my flame. Meanwhile the glare of the face was again at the window, the scoundrel fixed as if to watch and wait. It was the very confidence that I might now defy him, as well as the positive certitude, by this time, of the child's unconsciousness, that made me go on. "What did you take it for?" "To see what you said about me." "You opened the letter?" "I opened it." My eyes were now, as I held him off a little again, on Miles's own face, in which the collapse of mockery showed me how complete was the ravage of uneasiness. What was prodigious was that at last, by my success, his sense was sealed, and his communication stopped. He knew that he was in presence, but knew not of what, and knew still less that I also was, and that I did know. And what did this strain of trouble matter when my eyes went back to the window only to see that the air was clear again, and, by my personal triumph, the influence quenched? There was nothing there. I felt that the cause was mine, and that I should surely get all. "And you found nothing?" I let my elation out. He gave the most mournful, thoughtful little headshake. "Nothing." "Nothing, nothing," I almost shouted in my joy. "Nothing, nothing," he sadly repeated. I kissed his forehead. It was drenched. "So what have you done with it?" "I've burned it." "Burned it?" It was now or never. "Is that what you did at school?" Oh, what this brought up! "At school?" "Did you take letters, or other things?" "Other things?" He appeared now to be thinking of something far off, and that reached him only through the pressure of his anxiety. Yet it did reach him. "Did I steal?" I felt myself redden to the roots of my hair, as well as wonder if it were more strange to put to a gentleman such a question, or to see him take it with allowance, that gave the very distance of his fall in the world. "Was it for that you mightn't go back?" The only thing he felt was rather a dreary little surprise. "Did you know I mightn't go back?" "I know everything." He gave me at this the longest and strangest look. "Everything?" "Everything." "Therefore, did you?" But I couldn't say it again. Miles could, very simply. "No, I didn't steal." My face must have shown him I believed him utterly. Yet my hands, but it was for pure tenderness, shook him as if to ask him why, if it was all for nothing, he had condemned me to months of torment. "What, then, did you do?" He looked in vague pain all round the top of the room, and drew his breath 2 or 3 times over, as if with difficulty. He might have been standing at the bottom of the sea and raising his eyes to some faint green twilight. "Well, I said things." "Only that?" "They thought it was enough." "To turn you out for?" Never, truly, had a person, turned out, shown so little to explain it as this little person. He appeared to weigh my question, but in a manner quite detached and almost helpless. "Well, I suppose I oughtn't. But to whom did you say them?" He evidently tried to remember, but it dropped. He had lost it. "I don't know." He almost smiled at me in the desolation of his surrender, which was indeed, practically, by this time, so complete that I ought to have left it there. But I was infatuated, I was blind with victory, though even then the very effect that was to have brought him so much nearer was already that of added separation. "Was it to every one?" I asked. "No, it was only to—" But he gave a sick little headshake. "I don't remember their names." "Were they then so many?" "No, only a few. Those I liked." Those he liked! I seemed to float not into clearness, but into a darker obscure, and within a minute there had come to me out of my very pity the appalling alarm of his being perhaps innocent. It was for the instant confounding and bottomless, for if he were innocent, what then on earth was I? Paralysed, while it lasted, by the mere brush of the question, I let him go a little, so that, with a deep drawn sigh, he turned away from me again, which, as he faced toward the clear window, I suffered, feeling that I had nothing now there to keep him from. "And did they repeat what you said?" I went on after a moment. He was soon at some distance from me, still breathing hard, and again with the air, though now without anger for it, of being confined against his will. Once more, as he had done before, he looked up at the dim day, as if of what had hitherto sustained him nothing was left but an unspeakable anxiety. "Oh yes," he nevertheless replied, "they must have repeated them. To those they liked," he added. There was, somehow, less of it than I had expected, but I turned it over. "And these things came round?" "To the masters? Oh yes," he answered very simply, "but I didn't know they'd tell." "The masters? They've never told. That's why I ask you." He turned to me again his little beautiful fevered face. "Yes, it was too bad." "Too bad?" "What I suppose I sometimes said: to write home." I can't name the exquisite pathos of the contradiction given to such a speech by such a speaker. I only know that the next instant I heard myself throw off with homely force: "Stuff and nonsense!" But the next after that I must have sounded stern enough: "What were these things?" My sternness was all for his judge, his executioner, yet it made him avert himself again, and that movement made me, with a single bound and an irrepressible cry, spring straight upon him. For there again against the glass, as if to blight his confession and stay his answer, was the hideous author of our woe, the white face of damnation. I felt a sick swim at the drop of my victory and all the return of my battle, so that the wildness of my veritable leap only served as a great betrayal. I saw him, from the midst of my act, meet it with a divination, and on the perception that even now he only guessed, and that the window was still to his own eyes free, I let the impulse flame up to convert the climax of his dismay into the very proof of his liberation. "No more! No more! No more!" I shrieked, as I tried to press him against me to my visitant. "Is she here?" Miles panted as he caught with his sealed eyes the direction of my words. Then, as his strange "she" staggered me, and with a gasp I echoed it, "Miss Jessel! Miss Jessel!" he, with a sudden fury, gave me back. I seized, stupefied, his supposition, some sequel to what we had done to Flora, but this made me only want to show him that it was better still than that. "It's not Miss Jessel, but it's at the window, straight before us. It's there, the coward horror, there for the last time." At this, after a second, in which his head made the movement of a baffled dog's on a scent, and then gave a frantic little shake for air and light, He was at me in a white rage, bewildered, glaring vainly over the place, and missing wholly, though it now to my sense filled the room like the taste of poison, the wide, overwhelming presence. "It's he?" I was so determined to have all my proof that I flashed into ice to challenge him. "Whom do you mean by he?" "Peter Quint, you devil!" His face gave again round the room its convulsed supplication. "Where?" They were in my ears still, his supreme surrender of the name and his tribute to my devotion. "What does he matter now, my own? What will he ever matter? I have you." I launched at the beast. "But he has lost you forever." Then, for the demonstration of my work, "There, there," I said to Miles. But he had already jerked straight round, stared, glared again, and seen but the quiet day. With the stroke of the loss I was so proud of, he uttered the cry of a creature hurled over an abyss, and the grasp with which I recovered him might have been that of catching him in his fall. I caught him, yes, I held him, it may be imagined with what a passion, but at the end of a minute I began to feel what it truly was that I held. We were alone with the quiet day, and his little heart, dispossessed, had stopped. End of Part 27. End of The Turn of the Screw by Henry James. Part 28 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 28. Death in Venice. Thomas Mann. Death in Venice. Der Tod in Venedig. Chapter 1. Gustav Aschenbach, or von Aschenbach, as his official surname had been since his 50th birthday, had taken another solitary walk from his apartment in Munich's Prinzregenstrasse on a spring afternoon of the year 19 which had shown the continent such a menacing grimace for a few months. Overexcited by the dangerous and difficult work of that morning that demanded a maximum of caution, discretion, of forcefulness and exactitude of will, the writer had been unable, even after lunch, to stop the continued revolution of that innermost productive drive of his, that motus animi continuus, which after Cicero is the heart of eloquence, and had been thwarted trying to find that soothing slumber which he, in view of his declining resistance, needed so dearly. Therefore he had gone outside, soon after tea, hoping that fresh air and exertion would regenerate him, and reward him with a productive evening. It was early May, and after some cold, wet weeks, a faux midsummer had begun. The Englische Garten, although only slightly leafy, was humid as in August, and had been teeming with carriages and strollers where it was close to the city. At the Aumeister, where increasingly serene paths had led him, he had surveyed the popular and lively Wirtsgarten, on the bounds of which some cabs and carriages were parking. He had started his saunter home across the fields outside of the park while the light was fading, and waited, since he felt exhausted and a thunderstorm seemed imminent over Fearing, for the tram which was to carry him in a straight line back to the city. He happened to find the station and its surroundings completely deserted. Neither on the paved Ungarestrasse, on which the lonely glistening rails stretched towards Schwabing, nor on the Föhringer Chaussee a cart could be seen. Nothing stirred behind the fences of the stone-cutters, where crosses, commemorative plates, and monuments for sale formed a second uninhabited cemetery, and the Byzantine edifice of the mortuary chapel on the other side of the street lay silent in the last light of the parting day. Its front wall, decorated with Greek crosses and emblems in bright colors, furthermore sports symmetrically aligned biblical inscriptions concerning the afterlife, such as, "They enter the house of God," or "The eternal light may shine upon them." And the waiter for a time had found a reasonable entertainment in reading the phrases, and letting his mind's eye wander in their iridescent mystery, when he, returning from his reverie, had noticed a man in the portico, close to the apocalyptic beasts which guard the staircase, whose wholly unusual appearance steered his thoughts into a completely different direction. Whether he had emerged from inside the hall through the bronze gates, or had approached undetected from outside, remained an enigma. Aschenbach, without giving particularly deep thought to the question, tended to assume the former. Not very tall, thin, beardless, and strikingly round-nosed, the man belonged to the red-headed type, and had its milk-like and freckled skin. Obviously he was not Bavarian. The broad and straight-rimmed Bast hat which covered his head gave him the air of the foreign and far-travelled. Of course, he wore the common kind of rucksack strapped on his shoulders, a yellowish suit of loden fabric, as it appeared, a grey coat over the left underarm, which he had stemmed into his side, and in the right hand a stick with an iron tip, which he had pushed diagonally into the ground, and on which he, feet crossed, leaned with his hip. With raised head, so that on his scrawny neck, which stuck out from his sport shirt, the Adam's apple projected forcefully and well defined, he looked into the distance, with colourless, red-lashed eyes, between which there were two vertical, definite furrows, which strangely complemented his short and stubby nose. His demeanour, and perhaps his elevated and elevating standpoint contributed to this impression, was that of cool survey, audacious, even wild, because, be it that he was grimacing against the brightness of the setting sun, or that it was a more permanent physiognomic disfigurement, his lips seemed too short, the teeth were entirely uncovered, so that they, quite long and bare to the gums, gleamed white between his lips. Possibly Aschenbach had not exerted much discretion in his half-distracted and half-inquisitive study of the foreigner, because suddenly he noticed the other one returning his glances, and in such a warlike fashion, so straight into the eye, so obviously determined to carry this to the extremes, and to force the other one's gaze to retreat, that Aschenbach, slightly embarrassed, turned around and began ambling along the fences, with the passing decision not to regard that person again. He had forgotten him the very next minute. If it was the wayfarer-like air of the foreigner working on his imagination, or some other corporeal or mental influence that caused it, a straight distension of his soul unexpectedly made itself known, a sort of roving unrest, a juvenile thirst for the distant, a feeling, so novel and yet so long forgotten that he, hands on his back and his eyes fixed at the ground, stood transfixed to probe that emotion and its nature and aim. It was wanderlust, nothing more, but verily coming in the form of a fit, and ardently intensified, even to the point of an illusion. Because he saw, as a sample of all those wonders and horrors of the diversity on earth which his desire was suddenly able to imagine, an enormous landscape, a tropical swamp under a moist and heavy sky, wet, lush, and unhealthy, a primordial wilderness of islands and mud-bearing backwaters that men avoid. The shallow islands, the soil of which was covered with leaves as thick as hands, with enormous ferns, with juicy, macerated, and wonderfully flowering plants, ejected upwards hairy palm trunks and strangely formless trees, whose roots sprung from the trunks and connected to the water or the ground through the air, formed disorienting arrangements. On the brackish, glaucously reflected stream, milk-white, bowl-sized flowers were floating. High-shouldered birds of all kinds with shapeless beaks were standing on tall legs in the shallow water, and looked askance unmoving, while through vast reed fields there sounded a clattering, grinding, and whirring, as if by soldiers in their armaments. The onlooker thought he felt the tepid and mephitic odour of that unrestrained and unfit wasteland which seemed to hover in a limbo between creation and decay, between the knotty trunks of a bamboo thicket he for a moment believed to perceive the phosphorescent eyes of the tiger, and felt his heart beating with horror and mysterious yearning. Finally the hallucination vanished, and Aschenbach, shaking his head, resumed his promenade along the fences of the stone-cutters. He had, as far as he had possessed the means to enjoy the benefits of sojourn to far-off countries, regarded travel as a hygienic necessity, which had to be observed against will and inclination. Too much occupied with the duties imposed by his ego and the European soul, too overburdened with the duty of production, too little interested in distracting himself to be a faithful lover of that gay outside world, he had contented himself wholly with the knowledge of the earth's surface that can be gained by anyone without ever having to abandon his circle, and was never even tempted to leave Europe. The more so since his life was approaching its conclusion, since his artist's fright of not being able to finish his work, that fret that his time had run out, could no longer be called purely a delusion, so that his life had mostly been limited to the beautiful city, which had become a home to him, and the Spartan country house which he had erected in the mountains, and where he spent rain-soaked summers. Also, that which had of late so suddenly touched him was soon tempered and corrected by the reason and restraint that he had exercised from his younger years on. He had intended to continue the work for which he lived up to a certain point before he moved to the country, and the thought of an aimless wandering around the world, which would cost him several months of time allotted for his work, seemed too carefree and at odds with his plans. It was not to be considered in earnest. And yet he was quite aware what was the cause of that affliction. It was a desire to flee, he had to admit to himself, this yearning for the distant and the novel, this desire for liberty, for being free of burden, for being able to forget, the desire to escape his work, the commonplace location of a rigorous, frigid, and ardent duty. Although he loved it, and also almost the unnerving, daily repeating struggle between his tenacious and proud, so often tested will-power, and that growing weariness, of which nobody was allowed to know, and which was not allowed to betray the product by any sign of impotence or defeat. But it seemed reasonable not to overdo it, and not to suffocate such a lively desire hard-headedly. He thought of his work, thought of the point at which he had to terminate his efforts today, just like yesterday, and which seemed to yield neither to patient care nor a decisive blow. He inspected it again, tried to break or dissolve the stoppage, but aborted his attack with a feeling of disgust. These were no insurmountable hindrances. What immobilized him were the scruples of listlessness, which masqueraded as an insatiable discontent. Discontent had already been considered by the adolescent as the character and innermost nature of genius, and he had sought to restrain his emotions because he had realized that they were too easily contented with approximations and half-hearted perfection. Was that repressed sentiment now avenging itself by leaving him, by refusing to carry his art, and by taking away all his delight with form and meaning? Not that he produced bad art. That was one of the advantages of his age, that he could be sure of his mastery in every moment. But he himself, while his nation honored it, was unable to enjoy it, and it seemed to him as if his work lacked those characteristics of fiery inventiveness which, as creations of joy, contribute more to the pleasure of the readership than some inner meaning. He was afraid of the summer in the countryside, alone in that little house, with the maidservant who prepared the food for him and the manservant who served it. He feared the familiar sight of the mountains and steep cliffs that would surround his listless dullness. And so there was a need for something different, some living without a set plan, some fresh air from remote places. an infusion of fresh blood to make the summer more tolerable and productive. So travel it would be. He was content with himself. Not that far, certainly not to the Tigers, a night in the sleeping car and a siesta of 3 or 4 weeks in one of the usual places for holidays in the lovely South. So he thought to himself while the noise of the electric tram approached along the Ungerstrasse, and when he got in he decided to spend the evening with the study of maps and schedules. On the platform it occurred to him to look for the man with the bast hat, his comrade during that rather fateful stay, but the man's whereabouts remained unknown, as he was neither to be found in his former location, nor at the next station, nor in the car. End of Part 28. Part 29 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 29, Death in Venice. Thomas Mann, Death in Venice, Der Tod in Venedig, Chapter 2. The author of the articulate and powerful epic prose poem about the life of Frederick the Great, the patient artist who had industriously weaved the tapestry called Maya, a novel rich in characters that combined so much human faithfulness under the overruling shadow of an idea, the creator of that mighty narrative titled A Miserable One, that demonstrated to a thankful generation the possibility of moral resoluteness in the presence of deepest knowledge. The writer, finally, and that concludes the list of works of his most mature period, of the impassioned treatise about Arts and the Intellect, which, due to its organizing force and antithetical eloquence, could be compared to Schiller's reasoning about naive and sentimental poetry. Gustav Aschenbach had been born as the son of judicial officer in the district town of L in Silesia. His ancestors had been officers, judges, and bureaucrats, men who in the service of king and country had led their strict and decently simple lives. Intellectual tendencies had once taken shape among them in the form of a preacher. Quicker, more sensual blood had been added through the poet's mother, daughter of a Bohemian bandmaster. From her the characteristics of a different race in his appearance had been derived. That marriage between businesslike Spartan sedulity and darker, more fiery impulses had created an artist, and this artist in particular. Since his entire persona had a disposition towards fame, he, even though not really precocious, had presented himself from an early age on with maturity and skill, thanks to his decisiveness and laconic use of words. Still little more than a student, he had already made a name for himself. 10 years later he had learned to represent from his desk, to administrate his fame in concise letters, because the one who is successful and trustworthy is met with many demands every day, and to be generally benevolent and meaningful. Even in his 40s he had already exhausted from the strains and vicissitudes of his actual work, to cope with a daily correspondence bearing postage stamps from all over the world. Keeping equal distance from the banal and the eccentric, his gifts were made to win the fidelity of the masses and the adulating, demanding participation of the more discriminating at the same time. In that way, from his adolescent years having been prepared for extraordinary achievement from all sides, he had never known the idleness and carelessness of youth. When he fell sick in Vienna around his 35th year, our careful observer said of him, "See, Aschenbach has always lived like this," and he formed a fist with his left hand. But never like that, and he let his now open hand drop nonchalantly from the armrest of his lounge chair. That was indeed true, and the brave thing about it was that his nature was not at all robust and had been made to yield to frequent concentrated effort only by calling, not by birth. The doctor had demanded that the boy stay home from school, and instead advised that he be schooled at home. He had grown up solitary, without comrades, and had to recognize in due time that he belonged to a family in which not so much the talent, but the necessary physical basis which talent needs to unfold, had been a rarity; a family in which the capable gave all their gifts early on and infrequently reached old age. But his favorite phrase was "keep a stiff upper lip." In his novel about Frederick the Great he saw nothing less than the apotheosis of that command, which he considered the essence of virtue at work. He also wished mostly dearly to live a long life, because he had always thought that an artist could only be considered truly great and honorable if he had been a success in all stages of his life. Therefore, since he had to carry the duties which his gifts burdened him with on tender shoulders and intended to go a long way, discipline was most important to him. Fortunately, that kind of discipline had been running in his father's side of the family. At 40 or 50 years, at an age when others are still wasteful and enthusiastic and delay the carrying out of bigger designs, he started his day by dousing his breast and back with cold water, and then sacrificed the creative impulses he had gathered during his slumber during 2 or 3 hours of intensive work in the candlelight. It was pardonable, and even signified the victory of his morality, when those without more intimate knowledge considered the world of Maya, or the epic construct in which Frederick's heroic life found its expression, products of an enduring force, while in reality they had been built up in tiny daily portions from hundreds of inspirations, and when they only reached a certain degree of excellence because their master had endured the imposition of a certain work for years with the same tenacity and will power that had helped conquer his home province, and had only invested his most powerful and noble hours into their creation. For an important intellectual product to be immediately weighty, a deep relationship or concordance had to exist between the life of its creator and the general lives of the people. These people are generally unaware why exactly they praise a certain work of art. Far from being truly knowledgeable, they perceive it to have 100 different benefits to justify their adulation. But the real underlying reason for their behavior cannot be measured, is sympathy. Aschenbach had once mentioned it in a place where it might easily have been overlooked, that all truly great works exist despite of things, despite distress and pain, despite poverty, abandonment, weakness of the body, vice, passion, and 1,000 obstacles. But it was more than just a remark. It was an experience, was almost the formula of his life and fame, the key to his work, and so it was not surprising if this was also the moral disposition, the demeanor of his most memorable characters. About that novel, always recurring kind of heroic type so favored by this writer, a keen essayist had remarked once that he was the conception of an intellectual and ephebe-like masculinity that stands silent in proud shame, clenching its teeth while it is pierced by swords and spears. That was beautiful, intelligent, and correct, despite its somewhat exaggerated accentuation of passivity. Because grace under pressure is more than just suffering. It is an active achievement, a positive triumph, and the figure of St. Sebastian is its best symbol, if perhaps not in art generally, but certainly in the art of writing. Gazing at the written world, seeing the elegant self-restraint that guards an inner decomposition, a biological decay until the last moment from the prying eyes of the world, that bilious, sensually disadvantaged ugliness that is able to kindle its smouldering fire into a pure flame and to even usurp the throne in the kingdom of beauty. The pallid impotence, which retrieves from the glowing depths of the soul the power to prostrate an entire wanton people before the cross, before its own feet. The amiable attitude in the empty and severe employ of the form, the counterfeit and dangerous life, the quickly unnerving yearning and art of the born fraud. Considering all these things, and so many others more, One could doubt if there even was a sort of heroism not marked by meekness. And what kind of heroism would be more timely than this one? Gustav Aschenbach was the poet of all those who were laboring on the brink of exhaustion, the overburdened and worn out, who still tried to keep upright, those moralists of performance who, being lanky and of limited means, through will-power and clever management can conjure the effect of greatness, at least for a time. They are numerous, they are the heroes of our age, and they all recognized themselves in his work. They found themselves vindicated, elevated, celebrated in it, thanked him generously, and spread his name. He was young and had been rough with time, listening to its bad advice. He had made mistakes, had compromised himself, had trespassed against good behavior and prudence, both in his words and works. But he had gained that dignity towards which every genius has an inner drive. One could even say that his whole development had been a conscious and defiant ascent towards dignity, an ascent that defied all those hindrances of doubt and irony. Lively, yet non-binding concreteness of formation is the foundation of the delight of the bourgeois masses, but the absolute ardor of youth is only interested in the problematic, and Aschenbach was problematic, had been as absolute as any other youth. He had indulged in the mind, ruthlessly mined for knowledge, had milled his seeds, given away secrets, brought talent under suspicion, betrayed art, and while his creations were entertaining and reviving and elevating the pious epicures, he, the young artist, had kept the 20-year-olds breathless with his cynicism about the questionable nature of art and artists. But it seems as if nothing dulls the noble and able mind quicker than the biting and bitter taste of awareness. And it is certain that the melancholy, sedulous thoroughness of the youth is nothing in comparison to the deep conviction of the man who has become a master, his decision to deny that knowledge, to decline it, to completely ignore it when he finds it in the least capable of paralyzing, discouraging, and degrading. How else could the famous story of the Misérables be interpreted than as an outburst of disgust against the indecent psychologizing of the time, made flesh and blood in the figure of that soft and ridiculous scoundrel who tries to trick fate by sending his wife, perhaps out of profligacy, out of moral weakness, into the arms of a beardless one, and thinks he is entitled to commit indecencies? The power of the word, with which the castaway is cast away, pronounces the turning away from all moral uncertainty, from every sympathy with the abyss, the reneging of that phrase of compassion that to understand all is to forgive all, and what was beginning here was that wonder of the reborn impartiality, which was briefly mentioned in one of the author's dialogues with not a little mystery. What strange coherence! Was it a consequence of that rebirth, that new-found dignity and severity, that at the same time an almost extreme enhancement of his sense of beauty was observed, that kind of noble purity, simplicity, and well-proportionedness of form, which from then on gave his work such a deliberate air of mastery and classicism? But moral determination without knowledge, without that dissolving and hindering perception, does it not also entail a simplification, a moral black and white view of the world and the soul, and therefore also a tendency towards what is evil and forbidden? And is not form itself two-faced? Is it not moral and amoral at the same time? Moral as an expression of discipline, amoral and even anti-moral if it encompasses a moral indifference and tries to rule over what is moral. However it may be, development is also fate, and why should not the one which is participated in by the public take a different course from that which unfolds without the glamour and the duties of fame? Only never-ending vagary finds it boring and is wont to ridicule it when a remarkable talent outgrows its libertine past, gets used to expressly perceive the dignity of the mind, and takes on the solitary mores full of unadvised, hardly independent sorrows and struggles which ascend to power and honors among men. Besides, how much play, resentment, indulgence is in the remaking of talent by itself! An official and pedagogic element slowly surfaced in Gustav Aschenbach's performances. His style departed from the direct boldness, those subtle and new distinctions of his earlier years. It transformed itself into the exemplary and solid, the conventionally polished, the preserving, formal, even formulaic, and like the anecdote about the Sun King purports to know, so the aging one exiled every base and common word from his vocabulary. At that time it happened that the Ministry of Education included selected writings of his in their school books. It suited him very well, and he did not resent at all when a German prince, just recently crowned, knighted the creator of the Frederick on his 50th birthday. After several years of unrest and much trying out of different places, he soon picked Munich as his permanent home town, and there he lived in those bourgeois honors that in rare cases are bestowed upon the intellect. His marriage to a girl, the offspring of a highly educated family, had been terminated by her death. A daughter, already married herself, had remained. He had never had a son. Gustav von Aschenbach was not particularly tall, with dark hair, beardless. His head seemed curiously oversized in relation to his almost frail figure. His brushed back hair, thinning at the cortex, very voluminous at the temples, and quite grey, framed a high, furrowed, and, so to say, scarred forehead. The frame of golden eyeglasses cut into the root of a somewhat plump yet nobly curved nose. His mouth was large, often limp, sometimes small and tense all of a sudden. His cheeks were narrow and furrowed, the well-formed chin sported a cleft. Important fates seemed to have trespassed over the often sideways tilted crown, and yet it had been art which had shaped that kind of physiognomy which otherwise is the hallmark of a difficult and troubled life. Behind that brow, the glittering repartees in the conversation between the King and Voltaire about war had been born. These eyes, looking at the world wearily through the glasses, had seen the bloody inferno in the field hospitals of the 7 Years' War. Even on a personal level, art is a form of heightened living. It gives greater pleasures, it consumes faster, it stamps the features of its servants with the signs of imaginary and spiritual adventures, and it produces, even in the most cloister-like atmosphere, a certain fastidiousness, an over-refinement, an exhaustion and curiosity of the nerves, in a way even a life of the most outrageous passions and delights could scarcely affect it. End of Part 29. Part 30 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 30, Death in Venice. Thomas Mann, Death in Venice, Der Tod in Venedig, Chapter 3. Some business of the worldly and literary kind held the hopeful traveller to be back in Munich for another 2 weeks after that walk. Finally he gave orders to prepare his country house for him within 4 weeks, and then one day, between the middle and the end of May, he took the night train to Trieste, where he only stopped for 24 hours, and the next day embarked for Pola. What he was looking for was the unfamiliar and unrelated, which was indeed reached rather easily, and so he stayed on a celebrated Adriatic island, situated not far from the Istrian coast, with a gaily ragged people that conversed in an alien-sounding language, and with picturesquely broken cliffs where the sea was open. Unfortunately, heavy rain and an oppressive atmosphere, a parochial and completely Austrian company in the hotel, and the lack of calm and easy communion with the sea, which only a soft sloping and sandy beach can afford, caused him distress, prevented in him the feeling that he had reached his destination. An innermost calling of his, he did not know to where, caused him alarm. He studied the passenger ship routes, he looked around searchingly, and all of a sudden, at the same time surprising and expected, his destination became clear to him. When one wanted to see something without equal, the romantically different, where would one go? There could be no question about it. What was he supposed to do here? He had erred. He should have had travelled to that other location in the first place. He did not hesitate to immediately cancel his abortive stay on the island. 1½ weeks after his arrival on the island, at hazy dawn a fast launch took him and his luggage back to the military harbour, and there he only went ashore to directly step on to the damp deck of a ship bound for Venice. It was a vehicle under an Italian flag, stricken with years, outmoded, serene, and sombre. In a cave-like, artificially lit berth, into which Aschenbach had been instantly ushered with grinning courtesy by a hump-backed and dirty sailor after setting foot onto the ship, there sat behind a table with his hat slanted on his head and with a cigarette-butt between his lips, a goatish man who had the physiognomy of an old-fashioned circus director, who with artificially easy demeanour registered the nationalities of the travellers and handed them their tickets. "To Venice," he repeated Aschenbach's request, straightening his arm and pushing the quill into the pulpy remains of an inclined inkstand. "First class to Venice. Here you are, sir." And he wrote with huge loops, dispensed some blue sand from a can onto the writing, let the sand run into a clay bowl, folded the paper with yellow and bony fingers, and continued his writing. "A happily chosen destination," he chattered meanwhile. "Ah, Venice, a magnificent city, a city full of irresistible attraction to the well-educated, both due to its history and its present charms." The smooth dispatch of his movements and the empty talk that accompanied them had something stupefying and distracting, almost as if he feared the passenger might waver in his determination to go to Venice. He speedily cashed the money and let the change fall onto the dirty tablecloth with the dexterity of a croupier. "Have a nice day, sir," he said with a Thespian bow. "It is my honour to convey you." "Next, please," he cried with a raised arm, pretending his business was lively even though there was nobody else around who needed a ticket. Aschenbach returned onto the deck. Leaning with one arm on the handrail, he contemplated both the idle people who were mooching at the pier to witness the ship's departure and his fellow passengers. Those of the second class were crouching on the foredeck, using boxes and bundles as seats. A group of young people formed the company of the first deck, apparently tradesmen's apprentices from Pola, who had merrily united for a trip to Italy. They made a lot of fuss about themselves and their enterprise, chattered, laughed, contentedly enjoyed their own gesticulating, and mocked those colleagues who, portfolios tucked under their arms, were walking along the street to pursue their business, and who made threatening gestures to the departing. One, in a bright yellow, excessively fashionable summer suit, red tie, and a boldly bent-up Panama hat, exceeded all the others with his shrill voice and gayness. No sooner had Aschenbach set eyes on him than he realized with a kind of terror that this ephebe was false. He was ancient. There could be no doubt about it. Wrinkles surrounded his mouth and eyes. The meek crimson of his cheeks was make-up. That brown hair below the colourfully banded straw hat was a wig. His neck was dilapidated and sinewy, his moustache was dyed, his yellowish and complete set of teeth, which he laughingly presented, was a cheap counterfeit, and his hands, with signet rings on both index fingers, were that of a very old man. With a shudder Aschenbach looked at him and his communion with his friends. Did they not know or notice that he was elderly, that he was wrongfully appropriating their garish dress, fraudulently played one of theirs? As if nothing had happened, seemingly out of habit, they tolerated him among themselves, treated him as an equal, answered his teasing nudges without disgust. How could that be? Aschenbach covered his forehead with his hand and closed his eyes that were burning from a lack of sleep. He felt as if reality was becoming unreal, as if a dreamlike enchantment had begun, a shift of the world into the inexplicable, which perhaps could be opposed by closing his eyes and then taking another look. But in that moment he became aware of a sensation of floating, and, strangely startled, he realized that the heavy and dark mass of the ship had detached itself from the quay. Inch by inch, with the engine running alternately forwards and backwards, the strip of dirtily iridescent water between the ship's hull and the shore widened, and after some stodgy manoeuvres the steamer's bow was pointing towards the open sea. Aschenbach went over the starboard side, where the humpbacked sailor had prepared a deck chair for him, and a steward in a spotted dress coat awaited his orders. The sky was grey, the wind moist. The harbour and the islands had receded, and soon land was no longer visible. A snow of coal dust, soaked with humidity, settled on the freshly scrubbed deck that refused to dry. After about an hour the tent roof was deployed, as it had begun to rain. Wrapped in his coat, a book in his lap, the traveller rested, and time seemed to fly. The rain had ceased. The linen roof was removed. The horizon was complete. Beneath the broad cupola of the sky the enormous disk of the barren sea extended all around. But in that empty, measureless space our sense of time also suffers, and we daze in the disorienting shapelessness. Strange and shade-like creatures, the senescent dandy, the goat-bearded man from below decks, traipsed with vague gestures and confused dream words through the mind of the reclining artist, and eventually he fell asleep. At noon he was required to venture below into the corridor-like dining hall, which was bordered on by the sleeping bunks, eating the ordered meal at a long table, on the other side of which the apprentices, including the Senex, had been drinking heavily with the jolly captain since 10 o'clock. The meal was meagre, and he quickly finished it. He wanted to go outside to look at the sky. If maybe it would brighten in the direction of Venice. He did not anticipate anything else, for the city had always received him with splendour. But the sky and the sea remained cloudy and leaden, at times a fog-like drizzle fell, and slowly he accepted that he would, reaching it by water, discover a vastly different Venice from that which he had approached overland. He stood next to the foremast, gazing into the distance, expecting to see land. He thought of that melancholy, enthusiastic poet who had met the cupolas and bell towers of his dream in this place. He quietly recalled some of the products of that awe-stricken, happy, and sad mood, and, moved by that ready-made emotion, he wondered whether he, although more sombre and tired than then, would meet that state of rapture and confusion a second time. Then to his right the soft sloping shore appeared. Fishing boats made the sea lively. The Lido came into view. The steamer passed it on the right, gliding slowly through the channel of the same name, and close to the lagoon it came to a rest entirely in full view of the poor and gaudy houses, since the barge of the sanitary service had to be met. An hour passed before it materialized. One had reached one's destination, and yet one had not. There was no hurry, and yet one soon got impatient. The use of Pola, perhaps also drawn to the military trumpet signals that echoed over the waters, had come on deck, and, enthusiastic from the asti they had drunken, they cheered the Bersaglieri who were being drilled there. But it was repugnant to witness the state into which his faux communion with youth had brought the overdressed old man. His old and fated brain had not been able to resist the liquor to the same degree as the real youth's. He was hopelessly drunk. Looking stupidly around, a cigarette between his trembling fingers, he swayed, barely able to keep his balance, pulled to and fro by his intoxication. Because he would have fallen down at the very first step, he did not dare to move, yet still displayed a sorry cockiness, holding on to every one who approached him, speaking with a slur, winking, giggling, raising his ringed and wrinkled index finger to tease ridiculously, and licking the corners of his mouth in the most distastefully ambiguous manner. Aschenbach watched him with an expression of anger, and again he got a feeling of unreality, as if the world showed a small but definite tendency to slip into the peculiar and grotesque, a sensation which the resumption of the pounding work of the engine kept him from exploring fully as the ship returned to its course through the San Marco Canal. So he again set eyes on the most astounding landing, that blinding composition of fantastic architecture which the Republic has to offer the awestruck looks of the approaching seafarer. The light grandeur of the palace and the Bridge of Sighs, the columns topped with the Lion and the Saint close to the shore, the flauntingly projecting flank of St. Mark's, the view of St. Mark's clock, and thus contemplating, he thought that arriving in Venice from the train station was like entering a palace through the servants' entrance, and that one should always, like himself, travel across the ocean to the most improbable of cities. The engine stopped, gondolas approached, the accommodation ladder was lowered, the customs officials came aboard and carried out their duty, the debarkation could begin. Aschenbach made it clear that he desired a gondola to bring him and his luggage to the landing of the smaller steamers that cruise between the city and the Lido, because he wanted a room close to the sea. His wish is approved and hollered towards the water, where the gondoliers are quarrelling in dialect. He is unable to descend, as his trunk is taken with great effort down the ladder-like stairs. So he cannot get away for several minutes from the intrusiveness of the ghastly old man, who is compelled by his drunkenness to bid the foreigner good-bye. "We are wishing a most enjoyable stay. One hopes to be remembered well. Au revoir, excusez and bonjour, your Excellency." His mouth is watering. He winks, licks the corners of his mouth, and the dyed moustache on his lips is ruffled up. "Our compliments," he continues with two fingertips at his mouth, "our compliments to your sweetheart, the most lovely, beautiful sweetheart." And suddenly the upper row of his false teeth drops onto his tongue. Aschenbach was able to escape. "To your sweetheart, the most pretty sweetheart," he heard in hollow and somewhat obstructed speech behind his back while he descended the ladder. Who would not have had to fight a slight unease, a secret resentment and trepidation, when one, for the first or after a long time, had to get into a Venetian gondola? That strange vehicle, which seems unchanged from more fanciful times, and which is so strangely black, like normally only coffins are, reminds one of silent and criminal adventures in the lapping night. Furthermore, it is reminiscent of death itself, the bier, the drab funeral, and the final wordless ride. And has one noticed that the coffin-black, varnished, black upholstered chair in such a barge is the softest, most luxurious, most deeply relaxing seat in the whole world? Aschenbach noticed it when he took his place at the feet of the gondolier, with his luggage orderly arranged at the front of the gondola. The rowers were still quarrelling, in a raw and incomprehensible way, with menacing gestures. But the peculiar quietude of the city on the sea seemed to absorb and disembody their voices, and to disperse them above the water. It was fairly hot in the harbour. Touched by the warm sirocco, seated on tender cushions, the traveller closed his eyes to enjoy that kind of unusual and sweet lassitude. The trip will be short, he thought. Oh, would it last for ever? The noiseless rocking let him put a distance between himself and that boisterous jostle. How it became even more still around him all the time. Nothing could be heard except the lapping of the oar, the hollow impact of the waves against the tip of the gondola, that stood erect, dark and like a spear above the water, And a third thing, the whispering and murmuring of the gondolier, who was talking to himself between his clenched teeth in occasional outbursts. Aschenbach raised his head, and with a slight bemusement he noticed that the lagoon around him widened, and that his course was towards the open sea. Therefore it seemed he should not relax too much, but instead supervise the carrying out of his orders. "To the steamship landing, please," he said, turning over his shoulder. The murmuring ceased. He got no reply. "To the steamship landing," he repeated, and turned around, completely, to look up into the gondolier's face, who was standing behind him, a little elevated, in front of the pale sky. It was a man of unpleasing, even violent physiognomy, dressed in blue sailor's garb, girded with a yellow sash, and with a shapeless straw hat that had begun to dissolve at its edges, slanted on his head. The form of his face, his blond and curly moustache below the stubby nose, did not make him look very Italian. Although of relatively slender build, so that he did not seem particularly suited to his trade, he showed great energy when he used his whole body to drive the oar at every beat. A few times the exertion caused him to withdraw his lips and expose his white teeth. With his gaze fixed above the guest and his reddish eyebrows wrinkled, he replied in a determined, almost harsh tone, "You are going to the Lido." Aschenbach replied, "Indeed, but I only wanted the gondola to take me to St. Mark's Square. I wish to go with the Vaporetto." "You cannot go with the Vaporetto, sir." "And why not?" "Because the Vaporetto does not transport luggage." That was correct. Aschenbach remembered. He was silent. But the brusque, boastful, uncharacteristic behaviour of that man seemed intolerable. He remained taciturn, the oar was lapping, the water clashed dully against the bow, and the talking and murmuring resumed. The gondolier was speaking to himself between his teeth. What had to be done? Alone on the water with the strangely disobedient, unsettlingly determined man, the traveller did not see a way to force upon him his will, and how softly he could be seated if he did not protest. Had he not wished that the trip should take longer, or forever? It was most prudent to let things take their course, and besides it was most comfortable. A spell of torpidity seemed to emanate from that low and black seat, so tenderly rocked by the oar-beats of the defiant gondolier in his back. The notion of having fallen into the hands of a rogue streaked dreamlike through Aschenbach's mind, unable to summon his senses for active defence. Less appetizing was the possibility that this was just an act of extortion. A certain feeling of duty, the realization that one had to guard against such a thing, allowed him to make another effort. He asked, "How much do you want for the fare?" And, looking above him, the gondolier responded, "You will pay." It was clear what had to be replied to this. Aschenbach said mechanically, "I will pay you nothing, nothing at all if you take me somewhere I did not want to go." "You want to go to the Lido." "But not with you." "I row you well." That much is true, thought Aschenbach, and relaxed again. It is true you are rowing me well. Even if you are trying to get my money and would kill me with a quick blow of the oar, you would have rowed me well. But nothing of the sort happened. Even some company appeared, a boat with musical mendicants, men and women, singing to the accompaniment of guitars and mandolins, coming obtrusively close to the gondola, filling the quietude above the waters with their mercenary tunes. Aschenbach threw a few coins into the hat that was presented. They fell silent and rowed away, and the murmuring of the gondolier was perceptible once more. And so one arrived, rocked by the backwash of a steamer headed for the city. Two municipal officers, hands clasped behind their backs, their heads facing the lagoon, were walking back and forth at the shore. Aschenbach got off the gondola at the pier, with help from the old man, with his grappling hook, who seemed to be present on all Venetian landings, and because he did not have enough coins he entered the hotel, which was situated across from the landing, to exchange some money and reward the gondolier as he pleased. He is served in the lobby. He returns, finds his luggage on a cart at the quay, and the gondola and gondolier have disappeared. "He has taken off," said the old man with the grappling hook. "A very bad man. A man without a license, dear sir. He is the only gondolier without a license. The others have telephoned here. He saw that he was being expected, so he took off." Aschenbach shrugged his shoulders. "The sir has had a free ride," said the old man, and presented his hat. Aschenbach threw in some coins. He gave orders to take his luggage to the Hôtel des Bains, and followed the cart through the alleyway, that white blossoming alley which, bordered by taverns, bazaars, and bed and breakfasts, runs across the island to the beach. He entered the sprawling hotel from the rear, from the garden terrace, and went through the lobby to the office. Because he had been announced, he was greeted with servile complicity. A manager, a diminutive, soft-spoken, ingratiatingly courteous man with a black moustache and a frock coat in the French style, accompanied him in the elevator to the third floor and showed him his room, a pleasant room with cherry furniture, decorated with heavily fragrant flowers, and which had tall windows affording a view of the sea. He stepped close to one of them, after the manager had taken his leave, and while behind him his luggage was carried in, he surveyed the beach, which lay deserted in the afternoon, and the sunless sea at high tide, sending its crouched and elongated waves in a steady rhythm against the shore. The observations and encounters of the solitary and mute one are at the same time more blurry and more distinctive than those of the more sociable person, his thoughts more substantial, stranger, and never without a trace of sadness. Images and perceptions that would be easy to dismiss with a laugh, a short exchange of words, occupy him excessively and grow deeper and more important in silence, become experience, adventure, emotion. Solitude favors the original, the daring and otherworldly beautiful, the poem, but it also favors the wrongful, the extreme, the absurd, and the forbidden. Thus the unusual incidences on the journey were still disconcerting to the traveller. The horrible old man with his blabbering about a sweetheart, the gondolier who had not received payment. Without obstructing reason or giving any real food for thought, they were still extremely bizarre, and possibly so bewildering because of that contradiction. In between he greeted the sea with his eyes and delighted in the knowledge that Venice could be so quickly and easily reached. Finally he turned, washed his face, gave some orders to the chambermaid to improve his comfort, and had the green-liveried Swiss elevator attendant take him to the ground floor. He took his tea on the seaside terrace, then descended and walked a good distance along the shore in the direction of the Hotel Excelsior. Upon his return it appeared to be time to dress for dinner. He did that slowly and with diligence, yet found himself still too early in the dining hall, where a group of hotel guests, unknown to each other and in feigned disinterest, had congregated in the expectation of a meal. He picked up a paper, seated himself in a club chair, and contemplated the company, which differed in a most agreeable way from that during his earlier stay on the island. A wide and all-encompassing horizon opened itself out. Muffled sounds from many different languages were mixing. The omnipresent dinner jacket, the uniform of the civilized world, gathered all facets of human variety into one orderly whole. One saw the dry and elongated face of the American, the large Russian family, English ladies, German children with French nannies. The Slavic component appeared to predominate. Polish was spoken right next to him. It was a group of adolescents and bare adults, under the supervision of a governess, around a small table. 3 young girls, perhaps between 15 and 17, and a long-haired boy of about 14 years. With astonishment, Aschenbach noticed that the boy was perfectly beautiful. His countenance, pale and gracefully reserved, surrounded by honey-coloured locks, with its evenly sloped nose, the lovely mouth, the expression of alluring and divine earnestness, was reminiscent of Greek statues from the most noble period, and with all its perfection of form it had such a personal appeal that the onlooker thought he had never encountered anything similar, either in nature or in art. What else was striking was an apparently deliberate contrast between the educational guide lines after which the children were dressed and kept in general. The exterior of the girls, the oldest of which could be taken for an adult, was tart and chaste to the point of disfigurement. A uniform monastic garb, shale-toned, of average length, sober and consciously unbecoming, with white collars as the only bright spot, suppressed and made impossible any pleasingness of figure. The smooth hair that appeared to be glued to the head gave their faces a featurelessness and nun-like lack of expression. It seemed certain this was the work of a mother, and naturally it did not occur to her to apply that same pedagogic severity that pertained to the girls to the boy also. Mellowness and affection visibly ruled his existence. One had abstained from cutting his arresting hair. Like the statue of the boy with a thorn, it curled onto the forehead, over the ears, and even more so in the nape. An English sailor suit, the voluminous sleeves of which were tapered towards the ends, and which surrounded the delicate joints of his still childlike and narrow hands, contributed, with its strings, bows, and embroideries, an air of wealth and fastidiousness. He was sitting in semi-profile from Aschenbach's point of view, one foot in front of the other, with an elbow leaning on the arm-rest of his basket-chair, his cheek comforted by his closed hand, in an attitude of relaxed decorum and completely without the submissive stiffness that his sisters seemed to be used to. Was he sick? Because the white of his skin contrasted like ivory with the golden sombreness of the adjacent curls. Or was he simply a coddled favourite child, carried by partial and capricious devotion? Aschenbach was inclined to believe that. Almost every artistic individual has a luxurious and treacherous propensity to recognize beauty-creating inequity and to render homage to aristocratic entitlement. A waiter went around and announced the readiness of the meal in English. Slowly the society disappeared through the glass door into the dining-room. Late-comers passed by, arriving from the vestibule or the elevator. Inside, the serving had begun, but the young Poles remained seated around the little tables, and Aschenbach, sitting snugly in his chair, not to mention having a favourable view of something beautiful, lingered along with them. The governess, a stocky dame with a reddish face, finally gave the signal to rise. With lifted eyebrows she shoved back her chair and bowed, when a tall lady, dressed in white and grey and richly attired with pearls, entered the room. She comported herself with coolness and restraint, the arrangement of her lightly powdered hair and the style of her dress were of that simplicity which always rules good taste, where devoutness is considered an element of noblesse. She could have been the wife of a high-ranking German official. Something extravagant only entered her appearance through her jewellery, which seemed extremely expensive, and consisted of earrings and a triple very long necklace of cherry-sized, mildly shimmering pearls. The children had arisen promptly. They kissed their mother's hand, who looked above their heads with an aloof smile of her well-groomed but slightly tired and sharp-nosed face, and addressed a few words in French to the governess. Then she proceeded towards the glass door. The children followed her, the girls ordered by age, then the governess, and finally the boy. For some unknown reason he turned around before crossing the threshold, and since nobody else was present, his curiously dark grey eyes met those of Aschenbach, who, with the newspaper on his lap and deep in his thoughts, had traced the group. What he had seen was certainly not remarkable in its details. One had not gone to table before the mother. One had waited for her, greeted her, and observed the usual customs on entering the dining-room. But somehow all that was presented with such a deliberate accentuation of manners, commitment, and self-respect that Aschenbach felt strangely moved by it. He hesitated for a few moments, and then also went into the dining-room and had himself seated, unfortunately quite far from the Polish family, as he observed with regret. Exhausted and yet in mental commotion, he entertained himself with abstract, even transcendental subjects during dinner, mulled the mysterious link between the orderly and the individual for human beauty to appear, departed from there to think about the general problems of form and art, and eventually found his thoughts and findings to resemble certain apparently fortuitous ideas in a dream, that on closer inspection revealed themselves to be completely stale and unworkable. After the meal he went into the park that was filled with evening smells, and smoked, sometimes sitting, sometimes walking. Then he went to bed, even though it was still early, and spent the night in sleep that was consistently deep, but enlivened by dreams of the most varied kinds. The weather had not improved on the next day. A land breeze was stirring. Under a pale and overcast sky the sea lay in dull quietness, shrunken, so to say, with a soberly clear horizon, and so far removed from the beach that it exposed several large sandbanks. When Aschenbach opened his window, he believed to sense the putrid smell of the lagoon. Discontent befell him. Already he considered departing. Once, a few years ago, this kind of weather had, after 2 sunny spring weeks, struck him and had impacted his mood in such a way that he had had to flee from Venice. Did not again that febrile listlessness, that pressure in the temples, that heaviness of the eyelids make themselves known? Moving to a new lodging for another time would be tiresome, but if the wind did not change direction he would not stay. Just in case, he did not fully unpack his luggage. At 9 o'clock he ate breakfast in the special room that was reserved for that use, between the lobby and the dining-room. In the buffet room that ceremonial silence reigned that is part of the ambition of every great hotel. The waiters tiptoed around while serving. A clattering of the tea service, a half-whispered word was all that could be heard. In a corner, diagonally across from the door and 2 tables apart from him, Aschenbach noticed the Polish girls with their governess. Very upright, the ash-blond hair newly flattened, and with red eyes, in stiff dresses made of blue linen, with little white collars and cuffs, they sat there and handed each other the jam. They had almost finished their breakfast. The boy was absent. Aschenbach smiled to himself. "So, my little Phaeton," he thought, "you seem to possess the privilege of sleeping in." And, suddenly merry, he recited the line from a poem below his breath: "Jewellery, a hot bath, and rest have often made a difference." He ate without hurry, received some letters from the porter, who had come to the room with his cap taken off, and opened a few of them while smoking a cigarette. So it happened that he still witnessed the entrance of the long sleeper, who was already expected at the other table. He came in through the glass door and ambled through the silence diagonally across the room to his sister's table. His walk was very graceful, both in his stance and in the movement of the knees. The way his feet touched the ground, very light, at the same time tender and proud, and made more appealing through the childlike self-consciousness with which he looked up and down 2 times while crossing the room. Smiling, with a soft word in his fuzzy-sounding language, he took his place, and now that he presented the onlooker with his full profile, Aschenbach was taken by surprise again, even frightened by the godlike beauty of that human child. That day the lad was wearing a light suit of blue and white fabric, with a bow of red silk on his breast and a simple white collar. Above that collar, which did not even fit the rest of the suit very elegantly, the flower of his crown rested with unequalled charm, the head of Eros, with the yellowish tint of Parisian marble, with exquisite and sombre brows, temples and ear covered by the dark and soft curls of his hair. Well, well, thought Aschenbach, with that cool approval of the specialist with which artists at times cloak their transports of delight in the face of a masterwork. And further he thought, "Truly are not the sea and the beach waiting for me? I will remain here as long as you." So he went across the hall, greeted by the waiters, along the great terrace, and straight over the boardwalk to the private beach reserved for hotel guests. He let the barefoot old man, who was in his linen pants, sailor's blouse, and straw hat, working as a bath attendant there, show him his little beach hut, had a chair and table taken from inside and put in front of it on the wooden platform, and made himself comfortable in the deck chair, which he had put up a bit closer to the sea in the wax yellow sand. The scene at the beach, the picture of carefree and sensual enjoyment next to the sea, entertained and delighted him as always. The grey and even ocean was enlivened by waiting children, swimmers, garish figures, others who were laying on sandbanks with their arms folded under their heads. Some were rowing small boats in red and blue without a keel, capsizing with roaring laughter. In front of the row of beach huts, whose platforms were like little verandas, there was playful motion and lazy rest, visits and chattering, careful early morning elegance, but also nudity, which pertly took pleasure in the freedom of the place. Closer to the sea, lone figures were strolling on the moist and firm sand, in white dressing gowns, or in voluminous, colourful garb. An intricate sand castle to Aschenbach's right, built by children, was sporting all around tiny flags of many different countries. Vendors of mussels, pies, and fruit were on their knees spreading out their goods. On the left, in front of a hut that stood at a right angle to the other ones, and was the end point of the beach on that side, a Russian family was camping, men with beards and large teeth, mellow and idle women, a Baltic damsel who was sitting in front of an easel and was painting the sea with intermittent cries of despair, two benevolent and ugly children, an old maidservant with a kerchief and tenderly servile slave manners. In grateful appreciation they were living there, always calling out the names of the unruly youngsters, jesting for a long time with the old man, thanks to a few words of Italian, buying sweets, kissing each other on the cheeks, and generally not caring about any onlookers. So I will stay, Aschenbach thought. Where could it be better? And with his hands folded in his lap, he allowed his eyes to wander in the vastness of the sea, his gaze slipping, becoming blurred, and breaking in the monotonous mists of nothingness. He loved the ocean for important reasons, out of the desire for tranquillity harboured by the hard-working artist who seeks to conceal himself from the multitude of possibilities by embracing the simple and immense; out of a forbidden proclivity for the unordered, the immeasurable, the eternal, the void that was made even more attractive by running counter to his work. To find peace in the presence of the faultless is the desire of the one who seeks excellence, and is not nothingness a form of perfection? While he was dreaming into the deepness of space, he suddenly became aware of a human figure close to the shoreline, and when he collected his glance from the unlimited, it turned out to be the beautiful boy, who, coming from the left, was crossing the sand before him. He was barefoot, ready for wading, his slender legs bared till above the knees, advancing slowly, but so nimbly and proudly as if he was used to walking without footwear, and he surveyed the huts. No sooner had he noticed the peaceful Russian family than his face was clouded by a tempest of scorn and disdain. His brow darkened, his mouth was lifted, between the lips and the cheeks an embittered tearing took place, and his eyebrows were so heavily wrinkled that they made the eyes appear sunken in and let them speak the evil and sombre language of hatred. He averted his glance, beheld them another time, made a fiercely dismissive gesture with his shoulder, and turned his back unto the enemy. A sort of tenderness or terror, something like shame or respect, caused Aschenbach to turn away as if he had seen nothing. because the serious observer of a casual passion refuses to admit his impressions even to himself. But he was delighted and shocked at the same time. That is, elated. This childish fanaticism, which was directed at the most benign slab of life, it made the divinely vacant a part of the human order. It made nature's precious work of art, that had only been fit to be an eyeful, seem worthy of a deeper sympathy, and it made the already striking personage of the youth a historical political backdrop that allowed him to be taken seriously in spite of his age. Still turned away, Aschenbach listened to the boy's speech, his high-pitched and somewhat feeble voice, with which he tried to announce himself to his comrades playing at the sand castle. The replies consisted in calling him by his real name, or a pet name, and Aschenbach paid interested attention, without being able to hear them perfectly, to two melodic syllables like agio, or more frequently adgio, with a vocatively stretched oo sound at the end. He delighted in the tone of it. He found its pleasantness befitting the thing it described, repeated it below his breath, and contentedly moved on to his letters and other paperwork. His little writing case on his lap, he began to pen assorted correspondence. But after about a quarter of an hour had passed, it occurred to him how unfortunate it was to let this situation, the most delightful he had known, pass by like that. He moved aside his writing utensils, returned to the sea, and after a short while, seated on his deck chair and distracted by the voices of the children who were working on the sand castle, he turned his head to the right to further investigate the comings and goings of the marvellous agio. His glance immediately discovered him. The red bow on his breast was difficult to miss. Occupied with the others in furnishing an old plank as a drawbridge for the sand castle, he gave loud orders for that endeavour, emphasizing his commands with movements of his head. With him there were about 10 comrades in all, boys and girls, some of his age and some younger, speaking in Polish, French, and the languages of the Balkans. But it was his name that was heard most often. Obviously he was popular, courted, admired. One of them, a stocky lad who was called Jaschu, with black slicked-back hair and in a linen suit, appeared to be his closest servant and confidant. When the daily work on the sand edifice had finished, they ambled along the beach in each other's arms, and the one called Jaschu placed a kiss on the beautiful Agio's cheek. Aschenbach was tempted to make a threatening gesture with the finger to Jaschu. "I advise you, Critobulus," he thought smilingly, "to leave for a year, because it will take as much time for you to recover." And then he went on to eat a breakfast of very large and ripe strawberries which he had obtained from a vendor. It had gotten very hot, although the sun had been unable to penetrate the layer of haze in the sky. Lassitude immobilized the mind, while the senses were taking pleasure in the immense and deadening spectacle of the silent sea. To divine, to explore which name it might be that sounded a bit like Agio, was considered by the earnest man a fitting and absolutely filling task and occupation. With the help of some Polish remembrances, he decided that it had to be Tadzio, short for Tadeusz, and Tadziu in the vocative. Tadzio was bathing. Aschenbach, who had lost him from his sight, found his head, his arm, with which he made rowing motions, far away out on the sea, because it was quite shallow for a great distance. But immediately there was concern about him. Female voices were calling out for him from the huts, exclaiming again that word which was like a password at the beach, and that, with its soft sound and its drawn-out oo sound at the end, had something both sweet and wild about it. "Tadziu! Tadziu!" He obeyed. He ran through the flood, causing the water to foam with his legs, his head tilted backwards, and to witness how the lively figure, pretty and harsh in a not yet manly way, with dripping curls and handsome like a youthful god, ascended from the watery depths of sky and sea. That sight induced mythical connotations. He was like a poem about ancient times, the birth of form and the genesis of the gods. Aschenbach intently listened to that song that came from inside, and again he thought that it was good to be here and that he wanted to stay. Later Tadzio lay, exhausted from his bathing, on the sand, wrapped in white linen which was tucked under the right shoulder, resting with his head on his bare arm, and even when Aschenbach was not looking at him, but read a few pages in his book, he almost never forgot the recumbent, and that he only had to turn his head slightly to the right to catch sight of the admirable. It almost seemed to him as if he was guarding the resting boy, occupied with his own things and yet with unwavering vigilance for that supreme specimen to his right, not far from him. And a fatherly awe, the complete devotion of the one who tries to create beauty to the one who is endowed with it, filled and moved his heart. At noon he departed from the beach, returned to the hotel, and took the elevator to his room. Inside he spent some time in front of the mirror and studied his gray hair, his weary and sharply cut face. In that moment he thought of his fame, and how many people looked up to him for his ability to always find the right words and graceful phrases. He called to witness all the successes his gifts had given him that he could think of, and even considered his knighthood. Then he went down to the dining room and took a meal at his little table. When he entered the elevator afterwards, young people jostled into that tiny hovering cubbyhole, who were also coming from breakfast, and Tadzio joined them. He stood very close to Aschenbach, for the first time close enough that Aschenbach was afforded a more intimate look with all details. Some one addressed the lad, and while he replied with an unimaginably lovely smile, he already stepped out at the second floor, walking backwards with downcast eyes. Beauty makes one shy, thought Aschenbach, and mulled why this should be the case. He had, in fact, noticed that Tadzio's teeth were not quite as pleasant, slightly jagged and pale, without the sheen of health, and of a strangely translucent quality, as in some one with anemia. He is a bit frail. He is sickly, thought Aschenbach. He will probably not live very long. And he declined to account for the feeling of satisfaction and calmness that accompanied that notion. He spent 2 hours in his room, and took the vaporetto across the foul-smelling lagoon to Venice in the afternoon. He got out at St. Mark's Square, took his tea there, and then commenced a walk through the city, according to his local schedule. But it was this walk which caused a total reversal in his mood and his decisions. A revolting sultriness could be felt in the alleys, the air was so heavy that the odours that emanated from the apartments, stores, and cookshops, like those of hot oil, clouds of perfume, and many more, remained fixed like clouds without dispersing. Cigarette smoke hung in one place, and only gradually escaped. The jostle in the narrow streets was a burden, not an enjoyment, to the stroller. The longer he walked, the more that disgusting condition took hold over him which is affected by the sea breeze and the sirocco, and which is excitement and fatigue at the same time. He began to sweat unpleasantly. The eyes ceased to function, his chest felt tight, he was febrile, his pulse was pounding in his head. He fled from the business district to the quarters of the poor. There mendicants pursued him, and the fetid stench from the canals made breathing even more difficult. In a quiet spot, one of those forgotten fairy tale places that can be found at the heart of Venice, resting next to a well, he dabbed dry his forehead, and came to realize that he had to go somewhere else. For the second time, and permanently, the city had proven to be very harmful to him in that kind of weather. Stubborn holding out seemed unreasonable, the probability of the wind changing direction was unknown. A quick decision had to be made. To return home already was not an option. Neither his summer nor winter quarters were ready for his arrival. But not only in Venice there were the sea and the beach, and in other places they could be found without the evil ingredients of the lagoon and its febrile effusion. He recalled a small seaside resort not far from Trieste, which had been praised. Why not go there? and that immediately, so that this change of location would still be worth while. He affirmed his decision and rose. At the next gondola landing he took a vehicle to convey him through the dull labyrinth of the canals, below delicate marble balconies surrounded by lion sculptures, around slippery corners, along sorrowful palace façades with large company signs, which were mirrored in the garbage-topped water, to St. Mark's. He had trouble getting there because the gondolier, who received payment from lace and glass manufacturers, tried to get him to do sightseeing and shopping, and when the bizarre trip through Venice began to cast its spell, the mercenary spirit of the sunken queen contributed to an unpleasant sobering of the senses. Back in the hotel he let the clerks in the office know that unforeseen circumstances required him to leave the very next morning. This was found regrettable. His bill was prepared. He had dinner, and spent the balmy evening reading journals on the rear terrace. Before going to sleep he completely prepared his trunk for the next day. He did not sleep very well, as he was concerned about the impending departure. When he opened the window on the next morning, the sky was still overcast, but the air seemed refreshed, and now his remorse began. Was this cancellation not hasty and in error, the conduct of an ill and unimportant state? Had he waited just a little more, had he made one more try to adapt to the Venetian atmosphere, or considered the possibility that the weather might improve, then he could experience now, instead of haste and waste, a morning at the beach just like the day before. Too late. Now he had to continue wanting what he had wanted before. He got dressed and went down for breakfast at 8 o'clock. The buffet room was still deserted when he entered. Solitary figures appeared while he was waiting for what he had ordered. With the teacup at his lips he saw the Polish girls with their governess come into the room. Austere and full of morning freshness, but with red eyes, they paraded to their table in the corner. In the very next moment the porter approached and reminded him it was time to go. The car was waiting to transport him and other travellers to the Hotel Excelsior, from where the motor launch would carry every one through a private canal to the station. Time was pressing. Aschenbach replied that time did not press at all. More than an hour remained until his train left. He did not like the habit of hotels to kick out their guests before their time, and told the porter to let him finish his breakfast in peace. The man retreated hesitantly, only to reappear 5 minutes later. The car could wait no longer. Then he should drive away and take his luggage with him, Aschenbach responded angrily. He himself would, in due time, use the public steamer, and would take care of his departure himself. The employee bowed. Aschenbach, relieved to have diverted the unwelcome exhortations, finished his meal unhurriedly, and even had the waiter bring him the daily newspaper. Time had grown quite short when he arose. It just so happened that Tadzio crossed the threshold that very moment. Walking towards the table of his family, he crossed paths with Aschenbach, cast down his glance before the grey-haired man, only to look at him softly in his lovely way, and passed. Adieu, Tadzio, thought Aschenbach. It was all too brief. And as he, contrary to his usual habit, formed the words with his lips, he added, God bless you. Next he organized his departure, gave tips, was bid farewell by the little soft-spoken manager in the French frock coat, and left the hotel on foot as he had arrived, to take the white blossoming alley across the island to the steamship landing, followed by the manservant carrying his hand luggage. He reaches it, he takes a seat, and what followed was an odyssey through all shades of regret. It was the familiar trip across the lagoon, passing St. Mark's, up the Grand Canal. Aschenbach was seated on the circular bench at the bow, leaning with his arm upon the handrail, shading his eyes from the sun. The municipal gardens retreated, the Piazzetta opened out once more in princely charm and was left behind. Next came the great row of palaces, and behind the bend of the waterway the magnificent arch of the Rialto bridge appeared. The departing looked on, and his heart was torn. The atmosphere of the city, that slightly putrid smell which he had so sought to escape from, he breathed it now in deep, tenderly painful breaths. Was it possible that he did not know or had not taken into account how much he was attached to all of this? What had been a half regretful, tiny doubt about the rightness of his decision now became a real pain, a desperation of the soul, so bitter that it brought tears to his eyes, and of which he said to himself that he could not have foreseen it. What seemed to him so hard to bear, even intolerable, was apparently the notion that he would never again set eyes on Venice, that this would be a permanent farewell. Since it had been proven a second time that the city made him sick, as he had to leave it in a hurry again, he would have to consider it an impossible and forbidden place that was too much for him and where it made no sense to go back. He even felt that if he departed now, shame and defiance would keep him from ever seeing the city again, the demands of which on his body he had been unable to meet twice. And this discrepancy between his desire and physical potency suddenly appeared so grave and important to the senescent, the corporeal defeat so unacceptable, and the need to prevent it at all costs so imperative, that he could not understand how he could have given in so easily and without a fight. In the meantime the steamer approached the station, and pain and perplexity increased until a state of confusion was reached. Departure seems impossible to the tormented soul, but so does staying. Absolutely torn, that way he enters the station. It is already rather late. He has no time to lose if he wants to catch his train. He wants it, and he wants it not. But time presses. It pushes him forward. He hastens to get his ticket and reaches the jostle of the hall for the local officer of the hotel company. The man is found and reports that the large trunk has already been shipped. Already shipped? Yes, exactly. To Como. To Como? And after some heated discussion of irate questions and sheepish replies, it emerges that the trunk, together with some other luggage, had been sent from the Hotel Excelsior into the completely wrong direction. Aschenbach found it difficult to keep the expected expression on his face. An adventurous joy and unbelievable happiness moved him almost as in a fit. The employee ran off to possibly still hold the trunk back, but as surmised he returned unsuccessfully. So Aschenbach declared that he would not leave without his trunk, but instead wanted to return to the Hôtel des Bains to wait for it there. Was the motor launch of the society still at the station? The man affirmed that it was still there. He ordered the ticket clerk to take back the ticket. He swore to telegraph, and that no expense would be spared to get back the trunk as soon as possible. And so the odd thing took place that the traveller, 20 minutes after his arrival at the station, found himself again on the Grand Canal, on his way back to the Lido. Wondrously improbable, embarrassing, comically dreamlike experience, to see those places again within the hour from which one had tearfully departed for ever, thanks to twists of fate. Foaming at the bow, manoeuvring with dexterity between the gondolas and steamers, the fast little vehicle bolted towards its destination, while its passenger, under a mask of enraged resignation, hid the fearfully wanton attitude of a runaway boy. From time to time he was still moved to laughter about his misfortune, that could not have been more timely. Explanations had to be given, surprised expressions had to be braved, and then all was well again, he said to himself. An accident had been prevented, a grave error corrected, and everything he had believed to have left behind could be his again for as long as he desired. Did the speedy ride fool him, or had the wind indeed turned and was now blowing from the sea? The waves lapped against the concrete walls of the narrow canal which leads across the island to the Hotel Excelsior. A horseless omnibus was expecting the returning one, and transported him on a road far above the undulating sea back to the Hôtel des Bains. The little moustached manager came down the stairs to greet him. Softly ingratiating, he regretted the incident, called it very embarrassing for the hotel, but fully supported Aschenbach's decision to await the trunk here. Of course, his room was already occupied, but a different one, no worse, would be available. "Pas de chance, monsieur," said the Swiss elevator operator, with a smile, as they went up. And so the refugee took quarters again, in a room that was almost identical to the first one in terms of the view and furnishings. Weary and deadened from the chaos of that strange morning, he distributed the contents of his hand luggage in the room and sat down in an arm chair next to the open window. The ocean had taken on a pale green color, the air seemed thinner and more pure, the beach with its boats and huts were colorful, even though the sky was still gray. Aschenbach looked outside, his hands folded in his lap, content to be back, shaking his head about his fickleness, his lack of knowledge, about his own desires. So he sat maybe for an hour, resting and lost in mindless reverie. At noon he spotted Tadzio, who, in a striped linen suit with a red bow, returned to the hotel via the wooden path. Aschenbach immediately recognized him, before he had even looked at him, and wanted to think of something like, "Look, Tadzio, there you are again!" But in the same moment he felt the casual greeting sink and become silent in the face of the truth of his heart, felt the excitement of his blood, the joy and pain in his soul, and realized that the farewell had been so taxing because of Tadzio. He sat in utter silence, entirely unobserved on his high vantage point, and looked inside of himself. The expression on his face had become enlivened, his eyebrows were moving up, an attentive, curious, and witty smile tensed his mouth. Then he raised his head and made with his arms, which had been hanging limply over the armrests of the chair, a slowly circular and raising motion, palms turned forward, as if suggesting an opening, an extending of the arms. It was a willingly welcoming, calmly accepting gesture. End of Part 30. Part 31 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 31, Death in Venice. Thomas Mann, Death in Venice, Der Tod in Venedig, Chapter 4. From now on, Helios drove his scorching chariot across the sky on every day, with his yellow curls blowing in the simultaneous easterly breeze. Whitish silky shine lay on the slowly undulating Pontus. The sand was scalding. Beneath the silvery twinkling blue of the ether, rust-colored canvases were stretching before the huts, and in the sharply delineated shadow they afforded, one spent the morning hours. But the evening was also exquisite, when the vegetation in the park was spreading a balsamic scent, the celestial bodies above were advancing on their circles, and the murmuring of the wine-dark sea, softly approaching, communed with one's soul. An evening like that guaranteed another sunny day, full of joyful idleness, and ornate with countless occasions for happy accidents in close proximity. The guest who had been held here by just such a happy accident did not see any reason at all to depart as soon as he got back his trunk. For 2 days he had to endure some privation, and could not dress for dinner otherwise than in his travel suit. Then, when one day the lost luggage was deposited in front of his room, he filled all the closets and drawers with his possessions, determined to stay for an indeterminate amount of time, and overjoyed at being able to spend his hours at the beach wearing his silk suit and looking presentable at dinner. The pleasant regularity of this life had cast its spell on him. The soft and glowing mildness of this conduct had filled him with amazement. What a stay, indeed, which combined the attractions of a civilized seaside life on a southern beach with the cozy closeness of the wonderfully wondrous city. Aschenbach did not love pleasure. Whenever there was a party, a time to rest, to spend one's days with one's delights, he soon grew restless, and this had been particularly so in younger years, and demanded back the labour and sober service of his everyday life. Only this place could relax him, soothe his will, make him happy. Sometimes in the morning, dozing under his canvas, or in a balmy night, leaning against the soft gondola cushions, being ferried from St. Mark's under a starry sky back to the Lido, with the garish lights and melodious sounds of the serenade receding, he recalled his house in the mountains, the location of his summer-time duty, where the clouds moved through the garden, touching the ground. Terrible thunderstorms made the lights in the house go extinct, and the ravens, fed by him, landed on the branches of firs. Then it appeared to him he was in Elysium, at the bounds of earth where an easy life is granted people, where there is no snow nor winter nor storm nor deluge, but always the softly cooing breath of Oceanus, and the days take their course in blissful idleness, without effort, without struggle, and completely devoted to the sun and its feasts. Often, almost constantly, Aschenbach saw the boy Tadzio. A limited space, a different order to every one's life, effected it that the arresting one was close to him most of the day, with short interruptions. He saw and met him everywhere: in the ground-floor rooms of the hotel, on the refreshing boat trips to the city and back, in the marvel of the square, and frequently in between on streets and paths if luck contributed. But mainly and with gratifying regularity the mornings at the beach gave him ample opportunity to study the beautiful figure devoutly. This predictability of happiness, these daily occurring fortunate circumstances, made the stay dearer to him, and let every day seem like a Sunday. He had risen early, as normally when he felt the drive to work, and was at the beach before everyone else, when the sun was still mild and the sea lay blindingly white in morning dreams. He jovially greeted the man at the gate, also greeted the barefoot old man who had prepared his hut for him, deployed the canvas, and moved the furniture out onto the platform, and seated himself. The next 3 or 4 hours were his, in which the sun ascended and gained fearsome power, in which the blue of the ocean deepened, and in which he could lay eyes upon Tadzio. He saw him arrive from the left, close to the seashore, saw him come out backwards from between the huts, and sometimes found to his surprise that he had completely missed his entry, and that he was already there, in that blue-white bathing suit that was his only dress at the beach, and had resumed his usual frolicking on the sunny sand, that sweetly inane, idly vagrant life which was play and rest, and ambling, wading, digging, catching, reclining, and swimming, guarded by the women on the platform, who with soprano voices called for him, "Tadzio! Tadzio!" and whom he joined with eager gesturing, to tell them what he had experienced, to show them what he had found and caught: mussels, sea-horses, jellyfish, and crayfish that walked sideways. Aschenbach did not understand a single word of what he said, and it might have been the most everyday matter, it was still just gibberish to him. That way the foreignness of the boy turned speech into music, a wanton sun bathed him in a prodigal splendour, and the majestic view of the distant sea always served as a backdrop to his figure. Soon the onlooker knew every curve and pose of that sophisticated body that so freely exhibited itself, greeted again joyfully every already familiar pretty feature, and could find no end to his admiration and tender sensual pleasure. The boy was called to welcome a guest who was attending on the women at the hut. He came running thither, perhaps still dripping from the water, shook his curls, and while extending his hand, standing on one leg while the other foot was on its toes, he had an appealing circular stance of the body, comely in a tense way, bashful because of his kindliness, eager to please out of aristocratic duty. He lay on the sand, his bath towel around his breast, his chin supported by his carefully chiselled arm, the one who was called Giatsu cowered next to him, cooing, and nothing could be more enchanting than the smile, on eyes and lips, with which the excellent one looked up at his inferior and servant. He stood at the shore, solitary and away from his people, very close to Aschenbach, erect, hands tied at his nape, slowly rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet, and dreamed into the blue, while small waves were washing over his toes. His honey-coloured locks caressed his temples and the nape. The sun illuminated the fluff of his upper spine, the finely drawn rips. The symmetry of the breasts was accentuated by his tight-fitting bathing suit. His armpits were still bare as in a statue. The hollows of his knees were shining, and their blue maze of veins made the entire body seem to be fashioned from some translucent substance. What discipline, what precision of thought found their expression in this elongated and youthfully perfect form! The severe and pure will that, working behind the scenes, had been able to bring this divine sculpture into being, was it not known to him, the artist? Did it not also work within him, when he, filled with prudent passion, coaxed that slender shape from the marble of the language that he had seen in his mind, and which he put up before the people as an example and mirror of intellectual beauty? Example and mirror! His eyes embraced that noble figure at the bounds of the blue, and in enthusiastic rapture he believed to embrace beauty itself, form as a thought in the mind of God, the one and pure perfection living in the human spirit, and of which a human image and analogue was erected here for worship. That was intoxication, and without hesitation, even eagerly, the artist welcomed it. His mind was flying, his learning surged up, his memory revived ancient notions from his youth that he had been taught but never thought about himself. Was it not written that the sun shifted our attention from the intellectual to the corporeal? It confused and enchanted, it was said, the mind and the memory, so that the soul forgot its own disposition out of sheer joy, and with stunned admiration attached itself to the most appealing of the lit objects; that it was then only able to reach higher spheres while beholding a body. Eros mimicked mathematicians who showed dull children concrete models of abstract shapes. That way also the god liked to use the form and colour of human youth to make the conceptual visible, decorating it with all the reflections of beauty whose sight made us burn with pain and hope. So ruminated the euphoric one. So were his feelings. And a delightful daydream out of the rumbling of the sea and the opulence of the sun took shape before his eyes. It was the old plane tree not far from the walls of Athens, that holy and shady place, filled with the scent of cherry trees, that was adorned with devotional images and pious gifts in honour of the nymphs and Achelous. A clear stream traversed smooth pebbles at the foot of the wide-branching tree. The crickets were chirping. On the soft sloping grass 2 figures were reclining, protected from the heat of the day, an older and a younger one ugly and one winsome, the sage with the amiable. And with pleasantries and wittily wooing jests Socrates taught Phaedo about longing and virtue. He talked to him about the searing fright which is suffered by the one who beholds something that mirrors eternal beauty. Talked to him about the cravings of the godless and evil one who cannot see the beauty behind its image and who is unable of reverence. Talked about the holy terror that strikes the noble upon apparition of a perfect body before him, how he is shocked and does not dare to look at it, and how he would worship the one who is beautiful like a god, if that did not make him look silly in the eyes of the others. Because only beauty, he added, is lovely and visible at the same time. It is, nota bene, the only way in which we can receive and bear the intellect. Or what would become of us when the divine in general, reason, virtue, and truth, would be available like this to our senses? Would we not burn and die from love, like Semele before Zeus? Thus beauty is the way of the feeling one to reach the mind. Only a way, a means, my little Phaedo. And then he landed his finest blow, the seasoned charmer, that the lover would be more divine than the beloved, because God was in the former, but not in the latter. Perhaps the most tender and jocular notion ever conceived, and the source of all waggishness and hidden wantonness of desire. The happiness of writers is the thought that can be entirely emotion, and the emotion that can be entirely thought. Such a pulsing thought, such a precise emotion, belonged to the solitary one then, namely, that nature was shaken with delight when the mind paid homage to beauty. Suddenly he wanted to write. Eros loves idleness and is made for it, but in this stage of his condition the mind of the afflicted was set on production, the immediate cause was almost irrelevant. A question, an inspiration to make his position known, about an important problem of culture and good taste, had reached the traveller from the intellectual sphere. The subject was a familiar experience to him. His desire to see it take the glorious shape of words was unexpectedly irresistible. He wanted to work in the presence of Tadzio, to take the proportions of the boy as a template, to let his style flow like the curves of his body that seemed divine to him, to carry his beauty into the intellectual, like the herder Ganymede had been lifted to the skies by the eagle-like Zeus. Never had the joy of words seemed sweeter to him, never had he been so conscious of Eros being in the words as in the dangerous and precious hours in which he, in full sight of his idol and under his canvas, worked on his little treatise, those 1½ pages of exquisite prose, the honesty, nobility, and emotional deepness of which caused it to be much admired within a short time. It is probably better that the world knows only the result, not the conditions under which it was achieved, because knowledge of the artist's source of inspiration might bewilder them, drive them away, and in that way nullify the effect of the excellent work. Strange hours! Strangely unnerving exertion! Strangely fertilizing intercourse between mind and body! When Aschenbach put aside his work and left the beach, he felt exhausted, shattered even, and it was as if his conscience was accusing him, as if after a debauchery. It was on the following morning that he, just leaving the hotel, saw Tadzio already on his way to the ocean, alone. The wish to use this opportunity to meet and talk to the unknowing source of his emotional turmoil and inspiration, to enjoy his gaze and his replies, seemed rather obvious. The beautiful one ambled leisurely, he could be overtaken, and Aschenbach sped up his pace. He reaches him on the boardwalk behind the huts. He wants to place his hand upon his crown or shoulder and address him with a little phrase in French, perhaps. There he feels that his heart is beating in his throat, maybe because of the brisk walking, that he is so out of breath that he will only be able to talk in a quivering voice. He hesitates. He tries to calm himself. Suddenly he fears he has been walking behind him for too long, is afraid of him taking notice of that, tries a second time, fails, abstains, and passes with a lowered head. Too late, he thought in that moment, too late. But was it really too late? That step that he did not take might have led to good, light, and happy things, might have cured him. Alone, it seemed, he did not want to be healed, that the intoxication was too dear to him. Who can make sense of the inward and outward manifestations of artists? Who can understand the deeply bonded alloy of order and intemperance that is its foundation? Because to refuse the sobering reality is intemperance. Aschenbach was no longer in a mood for being self-critical. The taste and mental state of his years, self-respect, maturity, and late simplicity kept him from analyzing his motives and from deciding if he did not act because of his conscience or because of weakness. He was confused. He feared somebody might have witnessed his attack and subsequent defeat. He was afraid of ridicule. Otherwise he jested to himself about his comically holy terror. "Aghast, like a cock who lets his wings hang limply in a fight," he thought. "That is truly a strange God who breaks our will and subdues our desire like that in the face of the amiable." He played, raved, and was much too proud to be afraid of a feeling. He finally stopped keeping track of the grace period he had allowed himself. The thought of returning home did not even occur to him. He had obtained plenty of money through his writing. Only the possible departure of the Polish family concerned him, but he had learned en passant from the barber of the hotel that they had arrived immediately before himself. The sun tanned his hands and face, the stimulating salty breeze strengthened him for emotions, and whereas he usually spent all the refreshment given to him by slumber, food, and nature on his work, he now let all that which the sun, idleness, and the marine air afforded him suffuse generously in intoxication and emotion. His sleep was short. The deliriously uniform days were separated by brief nights of happy listlessness. He went to bed early, since the day seemed finished to him as soon as Tadzio had disappeared at around 9 o'clock. But in the beginning dawn a tenderly penetrating fright awoke him. His heart remembered his adventure. He had to get up, and so he did, and lightly clothed against the morning coolness, he seated himself at the open window to expect the rising sun. That wondrous event filled his soul, consecrated by the sleep, with devotion. The sky, the earth, and the ocean were still lying in glassy paleness. A lone star was still twinkling in the nothingness. But a wind from forbidden distant places arose, for Eos to get up from the side of her husband, and that first and sweet blush of the most remote parts of the sea and the skies happened, which portended the manifestation of creation. The boy-abducting goddess approached who had robbed Kleitos and Cephalus, and who had enjoyed the love of the handsome Orion, defying the other Olympians. A scattering of roses commenced at the bounds of the world, an unspeakably charming blossoming. Infant clouds, blurry and translucent, were hovering like amaretti in the air in rosy bluish scent. Purple fell into the sea, which seemed to wash it ashore in undulations. Golden spears came flying into the lofty sky. The brilliance became a burning. Silently, with divine force the fervent flames ascended, and with flying hoofs the brother's horse moved above earth's circle. Blinded by the god's splendor, the lonely one sat. He closed his eyes and let his eyelids be kissed by the sun. Ancient feelings, early and delightful needs of his heart that had withered in the austere duty of his life and now returned miraculously transformed. He recognized them with a confused and bewildered smile. He was absorbed in thought and reverie. Slowly his lips formed a name, and still smiling, and with his face turned upwards and his hands folded in his lap, he fell asleep in his chair again. But the day which had begun so fiery and festal was strangely elevated and mythically metamorphosed in its entirety. Whence came that sudden breath which so softly caressed temple and ear like a divine whisper? Fluffy white clouds were standing in troops in the sky, like grazing herds of the gods. The current of air became stronger, and Poseidon's horses were galloping along, also bulls belonging to the god, lowering their horns with a roar. Between the boulders of the more distant beach the waves jumped up like goats. A divinely disfigured world full of Pan's creatures surrounded the elated one, and his heart dreamed of tender fables. Several times, when the sun set behind Venice, he sat on a bench in the park to watch Tadzio, who, dressed in white and girded gaily, was playing ball on the flattened gravel court, and it was Hyacinth he deemed to see who had to die because two gods fell in love with him. Yes, he felt Zephyr's painful jealousy of his rival Apollo, who neglected the Delphi oracle, the bow and the cithara, to play instead with his beloved. He saw the horrid discus hit the lovely head, he caught, turning pale as him, the limp body, and the flower, sprung from that sweet blood, bore the inscription of his endless wail. Nothing is more curious and awkward than the relationship of two people who only know each other with their eyes, who meet and observe each other daily, even hourly, and who keep up the impression of disinterest either because of morals or because of a mental abnormality. Between them there is listlessness and pent-up curiosity, the hysteria of an unsatisfied, unnaturally suppressed need for communion, and also a kind of tense respect. Because man loves and honors man as long as he is not able to judge him, and desire is a product of lacking knowledge. Some kind of relationship or acquaintance had to come about between Aschenbach and Tadzio by necessity, and with penetrating joy the older one realized that concern and attention were not left entirely unanswered. What caused the beautiful lad, for example, to always enter the beach along Aschenbach's hut, across the sand and sometimes unnecessarily close to him, almost touching his table and chair, instead of taking the boardwalk behind the huts? Was this effected by the magnetism and fascination of a superior emotion on its tender and thoughtless object? Daily Aschenbach expected Tadzio's entry, and sometimes he pretended to be occupied with something else when it happened, and let him pass by apparently without taking notice. But at other times their gazes met. They were always deeply serious when that took place. Nothing in the educated and dignified expression of the older one betrayed an inner motion. But in Tadzio's eyes there was an inquiry, a pensive questioning. He hesitated in his walk, cast down his eyes, looked up again in a lovely way, and when he had passed, something in his attitude suggested that only good manners were keeping him from turning around. But one evening it occurred differently. The Polish children with their governess had been absent during dinner in the large hall. Aschenbach had registered it with consternation. He took a walk after the meal, anxious about their whereabouts, in his dinner jacket and straw hat, at the foot of the terrace, when suddenly the nun-like sisters with the governess, and 4 steps behind them Tadzio, appeared in the light of the arc lights. Obviously they were coming from the steamship landing after they had dined in the city for some reason. It had been chilly on the water. Tadzio was wearing a dark blue sailor's overcoat with golden buttons and an associated cap on his head. The sun and the marine air did not burn him, his skin had stayed marble-like yellowish as in the beginning, but he seemed more pale than usual, be it because of the cold or because of the blanching moonlight of the lamps. His symmetrical brows looked more defined, his eyes very dark. He was more beautiful than can be expressed in words, and Aschenbach again felt pain about the inability of words to truly describe beauty instead of just praising it. He had not recognized the dear figure. It came unexpectedly, so he did not have time to take on an expression of calm and dignity. Joy, surprise, admiration could be read in it when his gaze met that of the missing one, and in that second it happened that Tadzio smiled at him, familiarly, lovely and openly, with lips that only slowly parted during the smile. It was the smile of Narcissus who bends above the reflecting water, that deep, enchanting, protracted smile with which he extends his arms towards the mirror image of his own beauty, a slightly distorted smile, distorted from the hopelessness of his longing to kiss the pretty lips of his shadow, flirtatious, curious, and somewhat tormented, infatuating and infatuated. The addressee of that smile ran away with it as if with a calamitous gift. He was so moved that he was forced to flee the light of the terrace and the front garden and briskly made for the park on the rear side. Oddly indignant and affectionate admonitions escaped him. "You must never smile like that. Listen, you must never smile like that at anyone." He threw himself onto a bench, frantically inhaling the nightly fragrance of the Flora, and leaning back with hanging arms, overcome and shivering, he whispered the formula of yearning, impossible here, absurd, depraved, ludicrous, and yet sacred and venerable even in this case. "I love you." End of Part 31. Part 32 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 32, Death in Venice. Thomas Mann, Death in Venice, Der Tod in Venedig, Chapter 5. In the fourth week of his stay on the Lido, Gustav von Aschenbach made some disconcerting observations regarding the external world. Firstly, it seemed to him as if, in spite of the approach of the best season, the number of guests in his hotel was declining instead of increasing, and in particular as if the German language was dying out around him, so that during the meals and at the beach only foreign sounds could be heard after some time. One day, at the barber's, whom he now visited regularly, he picked up a word that made him suspicious. The man had mentioned a German family which had left shortly after its arrival, and added flatteringly, "But surely you will stay, sir? You are not afraid of the malady?" Aschenbach looked at him. "The malady?" he repeated. The talker fell silent, tried to look busy, ignored the question, and when it was asked again more urgently, he declared he did not know anything, and tried to distract with embarrassed eloquence. That had been at noon. In the afternoon Aschenbach crossed over to Venice during a calm and under a scorching sun. Since the obsession propelled him to follow the Polish siblings, whom he had seen take the path to the steamship landing accompanied by their governess, he did not find his idol at St. Mark's, but when he took his tea at his little round iron table on the shaded portion of the square, he suddenly noticed a strange aroma in the air, which it seemed he had registered subconsciously for a few days already, a sickly sweet smell reminiscent of distress and wounds and suspicious cleanliness. He probed it and pensively recognized it, finished his snack, and exited the square on the side opposite of the church. In the cramped streets the odor intensified. At the corners printed notices had been affixed, warning the populace of the water in the canals and of the consumption of oysters and mussels due to certain gastric conditions which had to be expected in this kind of weather. The euphemistic nature of the decree was apparent. Crowds of locals had gathered in silence on the bridges and squares. The foreigner stood brooding among them. He attempted to get further information from a shopkeeper who was leaning in the door of his store between coral necklaces and jewelry of artificial amethyst. The man assessed him with heavy eyes and rapidly enlivened. "Purely a precaution, dear sir," he said, gesticulating. "An order of the police that has to be observed. The weather is oppressive, the sirocco is not conducive to health. In short, you understand, likely an excessive precautionary measure." Aschenbach thanked him and proceeded. On the steamer back to the Lido he also detected the scent of the disinfectant. Back in the hotel he immediately looked through the papers in the lobby. He found nothing in the foreign ones. The local papers reported rumors and fluctuating numbers, printed official announcements, and questioned their veracity. This explained the withdrawal of the German and Austrian component. Members of the other nations were apparently ignorant of this, divined nothing, were unconcerned. One should keep silent, Aschenbach thought excitedly, and threw the journals back onto their table. One should keep silent about this. But at the same time his heart filled with satisfaction about what the outside world was about to go through, because passion, like crime, does not like everyday order and well-being, and every slight undoing of the bourgeois system, every confusion and infestation of the world is welcome to it, because it can unconditionally expect to find its advantage in it. So Aschenbach felt a somber content about the cover-up of the terrible happenings in the grimy streets of the city that merged with his own innermost secret, happenings in the covertness of which he also had an interest. Because the lover was troubled by nothing except that Tadzio might depart, and realized with terror that he would not know how to go on in life in that event. As of late, it was not enough for him to leave proximity and sight of the beautiful boy to chance or the daily schedule. He followed him around, he traced his steps. On Sunday, for example, the Poles never appeared at the beach. He guessed that they were attending Mass at St. Mark's. He hastened there, and entering from the fervent square into the golden dawn of the sanctuary, he found the needed one praying during service. Then he stood in the back, on the jagged mosaic floor, among kneeling, murmuring people crossing themselves, and the compact splendor of the oriental-looking temple rested heavily on his senses. In the front, the ornate priest was singing and wielding his utensils, incense was in the air, encompassing the weak flames of the candles on the altar, and into that dull and honeyed sacrificial scent another one seemed to mix, that of the sickened city. But through the mist and brilliance Aschenbach saw Tadzio turn his head, look for him, and find him. When the crowds were exiting the church onto the gleaming square teeming with doves, the infatuated one hid himself in an ambush. He saw the Poles come from the church, saw the children say good-bye to their mother ceremoniously, and how she turned to the Piazzetta on her way back to the hotel. He determined that the handsome lad, his nun-like sisters, and the governess were taking the way right of the clock tower and into the Merceria, and, putting some distance between them and himself, he followed them furtively on their walk through Venice. He had to stop when they stopped, had to hide in cookshops and yards when they turned around. He lost sight of them, looked for them heatedly across bridges and in dirty blind alleys, and had to suffer expressions of mortal pain when they suddenly came towards him in a narrow passage where evasion was impossible. Yet one could not say that he was suffering. His mind and his soul were intoxicated, and his steps were dictated by the demon who delights in destroying man's reason and dignity. At some point Tadzio and his took a gondola, and Aschenbach, hidden from their sight by a well, did the same when they had left. He talked in an abrupt and muffled voice when he ordered the gondolier, promising a heavy tip, to follow discreetly that gondola that was just turning the corner, and he was overjoyed when the man, with the roguish servility of the opportunist, replied to him in the same tone that he would be served, and served well. So he floated, seated on soft black cushions behind that other ebony barge, to which he was attracted by his passion. Sometimes he lost track of it, then he experienced grief and despair. But his gondolier, apparently experienced in such things, was always able to catch up with it by taking short cuts. The air was calm and smelly, the sun glowed through the haze, the sky was shale-colored. The waves clashed against wood and stone. The gondolier's call, partly warning, partly greeting, was replied to from somewhere in that silent labyrinth. White and purple umbels with an almond fragrance were hanging from high-lying gardens over derelict walls. Moorish window ornaments were dimly visible. The marble steps of a church descended into the water. A mendicant, cowering on them, presented his hat and showed the white of his eyes like a blind man. An antique dealer in front of his parlor invited the visitor with fawning gestures, hoping to swindle him. That was Venice, alluring and dubiously entrancing, this city, part fairy tale, part tourist trap, in the putrid atmosphere of which art used to blossom luxuriously, and which had inspired musicians with lulling melodies. The adventurer felt as if his eyes were drinking that kind of luxury, as if his ears were courted by those kinds of melodies. He also recalled that the city was ailing, and kept it secret because of its lucre, and he gazed even more unrestrainedly at the gondola in front. So the confused one wished for nothing else except to pursue that object of his desire at all times, to dream of it in its absence, and, after the manner of lovers, speak tender words even to its shadow. Loneliness, foreignness, and the excitement of a late and deep rapture enticed him to allow himself to do even the most bizarre things without blushing or feeling shame, such as when he had, returning to the hotel in the evening, lingered before the beautiful boy's door on the second floor, pressing his brow against it and unable to part from it, risking to be caught in such an incriminating position. But still there were moments of pause and contemplation. What kind of road, he thought, what kind of road have I chosen? Like every man who, because of his merits, takes an aristocratic interest in his ancestry, he was used to be in remembrance of his forefathers when he considered the achievements and successes of his life, to assure himself of their consent, their satisfaction, their necessary respect. He also remembered them at that moment, involved in such an unfit experience, taken in by such exotic emotional debauchery. He thought about their upright severity, the decent masculinity of their characters, and smiled melancholically. What would they say about it? But really, what would they have said about his whole life, which had deviated so much from theirs, that life under the spell of art, about which he himself had once been so derisive as a youth, duplicating his forebears' bourgeois attitudes, and that was yet in a way so similar to theirs? He also had served and exercised discipline. He had also been a soldier like some of them, because art was war, an exhausting struggle in which one could only take part for a limited time these days. A life of overcoming oneself, and yet a harsh, steady, and austere life, which he had turned into a symbol of a contemporary heroism. He was allowed to call it masculine and brave. And it would seem to him that the kind of Eros which had become his master was particularly suited for such a life in some way. Was it not highly regarded among the most brave of peoples? Was it not said that it blossomed in their cities through bravery? Countless war heroes of the past had been burdened with it, because nothing was considered debasing if it was ordered by the god, and deeds that would have been called acts of recreancy, falling to one's knees, oaths, imploring appeals, and slavish devotion, these were not shameful for the lover, but instead he was lauded for them. That was the thinking of the infatuated one. In that way he tried to protect himself and keep his dignity. But at the same time he attentively observed the unclean goings-on in Venice, that adventure of the outside world which darkly converged with the one of his heart, and nourished his passion with diffuse and lawless expectation. Bent on learning the latest about the current situation regarding the malady, he went through the local papers at the coffee houses of the city, because they had disappeared from the table in the hotel lobby. Claims and retractions were following each other. The number of cases and of deaths was supposed to be 20 or 40 or 100, and right after that the whole notion of an epidemic was refuted, or at least limited to a few single cases of introduction from outside. Warning qualms, protests against the dangerous game of the officials were interspersed. Certainty was impossible to attain. And still the loner was aware of a certain entitlement to learn the truth, and even though left out he found it curiously satisfying to ask those in the know probing questions and force them to lie, since they had agreed to keep silent about it. One day at breakfast he did so with the manager, that little soft-spoken man in the French frock coat, who was greeting and attending to the guests, and also stopped at Aschenbach's table for a few words. Why, in the name of God, inquired he in the most casual tone, had they been disinfecting Venice for some time? It is wholly a measure of the police to keep all kinds of disruption of public health in check, that could be caused by the exceptionally hot weather." "The police is to be commended," retorted Aschenbach, and after some exchange of meteorological remarks the manager took his leave. On the same day, in the evening after dinner, it occurred that a small group of street musicians from the city was heard in the front garden. 2 men and 2 women stood next to the iron post of an arc light, with their brightly lit faces in the direction of the grand terrace, from which the vacationers enjoyed the folksy spectacle with coffee and cool drinks. The hotel employees, the elevator attendants, waiters, and administrative office staff were listening from the entrance of the hall. The Russian family, eager and exact in matters of pleasure, had had chairs put up in the garden for them to be closer to the performers, and sat there full of appreciation in a semicircle. Behind them, with her turban-like kerchief, stood their old servant. A mandolin, a guitar, a harmonica, and a scintillating fiddle were employed by the mendicant virtuosos. After instrumental pieces there were vocal numbers, such as the one where the younger woman, with a sharp and squawking voice, joined with the tenor in sweet falsetto for a love duet. But the main talent of the company was undoubtedly the man with the guitar, and a sort of baritone buffo, almost without a voice, but with acting talent, and possessing remarkable comedic energy. Often he separated from the group, his large instrument in his arm, coming up the ramp, where his fooling around was rewarded with cheering laughter. The Russians in particular were delighted with that southern agility, and encouraged him with applause to become more and more sure of himself. Aschenbach sat at the balustrade, and sometimes wet his lips with a mixture of pomegranate juice and soda which glimmered ruby red in his glass. He took in the squeaky music, the vulgar and pining melodies, because passion immobilizes good taste, and seriously considers what soberly would be thought of as funny and to be resented. The clownish escapades had made him take on a fixed and almost hurting expression of amusement. He sat there in a relaxed way, while his interior was tense with attentiveness, because 6 paces apart from him Tadzio was leaning against the stone railing. He stood there in a white suit which he sometimes wore for dinner, in inevitable and inborn grace, the left forearm on the railing, feet crossed, the right hand on his hip, and looked with an expression that was almost unsmiling, more like a distant curiosity, a courteous acceptance at the singers below. Sometimes he straightened himself and pulled, with an elegant motion, his jacket through his leather belt. But at other times, and the older man registered it with triumph, with a floundering of his reason and also with horror, he turned around, either hesitatingly and slowly, or quickly and suddenly, as if to take by surprise, over his left shoulder towards the chair of his lover. He did not meet his eyes, because a frightened concern forced the other one to keep himself from looking. Also on the terrace were the women who guarded Tadzio, and he feared to have become conspicuous. Indeed, he had noticed with a kind of torpidity that Tadzio had been called away from him, at the beach, in the hotel, and at St. Mark's, that there was an attempt to keep them separate, and which implied a grave accusation which tormented him, and which his conscience kept him from refuting. In the meantime, the guitarist had begun a solo to his own accompaniment, a multi-verse song that was currently making its rounds through Italy, in the refrain of which his company joined him with their singing and instruments, and which he emphasized in a dramatic way. Lanky and with a thin and scrawny face, he stood apart from the others, a sleazy felt in his nape, with a lump of his auburn hair protruding from under the brim, in an attitude of cheeky bravado, on the gravel, and emitted his jokes in a forceful recitative at the terrace to the tunes of his guitar, while the exertions of production made the veins on his forehead bulge. He did not look Venetian, rather like a Neapolitan comedian, part pimp, part gag man, brutal and bold, dangerous and entertaining. His normally relatively ridiculous song was transformed by his mouth, and was made, thanks to his facial expressions, his body movements, his way of winking, or salaciously playing with his tongue in the corners of his mouth, a little ambiguous and somehow objectionable. His skinny neck projected from the soft collar of his sport shirt, which he wore to his city clothes, exposing an unusually large and nude-looking Adam's apple. His pallid, round-nosed, beardless face, which made it difficult to guess his age, seemed ploughed up by grimacing and vice, and somehow the grinning of his nimble mouth did not fit the two deep furrows, defiant, imperious, and almost wild, between his reddish brows. But what really caused Aschenbach to focus on him was the observation that the suspicious figure seemed to carry with it its own suspicious ambience. Every time at the refrain he started to dance around, shaking hands, coming close to Aschenbach's table, and every time that happened his body and his clothes emanated a cloud of disinfectant smell. After the song was finished, he started to collect the tips, beginning with the Russians, who were giving freely, and then made his way up the stairs. As cheeky as he had been during the song, as humbly he presented himself up here. Bowing, he tiptoed between the tables, and a smile of sneaky servility bared his strong teeth, while the two furrows were still standing threateningly between his red brows. The alien being collecting his livelihood was examined with curiosity and some disgust. Coins were thrown into his hat, but people tried not to touch him. Closeness between the comedian and the decent audience always generates some awkwardness, even if the performance was very enjoyable. He felt it and tried to excuse himself with fawning. He approached Aschenbach, and with him the scent which nobody else seemed to take note of. "Listen," said the solitary one in a muffled voice, almost mechanically. "One is disinfecting Venice. Why?" The comedian croaked. "Because of the police. It is an order, sir, in this heat and sirocco. The sirocco is oppressive. It is not conducive to health." He talked as if he could not understand why one would ask about this, and demonstrated with his flat palm how the sirocco was oppressive. "So there is no malady in Venice?" Aschenbach asked softly and between his teeth. The brawny features of the comedian took on a grimace of humorous perplexity. "A malady? What kind of malady? Is the sirocco a malady? Is our police a malady, perhaps? You must be joking. A malady! You must understand it is purely a precautionary measure, a police order against the oppressive effects." He gesticulated. "It's all right," Aschenbach again said softly, and quickly dropped a fairly large tip into his hat. Then he made a sign with his eyes for him to leave. The musician obeyed with a grin, under bows, but he had not yet reached the stairs when two hotel employees accosted him, taking him into a whispered cross-examination. He shrugged, he pleaded, he swore to have been secretive. One agreed. Set free, he returned to the garden, and after a hurried agreement with his company, broke into a final song. It was a song which the foreigner thought never to have heard before, a cheeky song in unintelligible dialect, and with a laughing refrain into which the entire group entered at the top of their voices. Both the words and the musical accompaniment stopped at these points, and nothing remained except rhythmic laughter, which the soloist in particular performed with a remarkable verisimilitude. He had recovered his previous impudence, thanks to the increased distance to the audience, and his faux laughter, addressed at the terrace, was derisive. Even before the refrain started, he apparently had to fight the impulse. He sobbed, his voice wavered, he forced his hand against his mouth, he pulled up his shoulders, and in the right moment his laughter exploded, so real that it was infectious, so that the listeners became cheerful without a definite reason. And that seemed to increase the singer's giddiness. He flexed his knees, he slapped his thighs, he held his sides. He no longer laughed, he howled. He pointed with his finger at the merry society, as if nothing could be funnier, and finally everybody was laughing in the veranda and the garden, including the waiters, elevator attendants, and servants in the door. Aschenbach no longer reclined in his chair. He sat erect as if trying to fight or flee. But the laughter, the wafting hospital odor, and the closeness of the beautiful boy immobilized him like an inescapable spell. In the general commotion and distraction he dared to look at Tadzio and register that the other one also remained serious when answering his gaze, as if their behavior and expressions were linked, and as if he was not influenced by the general mood since his lover was evading it. This childlike obedience was so disarming, so overpowering, that the grey-haired one found it hard not to bury his face in his hands. It had also appeared to him that Tadzio's occasional straightenings and deep breaths were sighs, a tightness of the chest. "He is sickly. He will probably not reach old age," he thought, with that objectivity to which intoxication and yearning are sometimes strangely inclined, and pure sympathy, together with debauched satisfaction, filled his heart. The musicians, meanwhile, had finished and retreated. Applause accompanied them, and their leader did not fail to embellish his exit with jests. His bows and blowing of kisses were considered amusing, and so he redoubled them. When the others were already gone, he pretended to run backwards into a lamp post, arriving at the gate in apparent pain. There he suddenly cast off his mask of the funny Jinx, straightened himself up, stuck out his tongue at the guests on the terrace, and disappeared into the darkness. The society of travellers dispersed. Tadzio was no longer standing at the balustrade. But the loner continued to sit with his drink at his table for a long time, to the astonishment of the waiters. The night proceeded, time itself withered. In his parents' house, many years ago, there had been an hourglass. He suddenly saw the frail and important device again, as if it stood before his eyes. Silently and finely the rust-coloured sand traversed the glassy bottle-neck, and since it was becoming less in the upper half, a small torrential vortex had formed there. Already on the next day, in the afternoon, the defiant one made another attempt at tempting the outside world, and this time very successfully. He entered the English travel agency at St. Mark's Square, and after he had exchanged some money, he addressed the clerk with his fatal question, with the expression of the distrustful stranger. It was an Englishman in tweed, still young, his hair parted down the middle, with narrow-set eyes, and that kind of loyalty of character which seems so alien and peculiar in the roguish South. He said, "No reason for concern, sir. A measure without grave implications. These kinds of orders are issued all the time to combat the ill effects of the heat in Sirocco." But looking up with his blue eyes, he met the weary and somewhat sad gaze of the foreigner, which was trained with slight disdain at his lips. The Englishman blushed. "That is," he continued, "the official version, which people are trying to uphold. I will tell you there is something else to it." And then he told the truth in his honest language. For several years Indian cholera had shown an increased tendency to spread and travel. Born in the sultry swamps of the Ganges Delta, ascended with the mephitic odour of that unrestrained and unfit wasteland, that wilderness avoided by men, in the bamboo thickets of which the tiger is crouching, the epidemic had spread to Hindustan, to China, to Afghanistan and Persia, and even to Moscow. But while Europe was fearing the spectre might make its entrance overland, it had appeared in several Mediterranean ports, spread by Syrian traders, had arrived in Toulon, Malaga, Palermo, and Naples, also in Calabria and Apulia. The north seemed to have been spared. But in May of that year the horrible vibrios were discovered in the emaciated and blackened bodies of a sailor and of a greengrocer. The deaths were kept secret. But after a week it had been 10, 20, or 30 victims, and in different quarters. An Austrian man had died in his home town under unambiguous circumstances, after he had vacationed for a few days in Venice, and so the first rumors of the malady appeared in German newspapers. The officials of Venice responded that the public health situation had never been better, and ordered the necessary measures to fight the disease. But the foodstuffs had probably been infected. Meat, vegetables, and milk contributed to more deaths, and the tepid water of the canals was particularly to blame. It seemed as if the disease had become more contagious and virulent. Cases of recovery were rare. 80 of 100 infected persons died in the most horrible fashion, because the malady came in the particularly severe form called dry cholera. Here the body was unable to even get rid of the water that came from the blood vessels. Within a few hours the afflicted person dried up and suffocated on his viscous blood amid spasms and croaky cries of pain. Comparatively lucky were those who, after a slight feeling of nauseousness, fell into a deep blackout, from which they mostly did not come to again. In early June the quarantine barracks of the hospital had been filling silently, in the 2 orphanages there was no longer enough room, and a horrific traffic developed between the city and St. Michel, the cemetery island. But the fear of general damage, regard for the recently opened exhibition of paintings in the municipal gardens, for the enormous financial losses that threatened the tourist industry in case of a panic, had more impact in the city than love of truth and observation of international agreements. It made feasible the official policy of secrecy and denial. The highest medical official had resigned, filled with indignation, and had been replaced with a more docile person. The people were aware of that, and the corruption at the top, together with the reigning uncertainty, the state of emergency caused by the suffering all around, caused a certain demoralization, an encouragement of unsavory antisocial tendencies, which took form as debauchery, wantonness, and a rise of criminal behavior. Against the normal rule, many drunken men were noticeable in the evenings. Vile rabble made the streets unsafe in the night. Robbery and even murder happened again and again, for 2 times it had already proven that supposed victims of the epidemic had in reality been killed by their relatives with poison, and prostitution became more obtrusive and excessive, in a way that was normally more associated with the south of the country or the Orient. Finally the Englishman came to the most important thing. You would be well advised, he concluded, to leave to-day rather than to-morrow. The quarantine cannot be further away than a few days at best. I thank you, Aschenbach said, and left the office. The place lay in sunless sultriness. Ignorant foreigners were sitting in the cafés, or stood, covered with doves, in front of the church, and looked on as the birds, teeming, flapping their wings and shoving away each other, were picking the corn handed to them. In febrile excitement, triumphantly in possession of the truth, with a taste of disgust on his tongue and fantastic horror in heart, the loner paced up and down on the flags of the square. He considered a cathartic and decent deed. He could approach the pearl-wearing woman after dinner and talk to her like this: "Please allow this stranger, madam, to give you advice and warning, kept from you by selfishness. Depart right now with Tadzio and your daughters. Venice is diseased." Then he could place his hand upon the crown of that tool of a taunting god, turn around and flee from this swamp. But he immediately felt he did not really want to take that step. It would lead him back, give his soul back to himself, but when one is frantic, the last thing one desires is to be oneself again. He recalled that white edifice, ornate with glistening inscriptions, in the iridescent mystery of which the mind wandered, that strange wanderer that had reawakened his youthful desire for distant places, and thought of returning home, of prudence, of austerity. Hardship and mastery seemed so repulsive to him that his face took on a grimace of bodily nauseousness. One should keep silent, he whispered impetuously, and I will keep silent. The knowledge of his complicity intoxicated him, like a small amount of liquor intoxicates an old and faded brain. The image of the afflicted and derelict city caused him to hope for things that were unreasonable and of unspeakable sweetness. What was that little bit of happiness of which he had just dreamed in comparison to this? What was art and virtue to him compared to the advantages of disorder? He kept silent and stayed. That night he had a terrible nightmare, if a mental and corporeal experience can be called that. It happened in deep sleep and complete independence and sensual presence, but without himself being part of the proceedings. The scene was his soul itself, and the events intruded violently from outside, subduing his deep mental resistance, went through and left his existence, the culture of his life, in shambles. Fear was the beginning, fear and lust, and a horrified curiosity of what would be coming. It was night, and his senses were listening intently, because from away a commotion, a noise, a din approached. A rattling, a clashing, a muffled thunder, shrill cheers, and a howling of an "oo" sound, all mixed and sweetly drowned in a terrible way with deep-sounding and continual flute-playing, which cast an obtrusive spell on the entrails. And he saw a phrase, dark but denoting what was coming: the alien god. Smoky fervency was smouldering. There he recognized the mountains, similar to the ones surrounding his summer house. And in the spotty light from woody hills, between trunks and mossy boulders, it thundered earthward like a vortex, men, animals, a swarm, a raging horde, and flooded the place with bodies, flames, tumult, and a lurching dance. Women, floundering over their long fur dresses hanging from their belts, were hitting tambourines above their heads, moaning, brandishing burning torches and naked daggers, holding hissing snakes or grabbing their bare breasts, crying. Men with horns on their heads, clad in furs and with hairy bodies, bent their necks and lifted arms and calves, hit brazen cymbals and drums, while hairless boys were goading bucks, clasping their horns and letting themselves be carried away by their jumps with cheers. And the ecstatic crowd howled that soft cry with the stretched "oo" sound at the end, both sweet and wild. Here it resounded like deer cries, and there it was echoed, many-voiced, in wild triumph, inciting one another to dance and hurl the limbs and to never let the cry stop. But all that was ruled by the deep sound of the flute. Did it not also tempt him, reluctantly witnessing all this, with shameless perseverance to that feast and to the immoderate ultimate sacrifice? His abhorrence and his fear were big. His will was honorable, to defend what was his against that stranger, the enemy of the sober and dignified mind. But the din, the howling, multiplied by the rocky cliffs, increased, became prevalent, swelling to a ravishing madness. Odours crowded the senses, the biting smell of the bucks, the scent of groaning bodies, and the stench of putrid waters, also another familiar one, of wounds and sickness making its rounds. His heart was booming with the drum beats, his brain was gyrating, anger gripped him, blindness, deadening sexual lust, and his soul desired to join the gods' dance. An enormous wooden phallus was uncovered. Then they howled the password with even less restraint. With frothing lips they were clamoring, inciting each other with lusty gestures and straying hands, laughing and moaning, hitting each other with spiked rods and licking the blood from their limbs. And with them, obedient to their god Dionysius, was the dreamer. Indeed, they were him when they killed the animals and ate the still tepid flesh raw, when they copulated on the mossy ground to honor their god, and his soul tasted fornication and the fury of downfall. From these dreams the stricken one awakened, unnerved, shattered, and limply addicted to the demon. He no longer feared the watchful eye of the other people. Their suspicion was no longer important to him. At any rate, they were fleeing and departing. Many beach huts stood empty, the dining room was not full, and in the city foreigners were only rarely seen. The truth seemed to have percolated, and a panic unavoidable despite the sticking together of the interested parties. But the woman with the pearl necklace stayed, be it because the rumour did not get through to her, or because she was too proud and unafraid to yield to them. Tadzio stayed, and Aschenbach sometimes thought that through departure or death everyone else could be removed so that he could remain alone with the beautiful boy on the island, when in the morning his looks rested heavily, irresponsibly, and continually on the desired one, when he followed him unworthily through the stinking streets with their air of death. This monstrosity seemed promising to him, and moral laws no longer applicable. Like any other lover, he wanted to please, and feared this would be impossible. He added little embellishments to his suits to make them look more youthful. He wore jewellery and used perfume. Multiple times a day he required a lot of time for his toilette. He was ornate, excited, and tense when he came to the dining room. In view of that sweet youth that infatuated him, his worn-out body disgusted him, his grey hair, the sharp features of his face caused him to feel shame and despair. He felt compelled to rejuvenate himself. He frequently visited the barber of the hotel. In the hairdressing cape, under the grooming hands of the talkative barber, he looked at his mirror image with torment. "Grey," he said with a distorted mouth. "A little," said the man, "because of a lack of care, an indifference to appearance, understandable in persons of importance, but that cannot be applauded, and in particular since these kinds of persons should not be prejudiced with regard to what is real and what is artifice. If this sort of people rejected dental hygiene in the same way they reject cosmetics, they would leave a disturbing impression. After all, we are only as old as our heart and mind feel, and grey hair might be a greater falsehood than a little correction. You, dear sir, have a right to claim your natural hair colour. Will you allow me to give it back to you?" "How that?" asked Aschenbach. Whereupon the talker rinsed the guest's hair with two solutions, a clear and a dark one, and it was as black as his younger years. He curled it, stepped back, and looked at his work. Only the facial skin would have to be refreshed a bit. And like someone who is unable to stop himself, he did one thing after another with zeal. Aschenbach, seated comfortably and unable to defend himself, hopeful about what transpired, saw in the mirror how his eyebrows arched upwards more elegantly, how his eyes looked larger and more shiny, thanks to some make-up, saw his cheeks take on a rosy colour, also his lips that had been pale were reddened, the furrows near eyes and mouth disappeared. He beheld with excitement an ephebe in full bloom. The cosmetician was finally content, and thanked his patron after the custom of such people. "A minor correction," he said, putting the finishing touches on Aschenbach's exterior. "Now the gentleman can fall in love without hesitation." The enchanted one left happy, confused, and fearful. His tie was red, his straw hat adorned with colourful bands. A tepid breeze had started. It rained only occasionally and in small amounts, but the air was humid, thick, and filled with putrid scents. Wafting, flapping, and swishing filled one's ears, and Aschenbach, feverish under his make-up, felt as if wind spirits of an evil kind were at work, like ugly sea-birds digging into the condemned one's food. Because the sultriness stifled the appetite, and it was easy to think that the food was infected. Following the handsome lad, Aschenbach had ventured deeply into the labyrinth of the afflicted city. Losing his orientation, since the little streets, canals, bridges, and squares all looked too much alike, No longer sure about his bearing, he made an effort not to lose the desired idol from his sight, and, forced into shameful delicacy, pressed against walls and taking cover behind other people, he did not realize how tired and exhausted his emotions and his suspense had made him. Tadzio was walking behind the others, letting the governess and his nun-like sisters go first in the cramped space, and ambling solitarily he sometimes turned his head, looking with his strangely grey eyes to make sure that his lover was still in tow. He saw him and did not give him away. Intoxicated by that knowledge, enticed to continue by those eyes, goaded by his passion, the innamorato traced an unsuitable hope, and still eventually had the sight taken away from him. The Poles had crossed a small, steeply curved bridge, the slope of which hid them, and when he had ascended himself he did not see them any more. He searched for them in 3 different directions, straight ahead and both ways along the dirty and narrow quay, but to no avail. Feeling unnerved and weary, he had to abandon the hunt. His head was burning, his body was covered with sticky sweat, his neck trembled, an unbearable thirst tormented him. He looked for some kind of immediate relief. He bought some fruit, some overripe strawberries, and devoured them while walking. A little square, looking deserted and enchanted, opened out before him. It had been here where he had planned to flee the city several weeks ago. He sat down next to the well, leaning against the stones. It was quiet, grass was sprouting between the slabs of the pavement. Debris was all around. Amid the derelict houses of uneven height at the square, one stood out like a palace, with pointed arch windows and little balconies with lions. There was also a pharmacy in the first floor of another house. Warm wind gusts sometimes carried with them the smell of disinfectant. There he sat, the master, the dignified artist, the author of the Misérables, who, in such an exemplary and pure fashion, had spoken against wandering and these murky depths, who had revoked his sympathy for the abyss, and who had cast away what was cast away, the ascended one, the vanquisher of his knowledge, and no longer partial to irony, who had accepted the responsibilities that fame brings, he whose fame was official, whose name bore the knighthood, and who wrote in a style schoolboys were asked to imitate. He was sitting there, eyes closed, sometimes with a very fleeting expression of mockery and embarrassment, and with his flaccid lips, improved through cosmetic artifice, forming occasional words out of what his half-sleeping brain was producing with a dreamlike logic. Because beauty, Phaedo, is the only thing that is divine and visible at the same time, and so it is the way of the artist to the soul. But do you believe, my dear Phaedo, that the one who reaches the intellectual through the senses can ever achieve wisdom and human dignity? Or do you believe, and I am leaving this to you, that it is a lovely but dangerous road that leads nowhere? Because you have to realize that we artists cannot take the path of beauty without Eros joining us and becoming our leader. We may be heroes in our own way, but we are still like women, because passion is what elevates us, and our desire is love, that is our lust and our disgrace. Do you see that poets can be neither sage nor dignified? That we always stray, adventurer, in our emotions? The appearance of mastery in our style is a lie and foolishness, our fame is a falsehood, the trust the public places in us is highly ridiculous, education of the young through art something that should be forbidden. Because how can someone be a good teacher when he has an inborn drive towards the abyss? We may deny it and gain dignity, but it still attracts us. We do not like final knowledge, because knowledge, Phaedo, has no dignity or severity. It knows, understands, forgives, without attitude. It is sympathetic to the abyss. It is the abyss. Therefore we deny it and instead seek beauty, simplicity, greatness and severity, of objectivity in form. But form and objectivity, Phaedo, lead the noble one to intoxication and desire, to horrible emotional transgressions, rejected by his beautiful severity, lead to the abyss. Us poets, I say, it leads there, for we are unable to elevate ourselves. Instead, we can only transgress. And now I am leaving you, Phaedo. Stay here until you no longer see me, then leave also. A few days after that, Gustav von Aschenbach, feeling unwell, left the Hôtel des Bains later than usual. He had struggled with certain fits of dizziness, only half physical, that were accompanied by strong feelings of fear and perplexity, a sense of hopelessness, of which it was not clear whether it pertained to the outside world or his own existence. In the lobby he saw a lot of trunks and asked the porter who it was who was leaving, and got as a reply an aristocratic Polish name, of which he had already been dimly aware. His decayed features did not change when he heard it, and he made a tiny gesture with his head as if it was something not worth knowing about, and inquired, "When?" The response was, "After lunch." He nodded and went out towards the ocean. It was unwelcoming there. Undulating ripples ran across the distant sea between the beach and the first sandbank. A sense of autumn lay over the place that had once been so lively and colourful, that was now almost abandoned, and the beach of which was no longer kept clean. A camera, apparently unappropriated, stood at the shore on a tripod, and the black cloth that was draped over it was flapping in the cold breeze. Tadzio was playing at the right in front of their hut with the 3 or 4 comrades he had left, and Aschenbach watched him for a last time, with a blanket on his knees, seated about midway between the sea and the row of huts. The game that was unsupervised, as the women were probably busy with the impending departure, seemed to be without rules, and soon degenerated. The sturdy one called Jaschu had been blinded by a throw of sand towards his eyes, and had forced Tadzio to wrestle, a fight that quickly ended with the beautiful but weaker one's defeat. But as if in the hour of departure his servile attitude had become brutal and wanted to avenge itself for that long slavery, the victor kneeled on Tadzio's back and forced his head into the sand, so that Tadzio could have suffocated. His attempts to throw off the boy on his back slowly subsided. The horrified Aschenbach almost wanted to step in when the victim was finally released. Tadzio, very pale, sat up and remained there for a few minutes, unmoving and with dark eyes and disorderly hair. Then he stood up and went away. He was called, at first heartily, then imploringly, but he did not respond. The black-haired one, who might have felt regret about his transgression, overtook him and tried to reconcile himself with him. A gesture of the shoulder rebuked him. Tadzio walked diagonally towards the water. He was barefoot, and wore his striped bathing suit with the red bow. At the edge of the water he remained, drawing figures into the sand with his toes, his gaze fixed at the ground. Then he crossed the shallow sea that reached up to his knees in its deepest part, and arrived at the sandbank. There he stood for a moment, looking into the distance, and then wandered slowly towards the left. Separated from terra firma by a gulf of water, separated from his companions by his pride, he ambled as a distinct and unconnected figure in the sea, in the wind, before the misty, boundless space. Again he stood still to gaze. And suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned his torso, one hand at his side, and looked over his shoulder to the shore. The onlooker sat there as he had when their eyes had first met. His eyes had been trained on the stroller, his head leaning against the chair, but now his head rose to meet the glance and then sunk back onto his chest, as if in a deep sleep. But to him it seemed as if that pale and lovely Hermes out there was smiling at him, beckoning him; as if he, taking his hand from his side, was pointing at and floating into that promising immensity. And as he was used to do, Aschenbach followed him. Several minutes passed before help arrived for him, who had fallen over sideways in his chair. He was carried to his room, and on the very same day a respectfully shocked world received the news of his death. End of Part 32. End of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories for 12 Operas, by Various.